Welcome to Manifesting Wednesdays, and I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. YouTube, Prosperous Living with Toyia. TikTok, Prosperous Living with _T. So we talk manifesting, and I like to use this book right here, our instruction manual, our autobiography. This is a message that we left to ourselves when we decided to awaken out of this dream state and command our reality. I've come to the realization that life is a dream, and the best thing you can do is to hope to awaken within it. Not everybody wakes up. That's okay. It's about having focused attention on the life you want to experience and stop minding other people's experiences. Mind your own business, and then you'll see your life flourish. You want to help others through example, through your life. Let your light so shine. Let it shine, shine bright, that others may see your good works and then glorify the God within. Manifestation. So yes, from Genesis to Revelation, specifically the Gospels, taught manifestation. I know a lot of people don't like that word because people think they have to try to manifest. No, the Bible is telling you what happens when you think a certain way, which is manifestation. You're always manifesting. What you have to learn how to do is how to discipline your mind, because your thoughts are creative. Your thoughts are God. That's the creative power in you, your thought. What you think about, you bring about. This Bible right here puts it this way: as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. That's simple. It's so simple. That's like the crux of the whole Bible. As you think, so you are. I mean, what else do you need to? People want to make it about your emotions, but your emotions follow thought. They don't cause thought. Get your thoughts under subjection, then your emotions will follow. You're not to be ruled by your emotions. You're to be ruled by thought. You're the ruler. You command reality by telling your mind what to think, and by telling your mind how to think, you automatically tell your emotions how to feel, how to be. Because if you understand the script talks about the woman and water. Both are synonymous for emotions, right? And it tells you that the woman is to be what? Subject to the man, which is telling you that the mind always rules emotions. That's all it's telling you. That the mind is the cause, not the male is the cause, not the female, not right. So, and we're talking about when we're talking about this, we're not talking about gender, right? Because we understand that the spirit is unity. There's no division in spirit. You can't have masculine without feminine. You can't have feminine without masculine. They go together. They married. They go together. They stuck like glue, like white on rice. Hey, Rashi, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Berry Queen, welcome, welcome, welcome. The Bible's a psychological book. I mean, you'll find all the sciences held in scripture, right? You'll find physiology, neurology, psychology, which is what the whole purpose, right? But you'll also find anatomy. You'll find neurology, cosmology, astrology, anatomy, all of those. Astronomy and astrology. Yep, all of it. Phallic instruction. It does seem to lean towards the male perspective, right? That's why you always hear he, because it's phallic instruction. It's male centered. Is heavily dressed in masculinity. But that's okay, because we understood, those that are awake and understand that, and understand that it's all talking about the mind. So we're not caught up in gender. We don't get lost in the sauce with gender. Now I must admit, I was lost in the sauce. because I used to be a part of the religious minded, where I thought that God was even though we say God is not a man, we really think of God as a man, even though the Bible specifically say that he's not. So that's why I even got to catch myself with the he and start saying it is not it, right? But because we personalize God, and if we say she, that seems blasphemous. But you could just as easily say she. And I know a lot of people has transitioned, but I don't even like to even want to say he, she. Just say the power, God, source, the all, the divine. Well, if it's a cult, why are you here? Move along. Not a cult. Happy 2026. Hello, all love. How are you? Hey, real Cheryl. How are you? Welcome all. Double tap the screen on TikTok. I am streaming on TikTok and I'm streaming on YouTube. YouTube is Prosperous Living with Toyia. Over here on TikTok is Prosperous Living with _T. And this is Manifesting Wednesdays, where we talk about manifesting our desires and understanding that this Bible, this book of books, reminds us how to use our mind to create the reality that we want to experience. That every time you read whatever story you're reading in this book, understand that it is a psychological drama. The book is all about the mind. When you read Cain and Abel, it's talking about two natures. Cain representing the nature of sense, the carnal mind. Abel representing the spiritual mind, the man of spirit. Hello, Stephen. Welcome, Stefan. Welcome. Oh, I've been amazing. Thank you. Hey, Chrissy. Welcome. Thank you. Doing great as always. Thank you all, love. Oh, well, welcome to the live. Thank you. Welcome. I come on twice a week, Wednesdays and Saturdays. This Saturday, we'll be starting our book club, and we'll be reading Neville Goddard's book, The Power of Awareness. We'll be reading the first 3 chapters because the book is an easy book. It's an easy read. Chapters are only like 1 or 2, 3 pages at most long. So I think we can, it's 27 chapters. I don't want to spend 10 months on this book. So we'll read 3 chapters when we come together, and the book club will start. It will be on both, streaming on both platforms, YouTube and TikTok, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Hello, Jenny. Welcome. You got to do your homework tonight. So understand that the Bible is all about your mind. And you don't have to understand that. I mean, it's not required to manifest. It's a lot of people that understand the powers of the mind and don't even know nothing, can't quote one scripture. Because there we have other source materials that we can reference and understand that the real source that you want to tap into is your own. Tap into your own mind, because all of this knowledge is already within you. You just forgot. It's already there. It's already in you. Just waiting to come out of you. And so the question that is always asked of the Christ, what do you have of me? What do you want me to do for you? So what do you want? That's your question to you. What do I want? What are my desires? And understand that your desires are a gift from you to you. They're a gift from God, and that you get to have whatever you desire. That you get to have it. That you can have whatever you desire. Yes. Hey, A-Town. Hey, Latoxic. Welcome. Yes. And if you have questions, you can put them in the chat. The panel is available as well on TikTok, where we talk about our success stories, our journey, how we have maybe deconstructed from religion, Specifically, we talk about Christianity, but it can be from any religion. If you have deconstructed, if you have left the mindset of thinking that there's a God apart from you or a God outside of you, or understanding that the God that you've been looking for is your own mind. That's what the Bible is about. The Bible is about your mind. It's personified in the name of Jesus Christ, God, Jehovah, El Shaddai, anything with El in the name. And so you are the answer that you've been looking for. Because here's the thing, you cause your problems with your thoughts and you solve them with your thoughts. Because it's as you think, so you are. So when you choose to think positively about life, life rearranges itself to confirm your belief or your assumption or your thought process. The key is to remain faithful, to persist in the new state, to persist in positivity, to persist in the knowing that all things work together for your good, to not be double-minded, to not slide back. Now, do we? Yes. As the script says, God is married to the backslider. Sometimes we forget. Sometimes we get lost in the sauce of this dream. We forget that we're dreaming. We get caught up and we forget that we're the cause. And so what do? We cry. We get frustrated. We bang. We get angry, right? We stomp our feet. We throw temper tantrums, right? So, sometimes you forget. And then you got to come to yourself. You got to remind yourself, wait a minute. Who am I? Oh, I'm the Christ, the Son of the living God. I am the power and wisdom of the all. Let me walk according to my authority, to my dominion. It's whatever you want, Viv. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, Tam V. Hello, Voice Bills. Interesting. Well, Voice Bills, that's because you're letting someone else dictate your reality. You're playing the co-star when you're the main star. Why are you playing second fiddle to your own story? Why is this not a first person narrative? Why is this about the other person and not about you? Yes, Stefan. Yep. Here's the thing. This is what I want you all to understand is that I'm not here to tell anybody what to do. I'm here to help you figure out what you want. That's it. That's it. Hello, Dorier. How are you? Oh, I guess she didn't mean to come up. What do you want? Do you want the SP? Do you want someone to continuously to treat you poorly? And here's the thing. What we need to understand. No one is treating you poorly. You're treating yourself poorly. Because when you know who you are and you truly understand that the people that come into your experience are only reflecting you back to you, they're only mirroring you because everyone is you pushed out. You're only being treated the way you expect to be treated. You have to be honest with yourself and tell yourself, I don't really expect to be treated well. Because I have never been treated well, so it's not even an expectation of mine. I don't even know what that looks like. See, some of you all need to step back from these relationships and build a relationship with yourself. You know my little jingle that I created. Fall in love with you. Fall in love with you. Fall in love with you and they will too. But you don't even love you, but you want someone else to love you when you don't even love you. How? That doesn't work. It doesn't happen. You want someone to treat you so well when you don't even here's the thing, if the person came in to your experience that was going to treat you so well, you know what you will find all kind of wrongs with them. They too soft, they too nice, I can walk all over them. They just give too much. You wouldn't even be able to receive someone treating you well. You will find every reason not to accept that type of person because that's not who you are. You don't treat you so well. So that's why a lot of you, and it was interesting. I talked about this with one of my daughters a few months back. That whole thing with the love bombing. And my daughter was like, she couldn't understand the concept because of course some of these terms, a lot of the world doesn't know it. Some of these terms are in the spiritual community and they're not even part of like everyday life. And she was like, why wouldn't I think that somebody would fall in love with me easily? I'm that girl. Of course someone is going to see me as the all. They see me as someone they're going to fall all over for. Like, I'm her. Like, what? I'm not going to think that's weird that someone is telling me how awesome I am, how beautiful I am, how amazing I am, how I'm done, because I know that's true. And if they're not telling me, they're lying to themselves. Yes, yes, voice bills, yes. Yep. Bear down, bear down. Hey, 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 Aaron. Yes, yes. You say it's hard to step back in this material world. No, it's not. You have to stop saying that. It's a choice. Remember, we always have a choice. We always have a choice. Always. See when you reference when you say hard, I reference the script, this manual, our instruction manual, basic instructions before leaving Earth. See, it tells you that the yoke is easy and the burden is light. So actually, it's light and easy. It also tells you in Proverbs that the way of the transgressor is hard. So who is the transgressor? The unbeliever, the one that has no faith. Then yeah, life is going to be hard for you when you don't believe that things can happen for you, when you don't accept the possibility that things can be great. Then yeah, then you're always trying to figure out how to make it so, as opposed to living in the flow and know that it's already so. That there's nothing you need to do but step into the state, accept the reality that it already is whatever you desire. Yeah, you have to be careful how you speak. See, I don't live in a dangerous life. I don't. That type of mindset to me comes from a fearful place. And I'm going to reference the script again. Fear is torment, but love casts out all fear. For he that fears is not made perfect in love. That's why you're also told by the script, you are not given the spirit of fear, but of love, power, and a sound mind. So, I mean, when you understand that your mind is the creator within you, you will start paying attention to how you think. Because it's your thinking that's manifesting your reality. What is my manifestation of? What is my definition of manifestation? It means what you think about becomes your reality. You are the total, your life is the sum total of your beliefs. That's manifestation. How did the script say it? Paul said, "Great is the mystery. God manifested in the flesh." What does that mean? God became man. God became visible. God became tangible. That's what manifestation is, to make something tangible, to make something that you could detect with the five senses. Well, then that means you manifest every day and all day long, right? That life is a manifestation. That you don't have to try to manifest. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like that word because it seems to be a spiritual word. but it's not. It's a life word. Life is a manifestation. The thing is, it's not about how to manifest. You do that naturally. The question is what to manifest. If it's a massive sin, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Yes. That's beautiful. Yes, revise, revise, revise. Bad things to who? See, I don't live in that world. I don't know nothing about that world. I'm no longer under the guise or the indoctrination of religion. I know with a certainty that there ain't no hell to put nobody in. I know that. Like, I know that I know that I know. Like, I know that there ain't no hell to put nobody in. That your hell is created through your thoughts. You torment yourself. That's your hell. You torment yourself with fear, with doubt, with limiting beliefs. That's your hell. You ain't got to go nowhere. It's right there in your mind. You do not have to go anywhere to experience hell. It's right there with you. Your thoughts. Yep. Oh, yep. Thank you, Latoxic. Yes, yes. Hey, Baba I am. That's it. I know this is a tough teaching for some folks. That accountability teaching, but that's okay because it's only for those who are ready to hear. To let them that hear what the Spirit says unto the church, right? Let them that have ears to hear what the Spirit says unto the church. That's it, voice bells. That's it. The Bible is simply a manifestation guide to conscious creation. That's it. Yep. Because while you were sleeping, you were what? Creating unconsciously, unknowingly, unwittingly, right? You had no idea that your thoughts created your reality. You thought life was just hard just because some religious person told you God created you like this, and now you got to figure, and the only way you can recreate your life is to accept a savior, right? that God made you the way he is and then had to die for you to undo the very thing he did. Make that make sense. God created you in sin and then had to die for you to get rid of the sin. And then guess what? The sin don't even go away. The only way the sin goes away, you have to accept that he did it. Well, if your death causes the sin to go away, why do I have to believe it? It should do with whether I'm aware of it or not, whether I'm knowledgeable of it or not, whether I know whether you did it or not. It should just have eradicated it. It should have just went away. But no. Yes, yes. So that's the part that boggles the mind. That's the Jedi mind tricks. It's just like, the only way to enforce what God supposedly did on the cross is that you have to believe that he did it. Because if you didn't believe it, then that means he didn't do it. That makes the power null and void. How are you an all-powerful God if I don't believe it makes it of null effect? Come on now. But that simply isn't true. Oh, we have two up here. Hello, I didn't even see you up here, voice bells. How are you? You can unmute. Unmute.
Oh, okay.
How are you?
Oh, man. I'm wondering if I'm masochistic.
Mm.
There's
Many
something...
of us were before we before we awakened.
Yeah, right? It's there's no one more annoyed with me than me, right?
Hmm.
I'm a paradox on crack.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. There is nothing even to ask really. It's more about exposure,
Okay.
right? It's meaning the self-awareness is intact. The wisdom is innate. I teach this. I
Okay.
hold the spaces.
Yes.
So I don't know if you know that icky. That's why I'm saying it's like I have no resistance to calling myself out. There's no, that doesn't exist. It's more of just, it's, something came up just now while you were talking, the word authority. How about this? Accidentally recently, I discovered a hard drive that I thought I lost, like a whole bank of data that I thought I lost.
Okay.
Let's just say I went down the rabbit hole of almost review. And the internal response was still.
Hmm.
It was icky. It was uncomfortable, right? Because I don't have that thing where I know there's nothing outside to blame. I've already run out of those, right? So it's not ignorance. It's not sleepiness. It's self-inflicted,
Okay.
like point blank. It has to be.
Yes. But that's for all
Now,
of us, not just
sure.
no exceptions.
But I mean conscious, which is even worse. Do you know what I mean? It's just, and then you can't run away from yourself. So you're like, there's nowhere to go. And it's
Because
just,
here's the question I want to ask you. You think it's something wrong with you?
I think that there is, yeah, that's nicely put. I think that I feel like there's identification with a bank of thoughts around that. Sure, that's active.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Because I feel like a lot of people feel like there's something wrong with them, so they have to go on this healing journey. They have to do this inner work. They have to do the shadow work. And the thing is, there's no work.
Yeah, no. I'm way past that. That's what I mean. When I say
Okay.
paradox on crack, like I don't make sense.
Okay.
Do you understand? I took all the shackles off.
Mm-hmm.
You asked such a good question when I was typing, and it was basically shining the light on, wow, you seem to give your power away. Right? And that's why I was like, yes, that it's everything is through the lens of other. Still, so because of the self-awareness, and it's like, are you the one avoiding responsibility? And it's like, no, because I call myself out on the regular. And then the word authority came up in the last few sentences before I came on internally, where it's like, the resistance seems to be with claiming myself as the authority. And when I say resistance, I mean, it makes it go right back to childhood, I think. Do you know what I mean? I feel like it's so fucking imprinted, and I'm so exhausted that when something comes up, like, don't think that, like, I just feel like there's just no energy left.
Okay.
And it's almost like lying down and just letting them have at it at this point.
Okay.
And so there have been super empowered states. You understand? Like we don't have long enough to bring you through all the things I have done and experienced. And like, I feel like if I do have angelic guides, they're just like drinking at this point. Do you know what I mean? We're like, we gave her all the gifts. We gave her unworldly experiences. Like, do you know what I mean? We've saved her life several times. I don't know. And that's how I feel. So it was amazing that you said, do you think there's something wrong with you? Because it's not that literal inside of me. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Does that make sense? Because I've always been different or whatever. I don't pay attention to that. It's more like
well, when I said like something's wrong with you, like for whatever reason, there's a deep down belief, and even though you've done all the unpacking and you've done all the techniques, there's still something, a part of you that finds yourself unworthy. And
it's beggar style. Like it's so icky. Today that came.
So when you see unworthiness, you see not good enough. So that's saying you think something's wrong with you.
But you know what?
You're lacking something in some area.
Sure. But what's so interesting is when I get you, whoever the other is, that I'm outsourcing my power to, one-on-one, my internal dialogue becomes like, I'm above this. I'm too good for, like, it's so confusing. So mundane, right? So even with him, every woman would slap me for what I've tolerated. Let's just say that, okay? Including myself. So there's a hunger for love. There's such a deep attachment that it's just gross. Meaning I know better.
Okay.
Right? There's nothing like to teach me. It's like I know better. That's what makes it so bad for me.
Okay.
So because
But here's the thing, you know it
Yeah.
intellectually.
Yes.
You don't know it spiritually.
Oh,
You have not
good.
embodied it. You have not embodied it. You know it from, like, yeah, I can tell you, I can break it down, I can give it to you in
Yeah.
word, but I don't
That is
have it in
true.
consciousness.
There's that layer, yes, of when I said I found the hard drive and I was like, still, the line I was looking at was that one where it was like, you still have, that's how it sounded. It was like, but you still have never, because I've been a singer, right, my whole life. I've been on stage, I've been a model, I've done all the things that people would be shit scared of doing. But what I'm saying is only you know what's going on inside, right? So I would see a pattern. Wore so many hats of authority, in fact. But the line I saw was like, but everywhere you've been, it is that. It's like you always felt, what is it? It's not like more like how I feel about me. It's more like the lens of others. Like you never felt like you would be accepted or cherished or valued.
It's the
that.
fear of being alone. So,
Which is ironic because I've spent almost my whole life alone.
yeah, but you're willing to accept what you're accepting so you don't have to be.
True.
So,
Yeah.
because if you truly loved you would not be accepting this.
True.
Anything less than love would not even be a realm of possibility.
Internally,
but because you're not even willing to, like, let me sever this relationship so I can get back to me, and then let it come together organically, right?
That's
Which
the part I
means
wanted to call out was when I do that, I notice actually what's really underneath the doing of that is like, you back? Right? Like it's a defense mechanism. It's a reaction from pain, it's very different than what you're describing, right? Yeah?
I mean, it's all the same thing. We just put different labels on it. It's all the same thing.
I just mean,
however you want it, the terminology you want to use. I don't want to get caught up in the labels and the boxes and what you want to put it in, what box you want to put it in. And when it all comes down to it, yes, either fear or love. Either you're loving yourself enough or you're fearful of something enough.
Shit scared. Yeah.
So now it's just all about loving you. And that's a choice you have to make that you have not made. You have not made the choice to love you. And so until you make the choice to love you, that's when the fear dissipates. But as long as you keep saying, well, I need him to love me. I need him to love me. I need him to love me. Well, he's like, well, I can't love you until you do. I can't love you until you do. Well, no. Well, why can't you love me in spite of me? You want him to love you regardless of you. And that's not how it works. He's your mirror. He's your mirror. He's your mirror. He's your mirror. He can only go as far as the story you tell.
Why would you say that when something I've observed is when he's in my presence, right? When we're together. So 7 years, we're on the 8th year, you know what I'm saying? And then 1 year ago, January, we stopped living together, right? And then it's just been this loop of like him going in, out, based on, please hear this part because this is where my loop is like how it gets to like hard to imagine something different now, which is what's so painful. Which is like, basically he's saying now it's on my watch. I do what I want with no repercussion. You know what I'm saying? If you don't like it, basically F off. But then the one time or two times that I have actually felt like I'm like, boom, like self-love, calling me 80 times and then I'm grossed out by that. Because it's about control. So what I'm observing as far as my story is like, it's all about control because you're scared. So I'm saying him is scared. I'm seeing him is not self-loving. I'm seeing him as manipulative, right? So this last round that just happened, it's like anytime I feel like I'm like basically expecting accountability, I like the healthy. I like talking through things. It's fine. I can go through every fire. I've already done it. But it's just unacceptable, basically. Who are you? Like, I'm almost afraid to say it online what he said last night. It's basically your job is to shut the fuck up, be pretty, and be quiet. And I was like, right? It's like, what do you do with that? So for me, I just get so sad because I'm looking at you and I see the God in everyone. So I'm just like, wow, like you're malfunctioning so hard right now. Do you know what I mean? You're moved so far away from your heart. But do you see how everything I'm saying is in my own experience about him?
Yep.
I mean, outside. So all that energy is there. Then you go out throughout your day and you're like, ew, and it's always, yeah, it's very disempowering. And the reason I put my hand up is simply because I can't seem to rescue myself. You know what I'm saying? It's just,
Yeah, and the thing is, nothing's going to change until you really want it to change because no amount of talking about it is going to do it, right? You have to be sick and tired of being sick and tired, but you're not there yet because you like the
all of
tennis
it.
match.
The
You
what?
like the back and forth, the tennis match. You like the back and forth.
So the
Back,
masochism
back,
thing
back and forth.
was
You
on
like it.
point.
Yeah, you like the back and forth because it's drama. You're living for the drama. You're living. It's like exhilarating. It makes you feel alive. Like you're addicted to the drama
That's really
of
gross.
of playing the blame game.
Ooh.
The thing is, the game is a one player game.
So what
The
am I doing
game
with
you're playing
myself?
is with yourself, and you think it's with another person.
What game am I playing with myself does it look like in that regard then?
The manipulation, the control, the belittling.
To myself?
Yeah. He's just mirroring you. He's reflecting back to you. Everything that you just mentioned about him is really you. He's not a separate person. He's not a free will agent in this story. This is your story. This is
remember,
your
and then I
he
forget,
is
and I
your
remember and
character.
forget.
You wrote him into your script, and he's just playing the role you wrote out for him. And everything you just said about him is really things about you. And that's the part that's hard to accept.
So even
What
Big
I
Mama,
see in him is only what I see in me because I can only see my own consciousness.
it's true. That's what I'm saying. I know this. Even Big Mama just echoed it, right? It's like you're giving him so much power, and he's showing it. So it's like, I'll hang up now, but
But that's the illusion because there is no him. He does not exist. He's a figment of it. He's just there playing a role.
So you mean the fear that comes up around the whole, I know I should be like, go fuck yourself, bye, and then expect, right? And then
again, you're making it about him.
Damn it.
Why let's remove him out of the equation.
Okay.
What do you want?
That's it. I do want companionship. I'm not afraid. Like I've lived alone forever. You know what I'm saying? Like I've traveled the world alone. When I whittled it down, got really honest in my heart. What do you want, Carrie? I want to be cared for. Like I want to know what it's like for someone to say, I got you in the way I do.
And who should that come from?
But because you said, what do you want? I do want that.
Yeah, but who should that come from?
I got you?
Yeah.
You mean with me and me, right? Like,
yes.
Yeah, that's the thing. You see my hair?
The thing.
You touch my hair? Self-soothing? Okay, enough said.
The thing that you're looking for someone else to give, you have to give to yourself. You got to first give it to yourself. And then the loveless never find love. Only the loving do. And here's the thing, you already love you, but you're masking it with fear. You're masking it with trepidation. You're masking it with, I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not. And it's never about what you're not. It's about what I am.
That's the line too, by the way. It's always been, I can tell you what I don't want.
Yep.
I mean, forever.
Yep. Focus on what you want.
Can I chime in just a little bit?
One moment, Big Mama. I'm gonna bring Aaron in, and then I'll get to you.
And I'll mute after this.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Voice fails. Hello, Aaron. How are you?
Thank you.
Hey.
You're welcome.
I'm just chilling.
You just chilling?
Bear down, baby.
Bear down. Bear down.
You know I had to come say hi.
Hello. Yes, Saturday we in the playoffs, baby.
I know. My jersey's in back order. I'm so upset.
Oh.
I'm buying the Caleb Williams jersey.
Oh, are
Hello.
you?
You know where I am.
Nice. Yes, I gotta get here. I gotta get that one too. I have several jerseys. I'm like, nah, I gotta get a Caleb Williams jersey.
I want a Caleb Williams jersey.
Yeah, I gotta give me one of those. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm listening, vibing.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, all right. I'll let Big Mama step on in here. Hello, Big Mama. You can unmute.
Okay, hello. So I'm not sure if you remember me from a long time ago, but I was one of the ones who was going through the cycle, and I ended up manifesting mine, and I ended up losing them again. But that's not the point. I know that he's easy to get back. This is what I'm just trying to share something that I learned, because I hear voice bells kind of going through the same thing that I was going through. It's like you get addicted to writing a terrible script to somebody and then blaming them for how they show up to you. You have to know that you are loved. You have to know that you are chosen. And just, with that, you start assigning people better roles, especially if you're going to trust in manifestation. You can't be 1 foot in and 1 foot out. You have to either do it or not. And let me tell you something, I pretty much tortured myself with it. And then I'll come to her lives like, man, he's showing up like this, he's showing up like that. And she's like, well, look at what you're saying, look at this. Like, who are you choosing? You have to give yourself these things before you can expect for somebody else to show up that way. And I'm saying this because I just recently went through it again. I fell victim to my own self. I started writing terrible scripts, handing it to them. You're going to do me this. You're going to do me that. Because I don't feel like you could show up in these ways. I don't feel like, since you probably showed me some things before, let me just go ahead and keep writing a script because I don't feel like you could change. Either you want it or you don't. You know what I mean? And that's what come down to it. And once you just get enough of yourself, not even them, it's going to be yourself that you get enough of first, because it's going to start making you feel insane. You can't do one thing and expect another. You got to be really conscious about where your brain is at. You have to sit yourself down, even if you need to write it all down and be like, where have I been consciously? And if you don't know where you've been, look at how he's showing up to you. That'll tell you where you've been at consciously. You know what I mean? If you need to write you some affirmations and affirm or meditate and, you know what I mean? Just give yourself that love within. Do things that make yourself feel loved. I promise you, it's guaranteed. He's going to come back. I've done this for 3 years and I went through that cycle. I almost went crazy 15 times probably in this cycle because I did it for 3 years and I kept assigning him this terrible role. And I'm like, I'm creating a monster. Like, what am I doing? And I think it was one of your lives that I sat in and I just listened all day. Like, I just listened you were on for probably about 4 hours. I listened all day. And I was like, it's me. Like, it's me. If manifestation is you. And that's really the whole point of it all. It is you. It's not about them. So when you keep saying, but they're doing this and they're showing up like that, it's you. Don't choose to see it that way and know that it will change. You know what I mean? Like, you have to have faith in something or you're going to fall for everything that's going on. But that's pretty much, what I wanted to say, just from somebody who was thinking that someone had all this power. It was a point where he was telling me it. Oh, yeah, I could do whatever I want to my baby mama, and you're going to accept it and this and that third. Because I was thinking these things to myself. Like, he got the best of both worlds. He come to me and go to somebody else because he know I'm down for him. You have to be conscious of the things that you are choosing to think. And I promise you, it's going to fall out. The 3D is going to crumble and your new script that you are handing out is going to start playing out. It's either you do it or you don't. You can't teeter-totter and join 50 lives and consume all this content. You have to be the doer and not always the hearer. You have to do it. And that's just is what it is.
Yep. And what I realize is that people center other people than themselves. Because when I hear you all talk about relationships, it's always about the other person. It's never about you. It's always about they're doing this, they said this, they said that. They're only saying what you're saying. So if you can take them out of the equation, and like I tell you guys about, because I'm married, right? And how I was able to manifest even before I knew about manifestation or the law of mind, right? I did have a revelation to realize that the men I kept bringing into my experience were the same. They were just differently in different masks, but I knew that they were reflecting me. And the moment I decided to see men as human, stop dehumanizing them, stop making them be these monsters that have no feelings and no emotions, and they're just robots out here trying to bang every woman that they could get. You got to change that mindset. You cannot look at men that way and think you're going to get a good one. It doesn't happen. And so the moment you change that, the moment that switch flips, then it's not about what they're doing. It's about who they are. Who do you say that they are? Well, my husband is an amazing father, an amazing husband, an amazing man that cares about me. This is a reciprocal relationship. We enjoy one another. He makes me laugh. He's funny. He'll do anything for me. There's nothing that he won't do for me. He looks out for me. I don't open a goddamn door ever. I don't drive a car ever. Like, what are you saying about the person? Because that's how they're showing up. Because they're showing up as you see them, not as they are. So how do you see them?
But what if you've only experienced them as the opposite of what you desire? Can you just let it all go?
But that's because you have certain beliefs around relationships, and they're just confirming your beliefs around relationships. That's why the relationship I got into with my husband, I was by myself before I manifested that. I had to do some change within me before this relationship came to be. Because had I not changed within me, I would be still experiencing those other relationships. Men that was uncommitted, players from the Himalayas, that like they were all about, not because that was my mindset. That's how I thought of men. The moment I changed how I thought about men, my experience changed. It's just that simple.
Keyword change. You gotta do the change.
You got to change.
You can't-
The focus is trying to make them change. Nope.
Yeah, you
Right.
can't trick yourself. You
Don't-
cannot trick yourself.
You cannot
You gotta
change
be a
nobody.
different person.
Right. You cannot change anybody. We're not here trying to change people. We're about changing self.
At this point, though, the change that comes to mind, the only one that I have not done is saying, no, this is not good enough.
Then say no.
Right. Don't accept it.
Did you guys see me run to the closet just then? Just before I forget for the fifth time, are you familiar with Alexander Dwayne?
No.
Please remember that name. It's just his capacity of breaking down scripture. You will fall in love with him. I think Big Mama, aren't you on his Telegram? Yeah, I just want to let you know.
They have
there's a man
teachings
out there, and he's such a king, but his capacity in the way he breaks down scripture in a way that I know 100% you will appreciate and admire. It would be a little bit selfish not to share that name. That's all.
Okay.
Just a FYI.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone in the chat. Hello, everyone that came in. Welcome. I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. So put your questions or comments in the chat. Share the live, like the live. Thank you. Go ahead, Big Mama.
Okay. I was saying y'all have the same way of teaching. It's like you're the queen of it and he's the king on that side of it. You know what I mean? Like y'all both
Exactly.
break down the scriptures. Y'all help people understand, because a lot of people are into the Bible first. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to transition from religion to this. So the way that y'all just break it down so effortlessly, like it attracts people to y'all. And I think that that's why y'all two are the only ones that I listen to. If you're not live or he's not live, I'm with nobody, because it's you have to have something. You're welcome. You have to have something that just, supports it as well. You can't just be telling people stuff and then expecting people to listen, and they're coming from 20 something years plus of conditioning,
Yeah. Maybe that's why I made a pit stop in Christianity, because I didn't grow up Christian. My pit stop was about 8 or 9 years, late 20s to mid 30s.
But I've always questioned, and then they'd be like, "Oh, you can't question God." I'm like, "Oh, snap! Okay, I'm going to help with that. My bad." Like they'll just scare you, Being young, you don't know that, but I knew something was always off.
A-Town said I sent him his video. So okay. So it is somebody. Maybe I'm just not familiar with the name,
Yay.
So, but
Watch it for
A-Town,
sure.
A-Town is saying that I've seen his work because I sent him a video of him. Maybe just
Oh,
the
you
name
sent the
isn't.
video.
Yeah, he's saying I sent him a video, but sometimes you just see people's stuff. It's not that you follow them. You
Yeah.
just saw a video that you like, and then you send it to somebody. That's
I
probably what
cannot
happened.
believe that Christian, you were not, I thought you would have been raised in religion with that sting that you feel that that I've been traumatized by. So
But here's the thing. I was not a hypocrite. I know that you can live a life without sin because I did it. And I was a Sunday school teacher. I was married to a preacher.
Oh, so you went all the way in when you went in.
Yeah, I went all the way in. Yep. I dove head first.
Then you might appreciate this. When I dug to the deepest layer I could, like you were saying, there's something underneath there, Carrie. Where I got to, and this was via the money block, right? So just so you know, all this, what I'm tolerating goes hand in hand. It all comes down to survival. Okay. So I left the country to come back to America to be with him. And so now I got nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's all so vulnerable. But when I dug through the money lens, I'm saying it all went down to the religious coding for me. When you were talking about, like, when I was saying the word beggar and all this, I just feel like it's there, like the root is there. And remember, I was born into it, and it was the Jehovah's Witness cult. So it's very deep, right? And then, funny enough, controlling and very misogynistic and all the rest of it that I'm experiencing now. but that's where I found, as close as I can, to the root of my why.
Okay.
Is I feel like it was just so ingrained since birth that basically, that whole just receiving equals death, basically, is where I got to.
Yeah, the deconstructing, you do got to break it down to build it back up, right? And the thing is that this is why the script says that you're not to look back. We have a tendency to do that, but that's why the script says any man that put his hands to the plow and looks back is not fit for the kingdom, because looking back just keeps you there. It doesn't allow you to move forward. Go ahead, Aaron, and then we'll go to my secret level up. Aaron, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. I can see you're unmuted, but we can't hear you if you're speaking. Okay, we'll go to my secret level up. I don't even know if Aaron can hear us.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so I was here on Saturday, and I'm just really here to share my testimony. So while we were in the live, there was an interaction that happened, and I found myself reacting to that in real time. After that had happened, I shared that I felt like this conviction in my chest, like it was just completely wrong, right? So in that, I saw that basically this person was a mirror and was agitating the things that I was still holding within. So with that, it really made me reflect that entire night and the next day on everything that was happening in my life, like how I felt I was being treated at work, how I felt like I was being treated by my mate, how things were going in my life. I just felt that things were happening in just this negative frame. But when that interaction happened and I was talking with you, Miss Toyia, and you were telling me, like, at the end of the day, it's all me. It helped me remember. It helped me remember everything I've learned from Neville, Joseph Murphy, just all the things that it truly is me. And it wasn't just the thoughts that I was having about my mate, because I did say, well, I think it was something along the lines of, we have the power to change people. And you corrected me and you said, no, we don't have the power to change people. We do have the power to change within. And in that, everything outside of us will reflect the change within. So I took that and I applied it. Once I applied it, it was instant. When I say it was so instant, I was also, like I was saying, I don't know if I shared, but I was having rashes on my body. I was dealing with some health issues. Like I just wasn't having the energy that I wanted. As soon as I made that change internally, I no longer wanted to change the people at work. I no longer was pointing fingers or blaming my mate or blaming anything. I had some time to sit within myself and change internally. And I just flipped that switch back to who I remember myself being when I was joyful, when I only thought positively about anything and everything that happened in my life. That's when things started to really switch. And when I say instantaneously, the rashes completely disappeared. I no longer have any problems that I was having before. When I went to work, everybody was just so loving and warm. The way that my mate is treating me is just complete, like he was treating me in the beginning. And it truly was me, and it was that reminder that I needed. And just hearing what Voice Bells was saying, I just wanted to get on and share my testimony and show her also that it is within. It's how we feel within. And for me, it wasn't just only me pointing fingers at home, but I was also pointing fingers at work. Or if something happened, I would blame the person outside of myself. Or, it was just me nitpicking. And it also took me to I want to say it was Matthew 22:39. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. So if I'm pointing fingers, or if I'm making someone else the culprit of what's going on negatively in my life, then guess what? That negativity is truly, it's going to start to manifest. But then when I really started to look at everybody lovingly, no matter what, whether they do something that seemed to be irritating or seemed to be negative, like not condemning them or not looking at it as a negative and just letting people be, that is truly when everything transformed for me. And I mean, just from that reminder on Saturday, I'm just so grateful for the reminder. I'm so grateful for this community. And when I tell you everything has changed and shifted like magic, it's truly like magic.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Yes. It does seem like it's magic, That's why some people call it witchcraft. But it's the wisdom of the craft. That's all witch is, right? And so when you understand the law of mind, and it really is that simple, it really is that easy, but we just make it difficult. Because how can it be that easy, right? Can't be that easy. All I gotta do is think differently.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you have to choose it.
Yeah, it truly is a choice. And I know that sometimes it can be easy to, depending on the environment you're in. Because if you're in I feel like when you're in a predominantly negative environment, or you're around someone whose energy is a little higher than yours and it's more negative, like I feel like it's kind of like an overpower I don't know, I feel like it's like an overpower that takes over, and it's like they rub
Or
off on
well, with that statement, now we're creating an idol, and now we're saying that someone you're giving you're thinking it, right? So who's saying that is negative? You are. Who's saying it's more powerful? You are. You get exactly what you say.
That makes sense. That makes sense. So
Like you're the only thinker in your reality. If you didn't say that their energy was negative, it wouldn't be.
You know what? And
Here, we're not giving people the benefit of the doubt. We're not extending grace. We're here judging and condemning. Because how dare they be in that mood? They messing up mine, really?
Correct.
How their mood messing up your mood? What does their mood have to do with you? Other than the fact that you're recognizing, thus you're creating it.
That definitely goes back to what Voice Bills was saying, is like having some of that conditioning from religion that'll come up. And that was another reminder that I needed.
Yeah, because a lot of people like to say, I went to a room and I felt the energy of the room. No, you felt your energy in the room. What you mean you felt the energy in the room other than your own? You decided that something outside of you can make you feel a way, and then gonna blame the something outside of you for making you feel the way. Interesting. Okay. You get to have it your way. This really is Burger King.
Ooh, when I say say I needed this reminder again. I needed this reminder to really ground me in it, because I was allowing myself to be. I was just. So what would you say? Because I don't want to. I feel like sometimes I use my words and they and my
It's
and I,
basically you're letting people steal your joy. Remember, I talked about this in I talked about the conversation I had with my daughter on Saturday, and it's about the confidence that you have. And the thing is that we're afraid to be confident for some reason because
mm,
we're scared that other people are going to see it as arrogance. But no, they're only going to see it as arrogance because you're not at ease with your confidence. People love confident people. People admire a confident person because it inspires them. But when you're not really sure, you're pretending to be confident. Now it comes off as arrogance
mm,
or conceitedness because you need people to see how confident you are. No, just be it. You'll naturally see it. You ain't got to put. You don't have to be performative, right? Like why we just can't enter the space and because I'm there, the light must be bright. Other than let me go check out the room temperature.
mm.
You are the room temperature. Like what? Why you got to try to test the waters? I
Right.
got to test the room temperature.
You don't need to know who else is
You
there.
are the room temperature. Do you not know you created the whole thing that you're experiencing? You wrote the
Mm,
script. You the one decided to go to that place. So everyone is there is fulfilling the role to make this place seem real to you, to bring about this experience. That's how you know where you live. That's why you know where you dwell. And people need to be honest with themselves. They need to recognize, oh, they dwell in negativity. And then forgive yourself for being there. And then let it go. Forgive and forget. Okay, I created it. Guess what I get to do? Recreate it. I don't have to accept what I'm experiencing, what I'm feeling, what I'm thinking. I can what? Repent. Think again. I can change the way I'm thinking. Like you said, the moment you decide to think differently, it was like magic.
hmm
Everything changed.
So the only reason that we find ourselves backpedaling is because we allowed our mind to go elsewhere. We allowed our mind to what were we
Backslide.
referencing?
You backslid.
And what scriptures were you? I don't remember the scriptures you were referencing. Was it? Is it
Oh, see,
being double
that's the
minded?
difference with me. I don't try to remember the scripture anyway, since I don't necessarily teach the Bible. I reference it, and so
Okay.
I don't try to anymore try to remember. Oh, some scriptures I do remember where they're found. Now I don't make that a necessity for me to remember anymore because I'm not a teacher. I don't teach the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I utilize it. And so I reference it for my own personal reasons and those who resonate with what I'm saying. Okay. But as far as telling you, you can find it in Galatians this, or you can find it in John I. Unless it's something that I already know, I can tell you. But because I don't read the Bible too much anymore, I may recall different stories and I'll Google it. Where's the story found? And then I'll go to it. But I don't try to commit the scriptures to memory anymore. But what scripture were you referencing?
I want to say it was being double minded. So basically, the
Okay, that's
question
in
was
James. Okay, James. Okay. A
just
double-minded man is unstable in all his ways, and he should not expect that he receive anything from the Lord.
because the question was like, how, in what way do we find ourselves backpedaling? And we said that basically we're thinking another thought, and in thinking another thought, that is us being double minded and not staying on course and not staying focused on what it is that we truly want.
Mhm.
Right? Okay. But that's it. I appreciate you. Thank you for the reminder.
You're
And I'm gonna let
welcome.
somebody else go ahead. Aaron, you there with us now?
I don't know what happened to Aaron. He might not even be up here anymore. Maybe his picture's just still there. Oh, somebody gave Big Mama say James 1 and 8. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, because and here's the thing. This is the beauty of it. This is why I need us not to. Here's the thing. Life has no meaning unless we give it meaning, right? So some of us beat ourselves up when we find ourselves going backwards, right? And we're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I did. It's okay. Guess what you get to do? You get to change it. What you have to remember to do is give yourself grace, extend mercy to yourself, right? Because at the end of the day, don't none of this stuff really mean anything. Like, it's not like there's this big judgment coming at the end of life, right? The worst thing that's going to happen is that you're going to experience your thoughts. But guess what you get to do? You get to repent, which means you get to revise whatever you just experienced. You do not have to accept it, right? But if you're tired of being on the hamster wheel of life and you're tired of experiencing the Groundhog Day, it is going to take you deciding what you want and then remaining faithful to that decision. But the thing is, many of us get caught up in the circumstances. We want to say that we see or we believe ourselves to be different. Okay, I made the change in me. I'm going to think positively of my mate. I'm going to see them as this amazing person. I'm going to see it. And as soon as they get off script, we react to the old script and then get mad at the actor. No, you should be mad at the script, not the actor. And why should you be mad at the script? Because you wrote it. But the moment you start reacting to the old state, that state what? Dies. It dissipates. Remember, I'm used the analogy of cutting the head of a chicken off, right? We saw it in cartoons. That's the only time I always seen it because I never seen, a live chicken with a head cut off, right? That it appears to still have life. Even though the head has been chopped off, it's running around as though it has life. But it doesn't have life because the head is gone. Once you chop off the head, it no longer has life, even though it appears to have life. Same thing with your circumstances. Same thing with your relationships. When you've decided to cut it off at the head and give it a new state, even though that circumstance may seem to be alive and well, you have to be like, no, I already changed the script. That's not the script I gave you. So what we do, we don't react to the old state. We don't react to it because that's confirming to yourself that it's no longer true. It's no longer alive. But every time you react to it, what you do, you resurrect it. How are you reacting to something that doesn't exist? Your reaction is confirmation of its existence. Your non-reaction is confirmation that it doesn't exist. Because you can't react to something that does not exist. Impossible. So train yourself not to react to something that is dead, that no longer is alive. And again, if you do, so what? You did. Change it. That's it. This is what I would do. So me being a mom, having teenage kids when I first came into this, and I would say, okay, I'm going to deal with my children differently and not scream and yell so much. And I would find myself doing it. What would I do? I wouldn't go apologize to my children. What I would do is I would recreate the scene and say, well, actually, when they did that, I didn't respond, or I didn't say anything, or I didn't do anything. So even though in reality, I did it. I acted from the old state. When I recognized I acted from the old state, all I did was what? Changed it in my mind. I revised it. I didn't accept. I rehearsed it. I redacted. I re-edited the scene. Where did I re-edit it in? In my mind. I changed it in my mind because that's where everything begins and that's where everything ends. In the mind. Yep. Revision, revision, revision. Revision is your friend.
That's exactly what happened to me. He came back. So he had abandoned me for Christmas, blah, blah, blah. Said his mom was in town. That brought up a lot of triggers because it's like, why am I being hidden? What is going on? And then suddenly came back the day she quote unquote left. And all of my spidey senses were like, I don't think his mom was in town. Turns out, so then he came back. We had a beautiful time, right? Spent the night. It was beautiful. And then I went to his house the next day and saw a bunch of evidence where I'm like, it was his ex. He brought his ex into town because he wanted to see his daughter. Da, da, da. And I asked him several times, and he lied. So yesterday on the phone, my desire was to have a healthy conversation, to be acknowledged, right? And so what I'm saying is I reacted, like, because he was like, yeah, of course I lied to you. And he minimized my pain, and he was super disrespectful. And so all day today, it's just been, that the mind was just so reactive and a lot of like the opposite of grace, right? Which is like, should I have done that or not done that? And just the confusion of like, I thought I was honoring myself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, do you see what I'm saying? Just spiral right back to the old identity. And I felt it. I was like, no, I'm here again. Like, damn it, it's only been a day, right? but
I guess the question you have to ask yourself: why are you with someone you don't trust?
It's this is where I can't find where the addiction actually is. This is why I'm so confused still, which is like, I know that I'm the creator and I am so hell-bent on experiencing the version that I prefer. And so
but let's talk about outside in, right? Because that's how most people want to
Okay.
look at it. They want to look at outside in. So we're going to talk about why are you with someone you don't trust? Because you want to keep making it about him. Okay, let's make it about him. Why are you with someone you don't trust?
He would literally be nodding his head with you right now.
Because you're going to keep reverting back to, okay, he has control, he has the power, you're just a character in his reality, you just a code, you just
it goes
background noise,
Yeah, it goes back to, again, if I'm honest, it's not a preferable answer, but it's the truth for now. The internal experience is watching myself kind of demand him to be the version that I know exists, right? And it's like,
but you're not demanding none of yourself.
To be the
Why
version.
does he got to be certain when you're not? You want him to be something that you're not willing to be? How does that happen? Like, what we doing? What we doing?
Can you go more detailed, like what you mean?
So you're saying, I need him to show up as this person, right? I know he has the love in him. I know he has the commitment in him. I know he has the resolve to be faithful. Are you faithful to yourself? Are you committed to yourself?
Does that go back to the part where it's like any other person would go fuck yourself? This is not good enough?
Say that again. I didn't hear the last part.
Sorry. I said, does this go right back to the part where it's like the change would be where I say, go fuck yourself? This is not good enough for me? And I'm being cheeky in the way I'm wording it.
I get what you're saying.
Is it that? Is it?
Here's the thing. I asked you about you and you made it about him.
Well, I'm just referring to, is it
right? But I need you to sit with that, right? Because
okay,
you want to make it about him, but I'm asking you about you. Are you committed to you? Are you faithful to you? Do you have a standard for you?
That's what I mean. Doesn't that imply, why aren't you because you're like, why are you with someone that isn't basically giving you what you prefer, right?
Right.
So doesn't that go back to like, is the missing thing that the change in me would look like saying, you can't have me if this is how you are?
Okay.
It's a question.
We could put it that way.
I don't want to put it that way.
Oh my God.
I'm just playing the game with you because everyone here that's listening knows this is not about him. Everyone else gets it. It's not about him.
Is it? Are you pointing?
Except for you. Except for you. You're the only one that's still
I'm cringing. I want to run away so bad.
It's all about him. Everybody else know, girl, this is about you and no one else but you.
But do you mean? But do you mean like the internal game being you're observing me, someone be not knowing that they deserve the love they desire, or do you mean literally like in the external reality telling him no? Like, what is it?
It could be both. Here's the thing. When you choose you don't have to tell him anything. I think you want the dramatics of it. Like, I finally was able to tell him, you're not good enough for me. I'm better than this. Like, you want that performative aspect of it.
I don't, but that's the thing, is that never happens because that's not naturally, that's not what's in my heart. I'm not that girl. Like, if I was that girl, I would have slid his tires.
Well, you want the courage to do it.
Right.
So you want to do it. You want to do
Well,
it. You just don't
yeah,
have the
I want
courage
to.
to do
It's
it
almost like I want to watch
because
myself.
you don't want the finality of the relationship. Because here's the thing: why you don't want to change. This is it in a nutshell. Because if you change, he may not be around, and you ain't ready for that. You don't want to be by yourself. Because if you change, what if me changing means that we're not together? You're not ready. You don't want that.
No,
Because you want to be in a relationship more than you want to be happy.
apparently.
Yes, you want to be right. I'm right. He's this. He's that. He's that. Okay, you get to be right, but you ain't happy. So you're right. Everything you said, he's not. You're exactly right.
So then that leads me to, because I do all this inside, right? I go, this is the loop, right? It's like this and then that, and you know this and that. So let's go there where it's like, okay, so let's talk about me third person. And then she finally did it and chose herself and he wasn't around. Then I would go and raise my hand again and go, but don't I create my reality? Don't I choose how he shows up? What do you say to that?
Here's the thing. You're in fear of the unknown. Because we don't know if you would be together or not be together. Because for all I know is that, yes, you wrote the story, you changed, you see him as the knight in shining armor. But the thing is, you're not writing that into your script. You're making it a this or that instead of a both and. This and that. You're making it this or that. So until you decide that your script says we live happily ever after,
You know what's so funny about that truth?
it's not going to be happily ever after.
No, but this is so funny. Because the mirror again is like, when you said this or that, I can hear all the times I'm like, why are you so black or white? Why does it have to be this or that, Lou? Okay. I love being called out. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hello, Mia Slay all day. Mia Slay forever. How are
Mia
you?
Slay all day. You look, you done added a new name.
I know, right? Because I'm making it rhyme. You know how
Look,
I am.
you and your rhymes and your bars and your songs. Let me find out you a rapper.
Girl, maybe in the
Let me
next
find
life. I see you next lifetime.
See? Find out. I swear I can't see nothing but you at a party with a drink. I could just see Toyia.
Yes.
But no, I was listening to the conversation. I was out running errands, coming from work and everything. I was like, let me hurry up because I didn't know how long you had been on. But yes, I'm loving the conversation. I'm agreeing. I'm listening to everybody's stories. And is it voice bells about her and the SP? Yes, been there. And like, it's interesting that your SPs can be your mirror. But yeah. And my special SP, my husband that I'm manifesting, it's very interesting because, and I really like it about him. And I really think it's really special when someone wants you to choose you. And he always tells me to make sure that I love myself. So I'm like, look at my mirror telling me, and it could be him using his mirror. But that's something that's really important because that's how I kind of sabotaged our little dating relationship the first time. Because I didn't love myself enough to know that I deserved a man like him. Because he was the first person I dated after my divorce. And when I dated him, I realized that I would have never married my husband, my ex-husband, if I had dated a guy like him prior.
Okay.
And I always tell women, look, you don't know you want a provider because you ain't never dated one. And when I say provider, I ain't just talking about money. I'm talking about attributes of the kind of man, those characteristics. Toyia know what I'm talking about. So I was like, oh my God, this is the kind of man I want, the kind of husband I deserve, even though I didn't realize I deserved it when I was dating him. It was like a whirlwind. I had never, and you have to kind of understand from my point of view, I never dated. I'm like a whole 20-year-old in a 41-year-old body when it comes to dating, right? Because I met my ex-husband at like 20, 21.
Okay.
He took my whole years.
Okay.
You know, so I got divorced at like what, 38, you know, so 38, 39. So I'm out here in the dating game.
Right. Yeah. Whole new
Right.
world.
And I never dated a lot when I, you know, before I met my ex-husband. So when I dated my SP, I was like, oh, this what I like.
Okay.
This what I want.
All right.
Oh yeah.
What's up?
You know, and it wasn't perfect, of course, but I saw everything how I wanted to be treated. It was great. But I sabotaged the hell out of that. I've forgiven myself for it. I recognized what I did, that it was me, because I didn't love myself to know at that time that I deserved it. You know, I didn't believe that I deserved that kind of treatment, that I deserve a man that checked so many boxes would even want someone like me.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's why I'm trying to, you know, we're rebuilding, and I'm just like, that's my husband.
I know that's right.
And I'm gonna make sure I am the wife that I need to be,
Yeah.
the person that I need to be, to make sure that I get, you know, so not trying to focus so much on him, but focusing on me.
Yes.
So that's super important to me. But it is nice that he is the type of person that really makes it important for me to love myself, have my independence, focus on myself. And that's my husband. That's the kind of husband I want.
Yeah.
So I'm just continuing to speak it, and just to kind of focus on being, you know, healthy, healed, independent, just loving myself in all ways, just across the board. So yeah. So it was kind of interesting listening to her story, and just, you know, sometimes we kind of do that, and, you know, it really falls into self-love.
Yep.
And you have to be accountable for the moments that you realize that you aren't loving yourself the best. And you have to acknowledge that, because you a lot of the things that you do, it's because of what you've done to yourself, kind of. Because you don't really think you deserve it.
That's
Not anymore.
A lot of people don't want to admit.
I deserve everything now.
Right?
I deserve everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I wanted to share. And I was just listening. So it was interesting hearing someone else kind of talk about their relationship woes and how they kind of dealt with that. So yeah.
That identity shift, as they say, and never got to cause a self-concept. So
yes,
your self-concept, how do you see yourself? Yeah.
Yes. And you really be thinking like, oh, I have high self-esteem. I love myself. Because you go to school and you do the right thing, and you're a good kid, and you go to college and you do those things, right? And you think that, or you kind of take care of yourself, right? And you think that that means you love yourself. But I was over 300 pounds at one time. So that was an indicator, you know, and I'm not saying projecting that people who are overweight don't love themselves. But for me,
right, for you,
that was an indication.
Right.
You know, so yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thanks for sharing. Always, always, always. Big Mama, did you want to say something? I saw you unmuted. Then we'll go to La Toxique.
Yeah, I almost kind of lost it a little bit because it was to something that Voice Bells was saying. But I don't know. It's like she reminded me of who I used to be a lot, like a lot, because everything like you say, and I mean this in no bad way. It's just, you know, we're all trying to help here. Every time you used, and it happened with you. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if you even remember. You helped so many people, but and my name changed. At first it was Renee, but every time you told me something, I'd be like, sorry, you saying that if I change, he's not going to be around. He's not going to this. He's not going to that. Like, it is your story. You know, if you change and you decide, hey, to hell with him, I don't want him anymore, then okay, no. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But if you want it, he will be there. You know, that's why these people with husbands, they're not like, oh, either you're going to rise to it or it's going to be somebody else. No, they're choosing their husbands.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
they want their husband.
is. I'm not saying I'm going to get a new one. I'm saying he is the one that I want him to be. Like, what?
Yeah. So I just had to look at it that way. I think it's the fear of you know, if you change, you may not even want that person anymore. You're so content with where you're at because it's predictable. It is very predictable where you know you're at. I don't want to say where I'm at because I'm not saying but you know, I just thought of that, and I just came to this realization like 2 days ago when something big had happened and he ended up walking out. Usually I would chase him down. No, where you going? I just let him walk out. You know, I just, okay, cool, go ahead, go be with who you're gonna be with, do what you want to do. You know, whatever. I'll respect your space, your privacy, but up here, I know that it's gonna, you know, that's malleable. That's not gonna stay the same. I'm writing your script as you walking out the door. I'm getting ready to email you a new script as soon as you get home. You know what I mean? Like you have to you have to think different about your reality. Like you can't if you stay in that old story, that's where you're gonna be at. You can't expect to go nowhere else. But that's pretty much what I was saying, because I kept hearing the same thing that I used to say. I just kept hearing her say the same thing, like, "Oh, is he gonna be there? Is he gonna still be around?" And you know, you like I said, either do it or don't. That's really all I had to say.
Thank you, Big Mama. Thank you. And here's the thing: the whole he walking out the door and got to come back. That's your story too. He got to go try to figure it out. That's your story too. I mean, you writing that drama, but
Yeah.
hey.
I just
Yeah,
want
I
to.
was just realizing that it was something that was, you know, happening. I mean, I guess I pointed out because, of course, it was happening, but I know that it's not end all be all. You know what I mean? Like, I guess I was just saying it to point out the fact of what I would usually do in those situations. But I love myself far more. I'm not going to chase no man down nowhere. You know what I mean? Pick up that pen and that paper, and I'm going to, you know, write a new one because I essentially assigned him that role. I know what I was feeling. I know what I was thinking. I know where my mind was going. So I'm
That's
just
all
gonna.
I'm saying. You thought it, which is why he acted it out.
Hmm.
It didn't happen by accident.
Yeah. So
Nothing is by accident.
yeah, you just have to not fear the unknown. I mean, because you already know. You really already know. This is the
Nothing
thing.
is
You
unknown,
already
right?
know.
Right? It's not unknown unless you say it's not known, right?
Yeah.
The
It's
thing,
more of
what's
the
not
change.
known is how it plays out. That's the part that people want to control. How
Hmm.
how the character shows up. You already wrote the script. You know how they show up. But you want to say, oh, but they, you know, here's the thing. When I say that my husband, I got a good man, I didn't have to write out where a good man does A, B, C, D, all the way to Z. I didn't have to do that. The higher self knows exactly what a good man looks like for me. It is going to be totally different from you. You're going to have a totally different standard. This is not a one size fits all, right? Because what I'm attracted to, what I like, is probably going to be totally opposite of what another woman may be attracted to, what another woman may like, or what another woman may want their husband to do for them. You have to decide what it is that you desire in a mate, and then let that happen. That's how it works.
Question. So, do you think that it's probably not a good idea for people to kind of engage in like discussion panels and podcasts about what they want and talking about? Because I feel like sometimes people foreclose and adopt other people's ideologies of what a good man is or a good woman is or a good relationship is, and you don't have your own. And then, or like, you know, just like people who get advice, and we talked about this last time, like that's why you're not big on like giving advice, right? You have to kind of find what you want. So I think sometimes people talk too much about what they want and people adopt other people's, like, is that really what you want?
Right. Like the roles of a relationship, right? Saying, well, a
Yeah.
woman is supposed to do this and a man is supposed to. What do you mean supposed to?
Yeah.
What do you want to do for your mate?
Right.
What would you want your mate to do for you?
Yeah.
Come together and then let that be, right? Because some people believe, okay, if the man makes the money, he controls the finances.
Right.
I control the finances and my husband makes the money.
Exactly.
That's not right or wrong. That's just how it goes. That's just what works for our household.
because you're the helpmate. So a lot
And
of
then somebody else, like, well, if people have, and it's so funny, have getaway plans just in case it don't work.
you've already planned for the worst.
These emergency escape routes. Let me make sure I got emergency fund. Make sure I got some money here just in case what? You're already deciding that it ain't gonna work. And then wonder why. It's not the love of a lifetime.
You want to know what's a good example in entertainment world?
Go ahead.
Todd and Candy.
Mm.
From the gate, they made
Yeah.
him a user. They made him all these things. And 10
Well, the fact
years
that they dramatized the whole prenuptial agreement, right? Because we don't know if that was something that actually took place, but for the TV, y'all want to portray like he had a problem with it.
I mean, he's
I mean, the fact
exactly
that
who
you
they
already planning for, well, just in case it don't work.
Well, they said it was a team that Todd came up with to come to them with the bullshit. So now Todd had a scheme. He coming up with them the bullshit. So he's exactly who they said he was going to be. So there you go.
There you go. Hey, I don't know. Hey, Latoxic. How are you?
Good evening. How are you doing?
Great.
I came up actually, I think, to respond to something Voice Bells had said, and then I forgot what I was going to say, and I think everyone else had said pretty much what I was going to say anyway, so
Okay.
just ended up coming to say hi.
Hi.
That was
Yeah,
all.
we can get a little long-winded up here.
No, you're good. You're good. It was perfectly fine. I didn't need to, what I was going to say had already been said, so.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, thing is that I guess you can go. Here's the thing: there's no wrong or rightness when it comes to what you want to do in life, right? If you feel like, yes, I'd love to go and put my 2 cents in when it comes to these panels about love and marriage or love and relationships, right? You have to do what's best for you because at the end of the day, there's no wrong or right, right? But like Neil was saying, know what you want and don't let other people try to make you think everybody, like this is you got to get consensus on your relationship. Like, why are you getting consensus on your relationship? It's your relationship. If you don't know what you want, maybe you shouldn't be in one. But hey, again, some people feel like they have to try relationships on like their clothes to see what fits. It ain't right or wrong if that's what you want to do, right?
That's how you end up with a closet full of stuff. Oh.
I mean, again, I'm not here to tell somebody they're doing something wrong. I'm nobody's judge and jury. You're your own judge. You're your own jury. You have to determine what's right for you. But the thing is that you keep saying it's wrong for you, yet you're still in it. That's the part that you have to ask yourself. You have to have a come to Jesus moment. Why do I keep settling for less? Why do I keep settling for less?
I have an answer for that because it's the thing that's been coming up as I hear you guys speak, and it's so cringy. And it sounds like this. I don't believe, that I can have what I want. And I notice that it's like it all rides on this because if you don't give it to me, and then the plethora of reasons why, right? I'm too old for this. I'm too tired. It's not, no, right? It's got to be, you got to, come on, hurry up. Hurry up and do the thing, right? So just so you know, a little bit of exposure there. Just that's what's coming up is that awareness, right? Very cringy, but important. I don't know how to turn that around, but because it's just super loud.
Can I respond to that just quickly?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that in general, I would say that the experience that you're having with this person he is not the only person that's giving you whatever you feel like you're getting from him. Like there's
How did you know
how many
that?
billions of people on the planet, right? There's billions of people on the planet. There's lots of good men out there, and good men who can also give you what you're looking for. Like sometimes good men just aren't a good fit. Sometimes you just don't fit, even if the person is a good person. But yeah,
It's just so amazing you said that because is it Toyia?
Yes.
Okay, good. Woo! Because I'm so bad with names. It's so amazing because where we started was one of her first questions to me was, do you believe there's something wrong with you? And that what you just shared is like highlighted that again, but it's amazing how I've returned to that. It was like how you saw that in a way I couldn't, which is immediately all these stories pop up. It's like you know how it is internally, it's hard to explain, but it's like you look outward and then there's all this visual, and it's like something about like, why would it's around that, like something's wrong with me because I'm so weird. Like, you know what I mean? I was born in a forest. I was a singer my whole life, traveling the world. Do you mean I'm not normal? And I can't imagine it. It's like, why any guy, like I'm so different. You know what I'm saying? I'm so free. And I'm
it could
so
also
like,
just be a sunk cost fallacy. Sometimes when you put enough energy and time into something, you feel like you're losing that energy and time that you invested.
bam,
Even if you feel like
this
it's
is why I
not.
love women, by the way. All of us are fucking oracles and like just bam. Bam. Yes, please continue. Yes. It's that. I mean, 7 years. Like I gave up my
Sometimes it's just
whole
that.
life for
Sometimes it's
him.
just like you feel like you put so much time and energy into something, you feel like you're losing that or missing out on that or wasted that time and energy. And just because you decided to move on from something doesn't mean it was wasted.
And also the
If
age
that's what
thing,
you
right?
decided to
Because
do.
like
If
now
that's
I'm in
what you
my
decided to do.
40s. It's like yes, you're so spot on.
But what if he's blocking you from your real love and you got to let that go? And you're like not letting it go, and it's like keeping you from something more.
And then we go back to more oracle wisdom that was shared, which is like right back to the fear of the unknown, right? It's like
Because I'm 41 too,
I heard you.
and
Yeah.
divorced. So we know what Kevin Samuels said, that we're in no man's land. Okay, but we don't subscribe to that. Because sometimes we look at the opposite as nothing, right? You either have something or the opposite is nothing. But there is nothing because you always have yourself. So there is nothing. And the best way to receive the love that you deserve is to give it to yourself first. And when you engage in self-care and you love yourself and you show yourself and you live that, it's mirrored back to you. People treat you right. It's just mirrored back to you. So I think it starts with loving yourself, being able to be alone and being happy in it, engaging in self-care and just doing those things. But it's not like being alone is the other side of it. It's just being able to be alone and being happy and just being still and waiting for whatever's coming to you. But he could be blocking it.
Right. And so, I have a question for you since you spoke on the self-love. How do you contextualize that? Because a lot of people
Yeah.
struggle with, well, how do I self-love? What does that
So
look like from a practical standpoint?
So for me, my self-care is like whole body, right? So I engage in things that nurture my mental health. I engage in things that take care of my physical health. I engage in things that keep me disciplined. So I try to make sure that I keep my living space tidy, that I keep up with my daily chores, that I do things, that I take care of my one living kitty cat. My girl passed. So kind of taking care of myself, doing my hair, the things I like to do for myself, keeping my physical appearance up is something that I've always done. So those are kind of things that I nurture, making sure I maintain my relationships, staying close to family, doing things for my father, and then I just go, once a month I go get a massage, so I kind of do things, for myself
That are enjoyable to you. That's
that are
loving you,
enjoyable to me.
doing the things that you enjoy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
There
I
you
do
go.
not
So that's what we
overwork.
have to ask ourselves. Are we doing the things that we enjoy, or are we waiting for a man to show up in order to do it?
I go
And
out.
many people do, right? I can't go to the show by myself. I can't go out to eat. I can't go travel. I can't because I don't have anyone to share that with.
Yes, I plan my life. I still travel. I go see family. I go out, whether socially with girlfriends or I'll go out by myself. Just kind of living life and enjoying life, you know, and just do what I enjoy, you know. And I promise, you know, loving yourself is addictive. You know, and I promise you it'll just make you feel good, and people love to see you loving yourself. And I promise you the SPs that gonna come, they're gonna be like, oh, she got to go. Oh, I got to come correct because this lady right here loves herself. I can't treat her bad because she loves herself and she's by herself and she loves herself. So she's okay with being by herself. So I can't do her any kind of way. You know,
and let me just say this, Mia. I don't know if you remember a couple of weeks ago, someone was saying, you need to do a SP or relationship lab. Here you go. If y'all looking for the relationship lab.
And you know what? And that
this
goes
is
with
it right
friendships
here.
too. Friendships too.
We manifested it, yep.
Your
Friendships,
friendships,
yep.
all your relationships, your family relationships, how you love yourself is how you interact with people as well. Your forgiveness. And also when you show love to yourself and love to others, you get more grace. You get more forgiveness. You forgive others, others forgive you. You get more grace in just life, you know. And I promise you, it's just like.
And so Voice Bills asked a question about finances with self-care.
For me, and I'll just close out what I do as far as finances. I work to make the money that I want to make to live the life I want to live. I don't save for rainy days. I don't save for disasters. I save to do the stuff I want to do.
Right, but what if someone's in a position, what she's saying, what someone's in a position to not be in that financial space? People
Like,
think that they can't.
like if they're like financial hardship.
Yeah.
I would say live within your means as comfortably as you can. Try to do what you can to live the way you want to live that would make you happy.
Because here's my thing, it's not what
But
you
don't
do
make
outwardly.
money.
It's not what you do outwardly, it's what you do inwardly, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
so here's the thing. We think that the love comes from what we do, but it comes from what we say. And how we think of ourselves, we will express it in a wonderful way. And it won't have to, finances won't even have to be in the equation, right?
Yes.
So you're saying, oh, I really am an active person. I like to do so. Well, there's ways to find free stuff. It
Yes.
costs you nothing to go to the park, to sit by water, to dine yourself at your house. You got to eat anyway, right? Make it like it's like you out, like, right? Make it like you're dining out.
Yeah.
Do a place setting. Give you some fake flowers, like you find you a plant, something like get a candle, put on some music, music that you really enjoy, a meal you really enjoy, a meal that you really cook well, or maybe you want to eat out that day because you actually do have money to eat out that day and plate it. There are so many ways to do things that don't cost a whole lot of money.
And let me tell you, I'm blessed
to show yourself that you love yourself.
I'm blessed to earn I would say a good living for the general population. But I'm gonna tell you something. I love to dress and I love clothes, and that's why I love Shein. And that's how I take care of myself. I shop affordable. Shein is the best thing since sliced damn bread. Oh my damn. Because I buy so much clothes and it's affordable and they be fly and I be out there fly stepping, looking like money in my Shein. Okay.
Yes, I know. Yes.
So I get to buy clothes in abundance that are affordable. I want some bags. I go to the Michael Kors outlet. Give me the Coach. I don't need the Louis V. No knock to women who buy those things. But for me, I like nice things and to look nice, and I do it in an affordable way. It's the energy and the essence when you put that shit on. It don't matter.
Yep.
Right?
I make the clothes don't make me.
The most Expensive things that I
Just
wear is
Angela
probably a
was
wig.
typing it, and I just said it. I just said it just as she put it up on the screen. That's funny.
So, and that's the difference. So I'm not talking about people who have a lot of money and they can afford those things, but people who go out and buy things because they think that that's going to make them look and feel and be socially accepted a certain way. Some people ain't happy. They probably broke and they're struggling and scratching and surviving. No, my Shein card is full. If I want to go to a concert, take a trip, and I don't want to spend all that money in my account, I'm going to put that on a firm. Yeah, we're going to put it firm. We're going to boost our credit and we're going to break that trip up, and we're not going to go drain. You know what I'm saying? You're going to do things that are smart. You're going to live your life. And that's kind of how you do things that are financially smart, and that's within your lifestyle. And
Because who are you trying to impress? You.
Who are you trying to impress?
Other than yourself.
We
Love
both
you.
at
Do
the
the
Chris
things that
Brown
you love,
concert.
right?
We
Yeah.
both at the Chris Brown concert together. You might have affirmed your ticket, and this person might have paid cash. We're there together.
Yep. Think about what you like. And here's the thing. It's not about, we got to take money out of the equation, right? This is where the law of assumption comes in. This is living in the end. You're supposed to see yourself as being the person already and taking the money out of the equation, because the money is the limitation. The moment you put money in the equation, you limited yourself, because you're saying the only way I can experience this thing, I have to have money, and that simply isn't true. If it's necessary for you to have the money will show up. It has to. Because remember, you're God. You're the creator. The world realigns to you. You don't align to it. All these people telling you how you got to get in alignment, you got to get in. No, if you're God, you're commanding reality to shift itself to you. You're not trying to, be all discombobulated trying to match the world. No. The world conforms to you. It always confirms you. That's what you have to remember. So if you're saying, loving myself will be on a Honolulu beach in Hawaii and looking at the palm trees and seeing the beautiful Pacific Ocean, because, imagine yourself there. That costs you nothing to go to sleep in Hawaii tonight. It don't cost you nothing but attention. But for some people, that's a high price to pay. They don't want to pay to focus. It costs too much. Costs too much to pay attention. That price is way too steep for some folks. That's why you get to stay just exactly where you at.
Oh, and another thing, another good way to show yourself self-love, and I'm gonna be quiet. When you're on social media,
no, we having a conversation, girl.
But I think Big Mama wanted to jump in.
Okay.
But if you're on social media and you engage in a lot of social media, don't watch other people's stuff too much. Watch yourself. If you post on your stories and stuff, watch your own story. Be like, girl, you was cute today. What you up?
I know that's right.
Don't get too caught up.
I listen to my own videos. Yeah. I be like, oh, girl, you ate that. You ate that message. Oh my goodness, let me listen to that man. I listen to my own messages. I'm like,
big yourself.
Oh, you said that, Toyia. Girl, teach, girl. You dropped it on them. Oh my goodness, yes.
Do your own little photo shoot.
Because I can listen to myself. Some people are like, I can't listen. No, I can listen to myself. I watch me.
That's good. I
listen to myself.
That's good. That's really good. Because as soon as I be watching your videos, I get to my part. I cut it off. Let me.
Do you?
Let me get past me.
I watch me. I'm like, ooh.
I think that's, comparison, social media, it can get kind of like crazy. Take care of your algorithm. If there's a lot of negativity, make sure you are in control of what is on your algorithms. You got too many gossip blogs, too many negative stuff. Unfollow, take care of what's in your algorithm. It's okay to unfollow that friend that's posting negative shade all day. That's it.
I unfollowed a few already.
If they talking about Trump all day, unfollow.
Go ahead, Big Mama.
Okay, and just to chime in a little bit, I was also going to say, you can't be too addicted to advice as well, because people are going to tell you what's true for them. If you want something, you want something. If you want it specifically, you want that specifically, and you can have that. But the more that you know, I guess, consume content and ask for advice and stuff like that, you're not being the, I am, or the, I don't know if that's how y'all say it.
Not how we say it, like you said, it's how you say it.
Yeah, the I am. So it's, you can't really, and once again, with the, you can have this or something better. That's if you choose. If you want this to be that something better, it can be that. If you feel like that man is holding up the line for your husband, he holding up the line for your husband. Everything that you say is true.
Yes.
And that's just is what it is. You may not want it, but it's true. You said it. You wrote that. You know what I mean? So it's just about stepping into your, your power and knowing your role.
And
So
your
yeah,
role is God.
yeah.
And here's the thing, people don't want to assume the position. What position are you going to play? Too many times you're playing the position that you are God, which means that everything has to listen to your command. You are head bitch in charge. You are the CEO, CFO of your life.
Yeah.
But you keep playing the background. You can do that too.
That's because
Life is
grandma and them taught us, oh, don't rely on the man for nothing. Keep your own money, and you got a plan for a rainy day, and oh, this man doing that, leave him alone. Go get you a new one, like, and oh, this money situation not working out, go do this. Like, they teach you so many things out of lack, and so many things out, like, planning for failure, pretty much, like waiting for a man in the sky. And this, hold on, wait. This is another thing that I asked my mom the other day, and mind you, she has dementia. So the fact that she even know about manifestation, it kind of like blew my mind. Yeah, it blew my mind. And I used to always say, like, they say God is everywhere at once. Why? Well, how is he everywhere? You know what I mean? At once, how is he answering everybody's requests at once? You know what I mean? I've always questioned that as well, and I'm like, wouldn't that mean that we're all God of our reality if he's everywhere at once? Don't the Bible say that he's within us as well? Like, I've always questioned that part of it too. Like, because I know I can't be everywhere at once, like physically. I can't be with you, her, him, and everybody in this life. I can't do that. You know what I mean? So it has to be about like consciousness. I've always questioned a lot of things. And it's funny because it's a lady on here that, like, she has a I gotta find her page, but she was like, the Bible sounds like, God loved you so much that he gave his only son, and burnt up for it, and because he gave you a sin that he didn't want you to have, so now you're paying for the sin that he gave you that he don't want you to have. Like, she was basically breaking down how the Bible sounded, and it sounded pretty much crazy when you looking at it from a literal point of view. And that was funny to me as well. But
No, really, it sounds so crazy and confusing.
yeah, like, how do you love me, but you made me in sin, and you
What's
supposed
that
to
lady name? The videos? I want to watch these videos.
you could type it in the search bar. You could put God loved me so much that he, burnt you up for it, and it'll pop up. I can't even remember her name.
Oh, I've seen her videos because I think she's a therapist, I believe.
I think
And
so.
she used to be, I think she went to divinity school. She used to teach. She used to be a Christian.
I feel like
I've seen, because sometimes she used to do Trump too, right?
Yeah,
Then she used to do Trump too. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, she be breaking it down. Everybody asks her to break down the stories. And so she takes the stories, but she still come from the literal perspective of the story and showing you how if you take it literal, it just don't make sense. Like,
Yeah.
right.
This is how I used to upset my mother so much, asking questions in the religion, because I'd be like, wait a minute. 1 John 4:8 says God is love, but he wants to kill me if I say fuck? Like, what?
Yeah.
And how is a man-made word a curse word?
But I just mean, it was like it was a little girl. I was just always questioning everything. I'm like, this is not adding up, Mom. Like, I can't imagine any scenario where this God of love would want to, like, kill me. Like, that's pretty gnarly.
Right. One thing I know for sure, in 1988, 87, when I was old enough, when they first told me about the Bible. I thought it was stupid then. As a little girl, 3 or 4, when I first, when you first in Bible school, when I first heard about all this, I was just like,
It was the same for me. I was
this
always
sounds
asking
kind of
this.
dumb. And I had questions. And of course, as you all probably experienced, you were shushed. And then I was like, well, why am I shushed? Why is this off limits? In every other aspect of the world, questions are okay, except for this huge, important thing.
Because they can't answer it.
That was what was so upsetting for them,
question.
was because they pride themselves on, this is different because you can ask us questions. So I asked the questions, and boy, did it cause an uproar because they couldn't answer it.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of people are built like they need to follow somebody or something. They have to have faith in something besides themselves.
But
They
and
need a
yourself is
leader.
demonic.
Yep,
You're
they
satanic
need.
if you worship yourself and you love yourself. We're not worshiping yourself. You're loving yourself, and that's demonic.
Yeah. But we have to believe that somebody outside of us is we got to believe that somebody outside of us put us here on earth, you know what I mean, and gave us their will, told us what we gonna do with our lives, but gave us other desires, and we go burn up because we desiring something. But you made me, so you knew what I was gonna desire when you put me down here. So why you burning me up for wanting to, having me desire? So you what I mean? Like, it's not making sense to me.
But
So
it's so funny, and I know Toyia doesn't want us to get to like judging.
Wait, hold on, guys. I'm doing a transaction. I told you my husband made wood products, so I'm talking to somebody on Facebook. So I keep calling. I know YouTube is like, what's going on? Because I keep leaving YouTube because I'm talking on my phone, and so that's why I'm really not paying attention to y'all. I kind of hear you, but don't really hear you because I'm making a business transaction.
Okay.
Not a business transaction. You say she getting a 2-for-1.
I know.
But yeah,
and I keep going back. I keep going back to YouTube, but they still on here. So 3 more people enjoying since I've been texting.
But the funniest thing is, it's so funny that people get offended when you say that you're God, but then they send you to hell. So aren't you God, acting like you God? You telling me I'm gonna go to hell, like you God? But when I say I'm God, I'm demonic, and that's wrong. But all people do is send you to hell. I don't know.
And then, like in the church houses, they said that God flooded the earth for people. I guess, am I right for being GAY? Or whatever the case may be. They said this. This is what they taught me. But there's people out here that unalive and all kind of other stuff. But you go to the people who, for their sexuality, and you want to burn and flood, and so that's another thing that didn't make sense. Like, it's just so many things in the Bible that don't make sense. And my pastor been begging me to come back to church, and I'm just like, man, like
I be in church I went to church for Christmas when I went to South Carolina. And it's just so amazing. I just be looking, I'll be like, oh my God, this is so funny. And the preacher was like preaching, and then I guess he wasn't getting what he needed, so he started to rev it up, and he started singing and doing the thing. And I was like, oh, did he practice it? Like, I wondered, like, was he at home practicing this in the mirror? And then he started running up and down the aisle, and he started like tagging people, hitting people. I'm like, oh God, let me look away, because I don't want him to come tag me, because I'm not participating in that way. I'm just standing here, and he's running up and down the aisle, and he's, and God, I'm just like, it's so funny to me. Just because I'm just like, this sermon could be a lecture. You really don't have to do all this sweating and running and jumping and, and
they call it the Holy Ghost.
I just feel like, no, you're just trying to like make us be emotional. You're trying to pull it out of us.
He needed your energy.
Manipulating.
Okay, so what we talking about? We talking about the Christian narrative?
No, I went to church. I went to church during Christmas, and it's just a different experience being in church now. And now I understand why my dad used to sleep in church all the time when I was a kid. Because now I be in church like, when is this over? And it's just different observing all the things that happen in church, and how I don't feel uplifted when I'm at church. I feel very somber. I feel very, get me out of here.
Well,
there. And it does, everyone feels, it's like they're begging and they're just hoping that one day, it's just a whole different experience. And I'm just glad I'm not a kid anymore, and I'm not forced into all day Sundays, and I'm not forced in Bible study, and I'm not forced in the choir rehearsal, and I paid my dues, and I'm glad for the foundational church. But man, when I used to lose my whole Sunday, that used to bother me when I had to go to 3:00 service and morning service and Sunday school.
But have you listened to the typical like church song though, and why it make you feel so depressed? It tells you you're not enough for this person, and it don't even be relationships. It tells us that we're basically nothing compared to God. Like, so you're still telling yourself you're nothing. You're still telling yourself that you can't compare to something. You're still telling yourself that you need something. You're still telling yourself that you're so low and you're so down, and you're waiting for him to come and touch you on the forehead so you could rise up, and you're waiting, and you're sad and you're depressed. Like, this is what all the church music leads to and says. Like, that's why I cut that off too.
Well, my cousin, he's a Jehovah's Witness, and he said that everyone's going to rise up like Thriller.
Dude, that's what I was raised in, was JWs.
Yeah, they're
So
going to rise
basically,
up.
you're
and everybody gonna
trash
be
and
like
you're lucky
Thriller.
to even be alive.
Like
So
dancing.
don't want for anything, because you're lucky to even have life, right?
So was your parents a part of the Stay Alive in 75?
Oh my
Boys
God.
Bells?
I'll tell you this much. This is pretty intense.
I thought that was wild when I
I
heard
love
about
that
it.
you know
I was
about
like, not
this.
Stay Alive in 75, and everybody had
You
to sell their homes
understand
and give their
people's-
money to the church.
You understand people sold their houses and everything, right? Like,
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
People sold their houses and gave it to the church.
Ain't
My
nobody
answer-
more
Money to the
dedicated than a
church.
Jehovah's Witness. Ain't
my
nobody.
answer to that is that by 7, I had my awakening. And it was through, they had what's called book study. So different families had it at their house on Tuesdays, right? Instead of at the Kingdom Hall. The irony is, like, my dad was a sociopath that beat the crap out of all of it. You know what I mean? It was like so wrong in so many directions, but I was meant to be awake anyway in this lifetime, right? So by 7, it happened. And what happened is I was shown everything. It was so much for my little brain. So on the outside, it looked like my little girl was having a nervous breakdown. But really, I was shown everything. So by 7, I knew I needed to escape. But to answer your question, since that age, I genuinely never, because I had my programming, right? Like, this is the power of programming. It was since birth. So I genuinely lived my entire life with the assumption that I would never live past 18. And this is my biggest struggle, is I feel it's like, even sharing on here, it's why I don't consume content or anything like that. It's like, because it's so nuanced. Everyone is so nuanced, right? So my thing is, my programming, my identity was based on never preparing for a future, right? So money falls into that. It's a huge aspect, right? It's like there would be no life because I can't follow your rules. I can't. And then I had my own relationship with, like, Jesus specifically, right? Because we were so abused that, like, if I didn't have Jesus, I don't even know what I would do, right? That the Christed consciousness was alive in me. But then I was raised by these psychopaths, right? But fully aware of it. So I'm just saying, yes, they were part of all of it.
Okay.
And what was so interesting, based on I forget which of you were saying, oh yeah, Slayer, who, like, went back to church, right? And you, like, that whole experience of revisiting, right? Being awake. I had that a few times where I was like, what the. For me, it was like, wow, it's the same bloody dialogue. Like, it's the same talk. For me, it was, we had to be there on Sunday evenings. We had to be there on Tuesday evenings, on Thursday evenings, and then Saturday, since I was 5 years old, knocking on your friends' doors, right? It was just brutal. But what was so interesting is watching, so I went to England for 15 years, right? Like, so coming back and seeing that, like, they had made, like, Jehovah's Witness TV, like, the propaganda got so intense, right? And then I was like, so you guys, like, I was watching them move the date, and watching it get vaguer and vaguer, you know what I mean? Where I'm like, you guys, they're still falling for this? Where it's so blatant that they were struggling to keep up with themselves, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know, Voice Bells, there's a lot of forgiveness you have to do. The more I hear you talk.
Okay.
You're holding on to a lot of what happened in your childhood. The way you describe your parents. I want you to not call them the terminology you use. Not to say not. I'm just saying to help you, to release you, to free you, right?
Okay.
To
I more feel
free you, because I
sorry for
want you
you.
to free. I want you to be free in this life right now, because it's available to
Well,
you.
because it did cost me a mom and a dad, and like, right, they're afraid of me. Like, they think I'm a witch. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they literally think I'm a Satanist,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
very sad to me.
yeah. And because here's the thing: is like the Bible talks about forgiveness and repentance, right? And they go hand in hand. Because what is repentance? To change your mind. What is forgiveness? To let go of the past. Well, how do you let go of the past? You got to change your mind. So they go together. They get on. They two peas in a pod.
Mm-hmm.
They right there together. And so that's how you know you love, because you can forgive and forget. Because there is no forgiveness without a forgetfulness.
Ooh, I like that.
You cannot remember the past and say that you forgave it. Impossible. You have to let it go. So here's the thing. You say you see everybody as God except your parents?
No, it's more like I usually do things inside out, so I don't feel angry at them. I feel really sad
No,
for them
no,
because
the question wasn't if you were
oh,
angry at them. The question
oh,
was, you see everybody but God except your parents?
it's more like because I don't have contact. It's more like when I look, it's all I know is I just kept really strong
Well,
about like
not why you don't, is that you don't. So you're telling me why you can't. And I'm
yes.
saying that you don't. But they're God. They're just God in the
Oh, see
form.
them as God, see them as God.
They're just
Oh,
God in the form
yeah, I see it as like their God's been hijacked.
they're God
Yeah.
asleep. They're God
Yes.
asleep. That's
Yes,
it.
that's how I see it. Like I'm not
They're
angry.
God with dementia.
That's
They're
literally how I
forgot. They
see it.
got
It's like
Alzheimer's. They don't
so
know who they are, right? That's what we say when people don't remember who they are. We say they have dementia or Alzheimer's, right?
that's
That's what's
how I
going
see it.
on, right? So
Yes, and I've been
then
really.
if you know that, you would not describe them in the way you did.
What
I
did I
know
say?
you called them psychopaths.
Oh, well, I mean, my dad's killed several people, so like, yeah, he's a psychopath. But
I
he's not the
mean,
religious. My mom,
he played, here's the thing, he played the part he was given. He still got, regardless of what you say, he still got, he played the part that he was given in that state of fear, unknowing, not knowing who he is. He played
yeah.
the role, the hand that was dealt to him.
With
Right?
my parents, it's
Right. So here's the thing. I don't want, you don't have to divulge too much. I'm
yeah.
just saying, in order to free you.
Yeah, I count it as a loss. Like it's just a thing that's never going to happen. And for me, I'm like, I want them to stay exactly where they are because that's where they feel
So the
safe.
point I was getting to was like, I don't
Okay.
want you. We didn't need to know the intricacies of your relationship with them or the things that they've done
Free
in their past
myself.
or in their life. It's about freeing yourself, because you
Yeah.
made the statement of 8 when you feel like there will be no life after 18, and I'm saying your life would not be the same after 18. It was not about a physical death; it was about a spiritual death,
Oh, totally.
right?
I got to that
But you're not
later.
embracing the spiritual um, resurrection. I need you to experience the life you do have, not the life you don't have.
Would you believe me if I told you that it's happened several times and then this what is that sound?
Oh, I told you I was doing a transaction, so I keep getting
Are you making money
notifications.
right now?
Yes, yes.
Let me get a straw. Let me get a straw.
I'm thinking the live did something. I'm looking at the numbers like, did we hit the new number or something?
And I got a new phone, and and my notifications changed. So I'm like, I need a new notification that's like louder. I was getting all these soft little, that's what they got programmed in the phone, and I was like, ooh, charge sounds really good. That's what charge it. So I said, let me use that. And you're all just hearing that, because I could turn it down where you wouldn't be so. I could put it on mute, right, so it isn't disruptive.
I'm just choosing to see it like you're my mirror of abundance.
Yes. Yes. But here's the thing. The beauty of this life is you don't have to do anything I say. You don't have to do nothing I say. I'm just saying, if you want that freedom in your mind, that peace that you're looking for, you're gonna have to release the past.
Yeah,
But you
I
don't
think
have to. You don't
it's
have to. It's not again, there's no ultimate judgment in your life, right? You
yes.
get to have whatever life you want to have.
It's more
But
like
I
I
just
wish I had
know that the
family.
freedom comes from release. When you
So
can let
how do you release the like I don't feel like I'm hung up on anything it's more like
Yeah,
when
because
I'm
here's the thing. Your past has everything to do with your present right now. Because you make it your present. Because
so
how
what
you deal with men is how you saw your father, because you never forgave your
totally. It's
because you
it's
never forgave your father. You never freed your father from the fact that he didn't know who the hell he was. You think he knew when he didn't. He didn't know he was God. He thought that there was something after him. He thought that in order to have control and manipulate his life, he had to take people out. Because if it was either them or him. Either he was going to be taken out of here or they had to be taken out of him. It wasn't that they could still be here and he feel no one like attack or feel like he was safe. He only felt safe if these people weren't present physically anymore. But that comes from a mind that don't know who they are. And so there is a script that says when Jesus was on the cross, what did he say as he was being crucified? Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they're doing. And I'm not saying this justifies anything. I'm telling you that if you understand that there is no ultimate judgment in this life, that we're all playing characters in this play, then ain't don't none of this that God, if God is consciousness, which means God is playing every part, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
I completely understand all of it.
Who are we blaming?
No, it's like so over the years just know that I was the one who would come back and I would like I've held intimate spaces with all of them in
Yeah.
this
I'm not
forgiveness.
saying you have to be in any type
It's
of relationship with them.
no, I
You
know,
don't
I
have to be in
know.
a relationship to forgive.
No,
Never assume that forgiveness means that I now have to be your best
I
friend.
totally
Now that means
understand.
we have to break bread.
It's
Now that
more
means I
like
have to come visit you.
no, I know.
It just means
And I
that
won't.
I don't hold any judgment
It's
anymore.
more like when I hear others share, right? And it's the
Mhm.
self-love thing. Like, please hear this. It's more to the fact of like even as Miss Slayer was saying, like you know, when like healthy looks like being close to your family, being close to your friends, right? Self-care. And it's those moments where I'm like, damn it, because I wish I could exercise that, right? But there's no family and there's no friends out, right? Because I'm isolated now that I came here and there's no money. It's that. It's more like it's more of a self-judgment. It's rather than outward yet again, where it's like, oh, I'm the freak who doesn't have family, right? I can't go to anyone with at the holidays or like for advice or do you get what I'm saying? It's more of a self judgment. Rather like for them, I've shown so much compassion. I genuinely feel sorry for them. It makes my heart sad for them because they're suffering. Not it's more of a self judgment that comes inward. Do you see what I'm saying? Because I can't exercise in a healthy way outwardly like I wish I could. And then do you see how then the emphasis on partner and their family becomes so much more important, right? Because I was always the adoptee. And then if you reject me, now I'm alone in the world. And it's that aloneness I'm afraid of, not physically being alone, because I love my alone time. Let me tell you, you can ask him. It's that right there. If I'm fully transparent, it's I'm alone in the world. It's that fear. So
So
just
you're right, because you don't see yourself as enough, which is what Mia was saying earlier. There's no such thing as being alone if you always have yourself. But you don't see yourself as being enough. You don't see yourself as being sufficient. You don't see yourself as I'm all there is. And the other people are just there because of me.
that's the lack
Any,
of spiritual not embodiment that I am, that you are seeing right there.
And you have to understand that they don't really exist. It's really just you.
yeah.
Hence
Because
why I say I'm
have
like obviously not
family.
embodied.
No,
Right?
really, because just you and I have family, but 90, and I'm still working on feeling safe in the world. I have to give myself a pep talk every day that I am safe, that I am not under attack.
It's that girl. I just don't feel safe.
So,
Yeah.
and And me not feeling safe has absolutely nothing to do with my parents and my upbringing. It has to do with everything after. But that has to do with the world, me letting go of the world and knowing that how can God not feel safe when you're in control? Ain't nothing against you. So
Like,
I have to give myself a pep talk almost every day. Ain't nothing against you. You're safe
I love
because
that.
you're you.
Like, now we're at the root. Now we're at the root,
You
right?
are safe. You
Yeah,
feel unsafe in the world. And being unsafe can be very mild, like me, or mild to mid, to extreme, like your father, who took his feeling unsafe in extreme measures and got rid of people.
I
Some
love that
people,
you hit
some
upon
some
that
people,
safety.
some
I love that.
people don't have friends because they don't feel safe, so they don't get hurt.
Yeah.
Some people get in relationships with people who they already know gonna hurt them, so they know what to expect. Some people don't feel safe doing what they know they should do because they're afraid to be, you know what I'm saying? But being not feeling safe is the root. I know
Is the
that
root.
that's the root of my issue.
You see how that then manifests into
When
like,
I go to work
just
in the
stay
morning,
and
when
give me
I'm
a
driving
hug,
to work in the morning, I have to tell myself, Mia, you're safe. You're not under attack by anyone, by the world. You're in control. You are the operant power. So I can go into work, into life, and be my best self because I am safe.
I love that we hit upon that. It's beautiful. And then thank you for
Just like the last incident on the live, I didn't feel safe. That was a reaction to me not feeling safe. Okay? So you have to know that you are safe. You ain't no, who gonna do something to you?
Yeah, we understand everybody is different
So
levels of
Yeah.
accountability. And so, we can't make someone take accountability, right? We can talk to our heads fall off. What I don't want to keep doing is having this conversation about fighting for limitations. Because guess what you do? You get to have them. I'm not trying to
right.
take away your limitations. You get to keep them. So if every time I say something, you got to butt in, keep it. That's where the conversation has to end. Because now it's just falling on deaf ears, and now we're just talking in circles. And until you're ready to accept total responsibility for your life, you're never going to have total control of your life. It's just how it goes. We got to be willing to accept total accountability. But if you don't want to, you get to play that part too. No harm, no foul. You're just going to be somebody that's always going to be complaining about never getting what you want out of life. You get to play that role. Have fun with that. That's all I say. Have fun with it. Let it do what it do. But, you can't keep going and, like we've talked about this for almost the whole time I've been on this live. And so until you're ready to be different, nothing's going to change. And what I've come to realize, some people just ain't ready to be different. And that's okay. Because I'm not here to change nobody. I'm here to tell you what the law says. You either have to apply it or not. Those are your options. I get to apply the law or I don't. Or I get to limit myself. So you either unlimit yourself or you keep operating in limitation. Yep, accountability is the highest form of self-love. Yep. That's it. So, but I know sometimes that's a bridge too far for a lot of people. I'm not ready to, I have to have someone to blame. I have to have a scapegoat. I have to keep my devils. Some people want to keep their devils. All right, keep your devil. It's okay. You can wrestle with them all night long. Because as long as you don't let them go, they're gonna stay right with you. They're gonna sleep with you, they're gonna eat with you, they're gonna walk with you, they're gonna talk with you. But it's time to level up. It's time to level up and let go. and embrace yourself. Like truly, truly decide that you're going to love yourself or not. Again, you always got a choice because it's all a play. It's all imagination. Oh, I thought I turned it down and it's still. So, my true desire is that you do take this truth, and that the reason you're here is because you're ready to receive it. Not that it's all going to make sense on this live, right? Like the young lady said earlier, she came in, heard some things, and then sat with it, and then decided to apply it, right? So it right now in this moment, it may sound really good, it may be, but for whatever reason, it's still not penetrating. Sometimes you got to sit with yourself, right? And shut out the noise and really be honest with yourself and really decide what it is that you want. You may have to decide that, you know what? No matter how crazy life may be, I'm just not ready for change. And that's okay. That's okay. No one's judging you. The only person judging you is you. That's the only person that's judging you. No one else cares what you're really doing with your life because no one else gets to live your life. And the only reason they're judging you is because you decided that they do. Yep. Oh, she said it got louder. That's crazy. Actually, let me see. Maybe I turned down the wrong. You know what? Yeah. You know what? I turned down. I think I turned down the volume on my phone and not the notifications. That's what it was. I was turning down the wrong thing. Turning down the volume and not the notifications. We are so powerful. We're so powerful. We get to create the belief that we're not powerful. That's just how powerful we are. We're so powerful. We can make believe that we're not. That's just how powerful we are. We can convince ourselves that we are fragile, that we got the I can't help it, that life is just so hard, life is such a struggle. That's how powerful we are. Definition say, now that's crazy work. It usually comes from a place of being unaware, of not knowing, of not being a deliberate or conscious creator. But this is the whole purpose of awakening, so that you become a conscious creator. That you're not doing stuff all willy-nilly. That you're not, as Reverend Ike say, being stinking with your thinking. Or Abraham Hicks would say, being a lazy thinker. Some of us just are some stinkers when it comes to thinking. We stink to high heaven. It's not until you're tired of smelling yourself that you begin to clean yourself up. So it's all on you. The ball is in your court, but you don't have to do anything. There's nothing that you have to do. If you are having fun, if you understand it, I don't really care what nobody think. I don't care if people think that my relationship is toxic. I don't care that people think that, it's so up, down, and topsy-turvy. I don't care. I'm not letting this go. Stand 10 toes down on that, because who gonna check you, boo? The only one mad is you. You're the only one mad the way life is going. Then do something about it. But complaining, you just making your own head hurt. You giving your own self migraines. Oh, thanks for coming, Mia. I always appreciate you. Thank you. And so we could just, you always have two options. You can walk in fear, you can walk in love. And it's okay to say, yes, I'm really scared. I'm shit scared. I'm really, really scared. I really don't know what's on the other side. When you can truly know, because you get to write the script. So what do you mean you don't know? You actually do know. You actually can know, because you're the producer of the play, and you're the writer of the play. You're the director of the play, and you're starring in the play. So what do you mean you don't know? You're choosing not to know. You're choosing to be ignorant. That's a choice, because it's all you. Actually, you do know. You do know if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to keep getting what you're getting. And then you do know that if you change what you're doing, then the things that in your life are going to change. Maybe that's something that familiarity breeds contempt. It's so familiar, but you hate it. But it's familiar. So familiarity, yeah, I don't know what being happy looks like, because I've never been happy. And happy, like, I'm not gonna hurt you, boo. I got you. But you're like, no, no, no. People say you get too happy, even worse things happen. Can't be too happy. Do you know it's wrong to be too happy? That's what the world tell you. The world will tell you it's wrong to be too happy. Because what they tell you, God gonna knock you down. Get too sure of yourself. You better humble yourself. You better say humility. You too sure of yourself, God will smack you upside the head. Really? I thought that all things work together for the good to those that love God. And I would think being happy would be loving God. So, like, what make that make sense? That's how it be. You want to feel safe, like Mia was saying. Safety. You are safe. Hello, Tiffany. Hello. Did you
Oh,
mean to come up? Did you mean to come
I
up?
did. I didn't. I was liking the live, and I guess I pushed something.
Oh, okay. Not
But
a
thank
problem.
you. The conversation is interesting. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Oops. Yep, getting too big for your bridges. Yep. Yep, that's it. We have to allow ourselves to be okay with joy, with peace, with love, with abundance, with health, with wealth, with the good things in life. That's why we came, that we may have life in that more abundantly. We came to have the abundant life. The abundant life does not come in the next, it's now. Now. Right here, right now. We don't have to wait for it. It's right here, right now. And so the best way to get over yourself is to talk to yourself. This is why the script says, commune with thy own self upon thy bed and be still. Communicate, have a conversation, become intimately acquainted with yourself. Your bed is your mind. And your mind. It's not talking about a physical bed. It's talking about the bed, your mind. That's where you sleep. That's where you dream. That's where you think. That's where you create. Your mind and your consciousness. The who is this? Let's see. That's interesting. What it do to you? Hello? Take too long to respond. I feel like maybe you didn't want to come up. So, say that's a kid. Yeah, I need you to comment before I bring you back up. What did you want to talk about? What did it do to you? Someone thinks you're a kid. How old are you? Can you type in the chat what you would like to talk about? They said they 22. Well, okay. If not, we can always disconnect. It's no big deal. Hello? Something's wrong with the connection. Hello?
Hello,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Great,
I
great.
want
Thank you.
I wanted to come in. I've talked to you before.
Okay.
I talked to you a lot about my dad one time and sobriety, and because I talked to you about his addiction.
Okay.
But I just had dinner, so I told you a lot about how my dad. You probably don't remember, but he like drank morning to night. I dealt with a lot of meanness and just yuckiness and stuff like that and health problems with him and everything. So I've obviously been taking accountability that I've seen him as not his best self, for a bit there. Of course, I wasn't as awake as I was now, I would say. And I would fall victim to it a lot because, of course, that hurts. Everything I dealt with him. But I've been seeing him in a different light, and I just had dinner with a sober dad, so that's cool.
Oh, nice.
He's not he isn't like completely sober, but I haven't had dinner with him when he's sober in so long, so long.
Wow, that's
And
beautiful.
yeah. So I guess I just wanted to come on there and say that, and I just wanted to ask, so I understand that it's just me. It really is just me here and my thoughts and everything. I just wanted to ask you how much of this reality is, I don't know if I'm contradicting myself here, but like, let's say I see like the president that has nothing to do with me, or one of my kids at work that has behavior issues. I guess like I'm asking more of the more random things that you just go through on a day to day. Like, I guess I'm just asking like a broader span, like how much does that have to do with you? Also, I'm asking, you know how you're born and then you're just a baby and like your parents are who they are when you're just a baby and you don't really have like the consciousness to like depict your parents yet when you're a baby. How much of it is us and how much of it is kind of like the cards we got drawn, and then when we grow up, we kind of get to be conscious of it and consciously create something else for ourselves.
Well, it's all you, right? Well,
Okay.
like you said, some things are unconscious, right? Which means you're not aware of what. Am I on speaker? Oh, okay. Thank you. So when you come into as a babe, right? You're coming in. You might remember as a babe, but you don't know that you remember, right? So as you're being programmed into this matrix, this society, with your environment, you're taking on the beliefs of everyone else. So you're not even aware of your own beliefs because you're taking on the beliefs of your environment. But you agreed to that, right? You agreed to come into this experience not remembering, to come in accepting that at any point in time you can remember. You can remember at 5, 7, 10, 12, 30, 50. Everyone will awaken whenever it's whatever breadcrumbs you left for yourself to awaken, right? Because no two people are going to awaken the same way at the same time, right? Because actually in your world, you are the only one that exists. In my world, I'm the only one that exists. Because there isn't just one world. There's one consciousness, there's one mind, but there are infinite worlds. Because there are infinite souls experiencing this thing we call consciousness or life. So you became aware, whatever age you became aware of, and then you start to remember who you are. And now you understand that I'm the only thinker in my reality. So whatever I'm thinking of the child in my reality, that's my assumptions about them. So that's what I'm going to see. Whatever I'm thinking about my president of the country of the president of this country is my assumptions about him, because what I think of the president and what you think of the president is vastly different. Even though he may be exhibiting the same type of behavior, I'm going to perceive it from my conscious awareness, and you're going to perceive it from your conscious awareness. See, I see him as entertainment in that he understands the law of mind. You may see him as a buffoon or ridiculous or, prejudiced or racist. I don't know what you think of him. So that's how you're going to perceive him. But when I think of him, I'm like, oh, this dude knows what's going on. I listen to how he talks. Oh, he playing this game. I got you. But that's all. But I don't really watch him. I'm not into politics. I don't watch the news. I don't even engage in that reality. So
Yeah, no, I'm not into politics either. I was just trying to think of something that seems so far and nothing to do with us and try to understand how my perception. I understand. So, you know how you talk a lot about how there's nothing really good and bad, there's just like perception of it. That it's the same thing as a kid born in a different country that was raised saying like killing people is good if it's like for their god or whatever. They are going to think murder is good, but me, I don't think murder is good. But it's all perception. And I understand that. I understand definitely that. I understand now we kind of come in here to forget because I like talking about how we wouldn't even get to experience if we weren't fooled to think we're separate from it.
right.
And so, yes, I was drawn the cards of my dad in my life being quote unquote an alcoholic, but now that I'm awake, I get this like gift from God that I get to perceive him differently. And it's crazy because I don't know. It's just so crazy because I have not seen him sober in so many years, and the fact that I just ate a burger with him and
So cool. That is so
actually
cool.
just had like a conversation with him, and
Yes.
I've just been perceiving, and for a while I was very stuck in fear a lot of times because I had one of my friends tragically pass away because of substances, and the pain was just so much. Like I was like, I really don't want to lose anyone else. And my dad's health was like deteriorating, and I'm just choosing, sometimes of course fear does take over and emotions do take over, but I try not to let that mess with my identity.
Yes.
And I know I try to just tell myself like I'm the boat on top of the water, and like the waves are my emotions, and the fish swim up and they swim down, but they're just like they're constantly swimming up and swimming down. And
I love that.
yeah. You're actually one of the first people I started watching, and I started watching you after like I went through like this like insane breakup and my friend passed away, and I started watching you and you've helped me so much. So thank you.
Oh,
And one more thing I wanted to ask. So, okay. So, what would you say God or the universe, I know it's us, but what would you say God wants our identity to be when it comes to relationships, when it comes to health, when it comes to like could you tell me kind of what you root your identity in, like in a way when it comes to that type of stuff? Like what does God or the law want us to root? Like since there's no good or bad, sometimes I'm like, I guess like I go deep and I'm like, oh well, this person can treat me like crap because there's no good or bad. So it's like, are they really treating me like crap, or am I just perceiving it that way? But then I'm like, wait, this does not feel good, and I feel like I'm disrespecting myself. So I guess I kind of want to know like what is a so
right.
say
I get
a
what you're saying. So
yeah,
love,
okay,
love. God is love. Does love hurt? Someone loves you, are they going to treat you like crap?
no,
Exactly.
okay,
Love doesn't hurt. So
so
God says, "Be ye perfect." What is perfect? Wholeness. Perfection is wholeness. See yourself as whole, complete, lacking no good thing, and that you have love, power, and a sound mind. That's God. That's being God. That's being rooted in God. Being rooted in love, being rooted in wholeness, being rooted in fulfillment, being rooted in compassion, being rooted in peace, being rooted in joy. That's your foundation.
so doing unto others as you would like, the golden rule.
Mhm.
So um say I'm not really into the SP stuff, but I'm just going to use this as an example. Say someone wants somebody and that somebody's in a relationship. Would that be like not out of love if you're trying to have somebody that's already seems to be happy in a different relationship, I guess? Or is it, well, they're me and I desire them, so I just have them, if that makes sense.
It makes sense because it happens all the time, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But here's the thing, there are infinite potentialities and there are parallel realities, right? So, yes, in your reality, you can end up with the man. In their reality, they end up with the man. You're both right.
Okay, I got you. So it's just, okay, well, everyone's me in my reality, so I want this person in my reality so I can have them. It's crazy because I was
Right. I mean, that's
actually,
something, not something I would personally, that's not something it's too many people
yeah,
in the world where I have to feel like I have to take something from someone else.
yeah, no,
But
that's,
since there is no rules to the game,
mm-hmm,
there's no law. You're the
yeah,
law. You get to create your reality.
mm-hmm. I guess yeah, I'm not really, that's not something I would choose to do, but I obviously being somebody that sits on these lives, I hear a lot of people, oh, well, third party, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, when does it like come to, oh, well, why would you want to take that person from another person and then maybe someone could get hurt, like, but I guess everyone's you. So it's, if you decide that person's not going to get hurt and I get to be happy with this person, I guess everyone's you. So I
Yeah,
guess
I mean,
I
here's
get.
the thing. Remember, I said in love.
Hmm.
Is that how we would define love? Is that how you perceiving love, right? Because love does no harm, right? Love isn't sees no wrong, right? So when I know I'm God, I know I don't have to take anything. I command all things, right?
Yes.
And so we keep wanting to look for wrongness, right? Like you said, we keep going to say, well, I'm taking this from this person and I'm intervening on their happiness and I'm doing it. It's like it's so much at play because it's just you and your reality, right? It's just you. And everyone and everything else you're perceiving is just your own consciousness, right? So your own consciousness says, I see a happy couple. I like the guy. He's like a really good guy. I want him for myself. And I get to have him for myself because here's the thing. You're never creating by yourself. This is co-creation at its best. So there's probably some underlying thing going on with the partner of the man that you want that she feels insecure about the marriage. That someone could have a thought that's so great to make it think that she could take the man, right? Because you're just coming to fulfill a reality that she's creating as well.
But wouldn't that make others, if that makes sense? Like, wouldn't
It
that...
appeared that it's others, but remember, it's still your movie, it's still your role, but there has to be an agreement there, which means you're agreeing that this is an agreement that is taking place. The agreement is still with self, right? It just appears as this is someone else. It appears to be separate from you, but it's not. It just appears to be separate, but it is not separate. The person is you, right? You just have to think, well, this can also happen to me. Someone's going to come and take my man. Because what goes out comes back. The pendulum doesn't swing one way, it swings both ways, right? So you may not, here's the thing, when you think something, you create it. So if you think that you can take someone's man, you think someone can take your man because you're thinking it, right? It's all about something can be taken. So if I think that someone's spouse can be taken, why would I not think that mine could be? Because remember, she's not separate from you. So you're thinking her man can be taken, which means you're thinking your man can be taken because she's not separate from you. She is you.
So, I mean, so these people that hop on the lives and they're like, oh, well, my SP has a third party.
Mhm.
Wouldn't if a creator on this app told them, well, like if you basically what you said, like wouldn't that kind of be limiting the person, if that makes sense?
How am
Because
I limiting it if I'm telling you you're thinking it, so you're creating it?
no, I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to understand other creators right now.
Oh, okay, like how
Yeah,
they're teaching it about the
yeah,
third party.
yeah. I'm
Right,
just trying
right.
to
Because here's the
understand.
thing. Okay, so
Because this isn't even my situation. I want to hear your point of view on it
mhm.
because I'm not. I think that my greatest love is gonna come in without me having to do anything. So I don't try to manifest SPs. I've never been. It's more trying to manifest like people with addictions.
I feel you. I feel
Yeah,
you.
it's more like people.
Yeah, because that whole manifesting the SP back, I'd be like, what?
Yeah, no,
I come
it's
from the school of thought they're an X for a reason. Why do I want
yeah.
them back? Like what?
No,
But
I just
I
feel
get it. You
yeah.
understand this is a game you're playing. You understand that well, if I can rewrite the story and I really like them and I can change the story to fit my narrative to bring them back into my reality, well then yeah, why wouldn't I do that? Because I really like them. I think they're cool. I know maybe I effed up the relationship because maybe I was being a nagger or being insecure, right? And so, okay, well, you told me I can manifest my SP back, but I'm going to tell you, you only manifest you back. So if you're still insecure and you still, if you haven't changed, all you're doing is bringing back, manifesting the same exact experience. And that's the part that people don't get.
I also think that when people do manifest their exes back, let's say, I really do. I know that you're like the creator of your reality, but I think that your body and mind remember so much with them. It's like a micromanaging thing the whole time instead of just naturally letting a greater love flow in. I think when you do manifest an ex back, a lot of the times your body and brain remembers so much, even though you're not the mind or body. It's just, I think that it's a lot easier, I guess, to just learn to be so in love with yourself that the next person that comes in is going to just not do the harm as the other person did, or whatever the other person was reflecting back to you. But
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. When you're manifesting an SP and you're supposed to live in the end, this is the law of assumption, right? The law of belief, the law of being. You're supposed to live in the end, which means you're supposed to already be with the person. So would a third person be involved? Like, how's a third person involved if you're with them and it's an exclusive relationship? Where does a third party factor into this equation? They should never. The only reason a third party is there was why? Because the creator of the story is putting them there.
So wouldn't for creators to kind of tell them to get rid of this so-and-so third party or whatever, doesn't even exist, but I feel like a better way to tell them would be, I guess, that there's infinite versions of you in this mirror. So I guess like become the person that you would be if you just had them, and don't think about this third party that doesn't even exist.
How am I telling you to not think about something that doesn't exist? Makes no sense. That's why they keep thinking about them. Because how do you think about something that doesn't exist? Impossible. The reason why you're talking about them because they exist in your reality. If you stop talking about the third party, they wouldn't be there. But you continue to talk about them, guess what? They get to be there. People don't want full accountability for their, and I get why other people that teach this, because they want to sell you something. Oh, you can't get your thing. Come sign up for my course. Come get this. I'm going to teach you how to get rid of your. They just stop talking about them. It's that simple. But people think that's too simple. It's too simple to just stop talking about it. That can be that easy. All I got to do is stop talking. Yeah, all you have to do is stop talking about them. All you have to do is live as though you're with the person, and you will be with the person. But no, you got to make it all, you got to make it a game. You got to try to figure out, how do I write them out the story? Oh, how do, why they keep calling on you? You got to be Facebook stalking or Instagram stalking. You got to be checking the page. You got to be seeing what pictures they like. You got, like, you're not operating in a surety. You're operating in insecurity.
Yeah. Some creators just say a whole lot of stuff that I'm like, this seems...
Yeah, they muddy the waters, which is why people be confused. Like, there's no SP to manifest when you already know you're with them. And I get it. They're saying manifest as if they're trying to make something happen. You can't make anything happen. It's already done. Trying to figure out how to get the SP, you're basically telling me you don't believe you have them, because you're trying to figure out how to get them.
No, yeah. I mean, you have everything that you desire.
Like Neville said, you're already in Barbados. Why are we talking about how to get them if you're already with them? See, people want to know the how, which is no one can tell you. But they sell you on the how. Do 369, do 55 by 5, make a vision board, do journaling, scripting. They give you all these techniques because you think the technique is the answer. But when the assumption is, if you assumed it to be true, it would be.
I think that every time somebody brings up a quote-unquote problem, they have the answer to it, and they just totally miss that there's the solution to anything that they're asking someone else.
Yeah.
They just totally miss that they're the solution. I don't even care about the SP stuff really.
You just wanted to see what I thought about it.
I just want to see what you thought about it. But when it comes to, and I'm saying this like quote unquote because I know,
No,
I
I'm
already.
sorry. I do have to. Latisa, can you take over for a second if you're still here? I have to go downstairs. I got my transaction going on. Latoxic, is she still there? Who want to come up? Is Kevin here?
I'm here. I'll bring Kevin up
Oh,
though.
okay. Yeah, bring Kevin up. I'll be back.
Hi. Hello? Okay, I guess I'm gonna keep on talking what I was talking about, right?
Go for it.
Okay.
Yep.
When it comes to, I know that everyone's source and I see them the way that I want them to be in my reality. I guess when it comes to people with quote unquote, in highlight, mental illness, okay? So somebody has severe quote unquote specific anger issues. And you're a very kind person and you think you're a good person, but they're like screaming at you like they perceive something that you did that wasn't wrong at all as so wrong. Is how I just am trying to figure out how that's me. If I think that the thing I did wasn't wrong at all, but they have like a known illness for taking things that make no sense and making them like extremes, if that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. I've been there. I've gone through that. Um, Once you truly understand the law, and that you can only confirm the law. I don't care what the situation is, you're going to confirm the law. And the law is, just for the record, what you ever heard of the cliche, you are what you eat?
Yep.
Well, you are what you think, and they are what you think they are.
So I am source and source is love, and if I see them in the most loving light, I definitely can see that from them.
You got it. You got it right there. That's it. You've answered your own question.
And the emotions I get from the meanness and the thoughts I get from the meanness, I just choose not to identify with those.
Yes, that's it. There, you don't. The only way you can have a trigger is if you say you have a trigger.
And I know time doesn't exist and everything's happening right now as well. But let's say there's 2 months in time till your birthday. And at your birthday, you're having a big family event. And you really want this person not to be crazy at this family event. And you've been in your mind and you've been looking at them with love and light. And this world hasn't fully caught up yet, which is okay because I know I have them in that loving light right now. But what about that ego or that nervousness that comes up when you think, like, oh, I really want them?
Everything is, you're the cause. You're never the effect. You're the cause, meaning they have to show up the way you anticipate them showing up. So if you have something in your mind, say, man, I hope they don't, we're just talking as a, making it up, as this is not, hasn't happened, but going with your scenario, is you say, man, I sure hope they don't come to this party and just mess it up with because of their mental illness. Well, guess what's going to happen? Guess.
I'm probably creating that.
You are. I had a friend of mine who, well, not had, I have a friend of mine, and she doesn't fully understand or partially understand the power that she possesses. So we played a little exercise. I said, for the next few days, I want you to say, I am not going to see a butterfly. And keep saying it. Every time you can think of it, just say, I'm not going to see a butterfly. You know, in less than 24 hours, she said, she calls me Kay. She said, Kay, there were butterflies everywhere. They were on my phone, they were on TV, they were on people's clothes.
I just looked down at a butterfly as you said that.
That's how it works.
I just
That's
looked down.
how it works. You're confirming what I'm saying to you. You cannot break the law. And what did we say the law is? You have your thoughts come to life in your reality.
So, you know, the automatic thoughts that you just get. So, when she said, I'm not going to see a butterfly, if she truly identified with, I'm not going to see a butterfly, she wouldn't have seen one, right? But it's the
Well,
fact that she was almost trying to avoid something that's what was making it
no, no,
real.
no, 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 no. By saying I'm not going to see a butterfly, her focus was on a butterfly. Where your focus goes, your energy flows.
Gotcha. I get it.
I know it rhymes, but it's still true.
It is true. I've seen it happen in my own life, I guess, when I
Sure,
was unconscious.
sure.
So, say if you, it's almost simple enough, like, okay, so let's say somebody has a health problem. Instead of focusing on
Mhm.
that health problem, you just put your mind to them completely healthy.
Correct.
And then say you've dealt with a lot of random tragic losses in your life, like
Hmm.
random tragic losses, and you just want a get out of jail free card for a bit. You don't want to see any more tragic losses. Like, would it be enough to just like be like everyone I love is healthy and safe?
Yes, you can see them. You can see them in a healthy state, doing activities in a healthy state, talking to other people, testifying. God is just blessing me so much. I've never felt this good in all my life. You can dream of them having that testimony to you, calling you on the phone. I just got to tell somebody how good I feel right now. Now all this takes place in your mind. You don't say it. You don't call them up and say, "Don't you got something to tell me?" No, you say it in your mind. And
What
saying it in your
about
mind is the same thing as it's got to come to fruition. It has to.
what about all the things that you like constantly think about that like don't come to fruition? Like, I guess I'm trying to think. Like assumptions that you have, but then you're like proven wrong. You're like, oh, I thought that was gonna happen, but actually this happened. Like, what about when you assume something, but then the opposite happens, and you're like, oh, I really thought this was gonna happen, but then that happened.
You know what I'm saying?
Whatever you think, you are what you think you are.
But you know when like somebody's like totally convinced a certain team's gonna win and then they get like totally shocked. They're like, "What? I swore on everything. I like totally believed that team was gonna win."
Well, you're using that your understanding on somebody playing a game.
I'm just throwing out like all the random thoughts I have. I
I
know.
know, but
Yeah.
we can use that. That's okay.
Yeah, no. I know that.
We can use that. And if there's ever a time, a dramatic moment in that competition, and you're emotionally attached to what's going on in the game, and you say, "Man, I can't believe this." You're the one making the outcome. You're just not aware that you are.
I got you. So somebody could be like a hard rock sports better, like, and have teams winning all the time for them, because that'd help me out.
It can. It
Like,
can, but the important thing is here is your awareness of the power you possess and who you are. The how part, that's where I think people get tripped up because they try to figure out, well, how is it going to happen?
no, yeah,
Well, I'm going to predict how it's going to happen. The how part is not your business. That's the business of the higher you. The how is the business of the how higher you.
yeah, you're just the decision maker.
That's it. You make the decision and you stand on business
I get that.
and you let it go. And just stand back and watch.
So you're just making decisions out here. You're just,
That's it.
and,
That's it.
and
And you
the,
get to label those decisions, whether it was a good decision or a bad decision, because nothing matters until you give it matter.
so you, yeah, so I'm basically like, in your reality, you're just giving meaning to everything. And in my reality, I'm just giving meaning to anything. And our realities don't really intersect with each other because your reality, you're choosing, and in my reality I'm just choosing, and so your your wrong could be totally different than my wrong. But
Right. Or your right could be also right for me.
okay.
It's based on our own, you're the only thinker in your reality.
Do you believe that the desires placed on our heart, like all of them are from our higher self, from God, give meant to be given to us?
Well,
Or do you,
as we're in a book club coming up this Saturday, and we're going to be reading the book, The Power of Awareness. And I would highly recommend you get into that book because that answers that question.
okay, how do I get join this book club?
Well, the host came back and she can tell you. You go right on. You can go right
Okay.
on Facebook.
Just join. Just come here on
Enjoy.
Saturday at
Come
10
on
a.m.
Saturday.
Central Standard Time. The book is free on the internet, or you can get the audio book
Mm.
on YouTube. You can also purchase it through Amazon. But yeah, the Facebook. I mean the Facebook. We do have a Facebook group. However, the book club will be here on TikTok and on YouTube.
I have one more question for the host, and then I'm gonna hop off. So can I go at it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Um, I just want to talk about. Oh, and thanks, Kevin, for everything you said. I loved it. um, so that pendulum you were talking about, like whatever goes this way goes that way. If that makes, when you were talking about that.
When I'm talking about the pendulum, I'm just talking about you're the thinker, so you're only a creator, not as though, because you're law, right? You are law of your world, of your life. But because you think it, you create it. regardless if it's something you want to happen or you don't want to happen. As Kevin just said, because you're the thinker, you're the creator. So when people say, well, I can think I could take their man, but it can't happen to me. Really? Because you thought it. Of course it can happen to you. You create the reality of it. You created the reality of taking someone's man. It's your
Okay.
law. But then a
So
man can be taken. That means yours too. Like what? What are we doing? We're thinking it. So we're creating. It's just like thinking that someone's sick and saying, well, I can't get sick. Oh, you created sickness. So because
Yeah,
you thought they could be sick, you can be sick. Because you created the belief in sickness.
yeah, he's single in your reality. He's single. He doesn't have nobody. Mm-mm. He doesn't have any other love interest in any other girl. Like,
I see what you're
stop,
saying. Okay, now it's clicking.
stop saying like you're taking something because if you're taking from if you're hold on, if you're seeing it as someone that's taking something from somebody, you're going to be scared to be taken from, and that's not how this works.
Now I
You
see
see what I'm
exactly.
saying?
Okay, now I see. Okay, so when somebody jumps on, okay, now I get it. Now I get what you guys are saying. Okay. So I was thinking about it very literally, and now I'm thinking of it more of just source. So when the SP people are talking and they're like, "Oh, but they have a third party," it's you're saying to them, you're not taking them from anybody. He doesn't. Okay, I see where all those people get like confused now
Because
because they
in your reality, they don't exist. There is no third party. It's only you and him.
no yeah
You don't
yeah
know him.
I don't even have an SP.
You're just intrigued by this whole
Yeah,
concept,
I don't,
huh?
I don't,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want
It's
any
like
guy at
I
all.
just know here's the thing, people want specific people, right? It's like, I must have that person. Here's why Neville Goddard would teach, stop asking to say you want that person, right? Because,
mm,
and I'm not saying it's wrong, all right, right? Because he did choose his wife. He decided when he saw his wife, that would be his wife, right? So you got to make sure that they understand that you're attracting who you are. So even though you may be looking on the outer, right? Oh, he look good, she look good, this, that, and the other, right? But say you haven't changed your core beliefs about relationships. Guess what you're going to get? You're going to get the man, but you're going to get all your assumptions about relationships too.
Yeah,
That's why we say change the self-concept, and then the right person is going to come to you. You're
yeah,
not
and
even
that's
going to have to seek them out. Like you say, it's nothing that you're really going to have to do. Even if you're led to go on a dating app, you're like this, that person's just going to stand out, and it's just going to be like, it still is going to be effortless.
no, yeah, that's how I've always been in the love life compartment. I'm just like I don't know. I've never been the type of person to date a lot of people ever. I just, unless it's this grand love that swoops me off my feet when I'm like not expecting it, I haven't ever gotten into a relationship. And that's why I've
Okay.
had very few relationships. I notice that other people are very, very wanting of companionship all the time, even if it's not even like this love. Like you would be better, I feel like, alone sometimes than the love that they like settle for. And I think a lot of this like community, a lot of them have found this because of SPs and stuff.
It's
Well,
just that people don't understand that they're attracting their beliefs about life. Your
yeah.
life is being shown to you. The world is your mirror, and that's the part that people don't. They want to compartmentalize. Like they can understand it when it comes to money, maybe when it comes to their job. When it comes to that relationship, they don't see that the relationship is really with themselves. They really think this person has some type of free will, has some type of power. No, they're showing up as you assume them to be. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that you can't have that you're not going to have someone in your life that may not, their hobbies, their likes, their activities may be the direct opposite of something you would do, right? Maybe they like to fly fish or they like to climb mountains, but that is not something that you would do. That doesn't mean that you're incompatible. That just means they have their own set of hobbies and stuff they like to do, and you have your own set of hobbies that you like to do. But when you come together, it's ease, it's flow. The communication is chef's kiss. They make you laugh. They're your confidant. You can enjoy a movie, you laugh. You could just be together, not have to talk, and it's just easy. It's effortless. You don't have to try to make them do something or be a certain way. They don't have to. It's almost kind of hard to describe because it's so effortless. Some people don't think that that's possible, but I've
Yeah.
had struggle love and I've had effortless. My marriage now is effortless,
Mm.
and he does his thing, I do my thing, and then we do things together.
That's exactly how it's supposed to be. I was
And then
it
I
was
even do some things that I don't think that I would have liked, but because I love him and I want to be with him, I'll do some of the things that he like, even if I don't really like it. But I
yeah.
enjoy being with him. So I never
Oh
thought that
my
I would go
god.
camping. Buzz, what? But I went camping with my husband and found that I liked it.
T, T, you
Yes.
sound you sound just like me with my dad. He would start talking about sports, and I'm trying so hard not to just like cut the conversation down, but I could fall asleep just right here, just standing. I'm just like taking everything in me to not just say, why are we talking about this right now? But because I love him, I'm gonna love his interest. That's how this works. So of course, like this is bonding time. I don't care about the sports. I care about you. So let's talk. Even
Yep.
though I know nothing about it. I know nothing about it. But continue.
Yep. 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 That's how my husband be. I'm a football head. He watch it because I watch it. I talk about it. He'll say a little bit of something. He'll add a little something. But he's not into it like I am. And then he tell me about fishing and everything. He hunting and he's an outdoorsy type guy. I'm like, I'm never going hunting though. And he okay with that.
Plus,
But I'm not gonna trip because he go on a week-long hunting trip. Enjoy.
hmm
And no, you're not bringing that head to put in our house. No. maybe when we get a bigger house and he can have his own little head somewhere. I don't gotta see it.
oh my gosh. That's one thing I'm so glad that my dad ain't never did. Oh my gosh. Because I'm telling you, make sure you keep that thing away from me. Keep it away from me. I don't even want to know that you went out there and did that. Keep it away from me immediately. Because if I see it, I promise you, it's not gonna be pretty. Listen. Keep it away from me. Thank you. And plus,
Mm-mm.
when people like to talk, when people really love something, they can talk about it in a conversation with themselves, but they looking at you, but they literally like talking to themselves because you only
Mhm.
saying a few words. You just like you're not ignoring them, but they just rambling on. They just going on the rant. They just talking to themselves, and you just nodding your head.
Yeah,
That's
that's
it. And
what. Yeah,
that's
when
me
I
with
get to
my
talk about
dad.
my bears, girl, to my husband, he be smiling, but he ain't really got nothing. Or he be like, "Yeah, I saw that play." Oh yeah, he try to add on a little bit. And I'll be like, "Okay, yeah,
That's it.
but that's okay."
That's it. At least, at least you listening. You're not
Yep,
just
yep,
ignoring
yep.
me. So we good. We Gucci. Yeah.
He tell me about he work on construction equipment and he named something that went wrong with it. I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about. But I'm like,
Mhm.
oh really? Oh, that's what happened. Oh,
Oh my
okay.
gosh.
Yeah, like
Oh my gosh.
he be
Yep.
telling me about his different equipment. I have no idea. I can't even make a picture of it because I absolutely have no idea what he's talking about.
That's what my dad is with my mama. My dad's a mechanic. Okay, it is. He'll just be talking to my mama, just laying, just breaking his stuff down. And my mom just nodding her head, just trying her best, just not, cause she don't have no clue. And she looking over at me, just side eyeing him, like, what are we doing right now? So yeah, I hear you. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
now you just, she just left. She just left.
I mean, I know we make love hard because we was told that it was, right? So we make it hard because we've been
Mhm.
programmed to think that life should be a struggle. And this whole you gotta fight for it, and if you ain't willing to fight for it, if you ain't hearing no really good argument, if you ain't went blow to blow, then you really don't care, you really don't love. It's just like, man, these Lifetime movie type relationships,
Oh my God, Tyler
y'all
Perry.
be loose and set free. Woman, thou art loosed. Be loose from that. Men too. Men too. You
Mhm.
know, like they're just as dramatic as women are. You know, because it has nothing to do with
Mhm.
gender. Gender has nothing to
Mhm.
do with this. It's about the
A psychopath
programming.
is a psychopath. A psychopath is a psychopath. No matter what gender it is. One is not less crazy than the other just because it's a different
Not
gender.
crazy. Here you go with the psychopath. Y'all in these psychopath and crazy. y'all in these labels. Woo! Y'all putting these people in the box. Oh my goodness. I'm just saying, I'm not here to diagnose
Right, right, right.
anyone's personality. I'm just saying, good night, everyone. Good night, divination. Good night. What it do to you.
What
Good night, good night, good night. Thank you guys. Thank you.
and, and plus
Hey,
people will
Noreen.
tell
Yeah, you a little late to the party, Noreen. We've been here since 5 o'clock.
dang. Little is not the word, honey. Little.
But that's
And then
okay.
they'll
That's okay. You made it. Better late than never, as they say.
tell you like
Yeah,
one is all about
hold on, Chris. We had a whole conversation, 3 hour conversation on relationships. Y'all was looking for that
mhm.
relationship live. That we had it today. We had it
Mhm. We sure
today.
did. We did. We sure did.
No, I'm not getting off. Not quite yet, but it will pretty soon. What was you saying, Chrissy?
They okay, so there's two things I want to touch on. Excuse me. So they told us as kids like love is all about sacrifices. And I've never been in a friendship where we was really, really close. Like I had friends that we ain't never been into it. We just grew apart.
Mm,
Like we ain't never been into it. We ain't never disagreed. We always like the same kind of stuff. We all like we was like the same person, just in
mm,
different bodies. And it was like, what you mean? I can get this with a friend. I can get a split image of me in a friend. So
mm,
why would I settle for you see what I'm saying? Like why would
mm.
I want to do that and sacrifice it's either me and my self love or a relationship? Like why would I have to choose when I could get both in a friendship?
Right,
why,
right.
why would I do that? And I want to ask you a question. This is so off topic. Why did you stop going live every day? Like
So
what
why did
made
I
you
stop
stop?
going live every day?
Because I remember every morning you would be up before me, and I would get on my phone, and I would just be like, "Oh my God, she's on live! It's it's 10 o'clock in the morning. I just got up."
It was just time for a
Mhm.
shift. It was just, it was just, I'm like,
Mhm.
because my vision of myself, if I'm living prosperously, I'm not talk prosperously, right? So I was about twice a week is good enough. That may even be too much.
Oh
That
wow,
may
yeah.
lessen
Because
because
I
I
was
want to
like,
be all about living it, not talking about it. Like,
mhm.
And so I
Mhm.
want, I don't want to, yes, I'm a stay-at-home wife. Yes, there's nothing I have to do, but I want to get out more, and that's I want to make a conscious effort, when I say effort, embodiment. That's what I mean.
Mhm.
Embodying that so that it becomes effortless to do more, getting out, going to bright, and a lot of it by myself, right? Like we were talking about loving yourself, centering yourself, even in a marriage, right? Like my husband is gone a lot of, during the week. I don't, I can get out more, get out more out of these four walls and go visit some restaurants, maybe go to a movie by myself,
Mhm.
right? Instead of thinking I have to do everything with my husband.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm. I
And I'm still
remember
gonna do
like,
stuff for my husband because we're still gonna travel together. Still gonna make sure we do our date nights once a week. But I still want to like do some things. Just get out,
hmm
do some things I've never done before in this stage in life. Like I've never sat at a bar and had a drink by myself. And I'm not even a big drinker, but that's
wow.
just something I would like to experience. But because I know I'm not a big drinker, I probably count on two hands the amount of times I drink during the course of a year because I'm not a big
hmm
drinker. It's not, I go months and months without having a drink. So to go do
hmm
something like that will be something new for me. And I want to do some new things.
hmm
Yeah.
It can be very peaceful. Like I remember one time I was like doing like a pickup order. I remember I sat down in the restaurant and I was just waiting. And I was like, oh my gosh, like this is so peaceful. It's not that many people around me. There's like a table by the bar, but I wasn't at the bar because I'm not
Hmm.
21. So
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
was like, I was like, it's so peaceful. I
Hmm.
was like, I can do this. Like, I actually want to eat by myself right here, right now. But I can't because I have to, somebody's
Hmm.
waiting on me in the car. I can't just do that. I'd rather bring them in than
Hmm.
just, because I'm not by myself. But yeah, I feel you.
Hmm.
I remember, like, once you shifted to the new story, it's kind of like you stopped coming on live as much. I noticed that. I feel you. I
Hmm.
do.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
I get
But
it.
I'm still sharing. Still doing my videos. So, you know.
So you said, okay, divination. I read her comment. So is January 10th at what time Central Time? Wait, does
Uh
that make sense?
10 a.m. What time zone are you in?
No, I'm in Central.
Oh, okay, you're in Central. Okay, so you're same as me. Okay, yeah. 10.
hmm
Yep.
So 10 o'clock?
Yep. 10 o'clock.
January
Yep, this
10th.
Saturday.
Okay, Saturday.
Yep. Right here. Right on the live. You can find it on YouTube as well. Yep, we'll be doing the book club meeting, The Power of Awareness by Neville Goddard, where we'll be discussing the first 3 chapters. It's a really
hmm
easy read, really easy book. It's probably about 6 or 7 pages in total, but it's not no thick book. The print is big, so it's probably really like 4 pages or 5 pages in a regular size book, you know.
hmm But since it's on the phone, since it's like digital, it's going to be a lot more pages to it. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think even if it's digital, it's going to be a lot more pages to it.
Okay.
Let me show you what the book looked like. The little paperback book.
Yes, A-Town. Yes, I am. I am.
This is the book.
Oh, okay. It's not
These are the
very
pages.
many pages.
See,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the first. That's one chapter.
hmm
You see that? That's one chapter. That's nothing.
Right. Right. Why it seemed
Yeah.
like some of the pages in between chapters is kind of like blank.
Yeah. Yep. 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 So real easy. And like I said, you can listen to it. You don't have to read it. You can listen to it on audio.
No,
You
I'll
can
be here.
listen. Yep. Yep.
January 10th, 10 o'clock, Saturday.
Yep.
I
Book
will be right
club.
there. Book
Yep.
club.
Yep.
You already read this book?
Oh yeah, several times.
Oh, wow. Is that good? Okay.
I love Neville's teachings. So he touches just about on everything when it comes to the law of assumption. He
Didn't
tell
he,
you know.
didn't he teach like revision or something?
Yep, yep. He even give you case histories. He talks about failure, talks about what to do. This is a really good I mean, even though,
Uh,
he has like 27, he broke it down in 27 chapters, each of his like
mm,
core teachings,
mm.
basically trying to cover all the bases to let you know that you are consciousness, you are the cause, everything begins and ends with you. So in the moment you become, it's about becoming aware, right? Being aware that you are the cause. And I think that's what people,
Mhm.
that accountability pill, they like, hold up.
Oh my
No,
God.
the person is treating me like so bad because they're
Yes.
just a bad person, or because that's just how men are. Or no, that's how you are. That's your assumptions. Because
Oh
the
my
moment your
God.
assumptions change, the people in your life would change. But you want to be so adamant about that's just the way it is, or that's just the way I am. People don't even think they can change. I just have to
That's
accept that's just who I am. Okay, stop complaining about it then.
that's why I don't. That's listen. This is why I don't like. They would call it victim blaming because you holding the victim accountable. Because
Hmm.
a victim is always going to attract a word. You see, I can't say it on here, but ABU. You see what I'm saying? Like you always gonna find a different person to point the blame at.
Yep,
It's like,
people love that bucket, right? We don't victim blame over here. We don't do, because just because I'm vulnerable, why did they have to come and take advantage of my vulnerability?
hmm
So
and
you
it's
take
like, no,
no
you could
accountability in the fact that you chose to be with that
at
person?
all, at all, because
Like you taking yourself out of the, like they made you be with them?
and this
They're
the
like, this is
thing.
a forced relationship?
I feel like the only people that's an actual victim is children.
Yep.
That's it. That's it. Because I feel like the victim is more aware of, like, they're self-aware of the the other person and themselves. They're self-aware. They know why they're in a relationship with this person and how it translates to childhood. You see what I'm saying? Like a
Right.
victim can
I mean,
actually
right,
break
but
the
even
whole
on a
family down.
greater scale, on a grander scale, on a
Mhm.
macro scale, children
Mhm.
aren't, I know that's something hard for people, but we all come here as children.
Mhm.
No one is no one comes here a full-fledged adult.
Mhm.
No one does. So
Mhm.
everyone is creating their reality. The difference between Here's the difference. There's no difference between an adult that don't know versus a child that doesn't know.
Mhm.
They both don't know.
Mhm.
So, like the person was talking, like the lady was talking about her father, right? Well, he's a full-fledged adult, and we said, well, he knew what he was doing. He would know. Well, actually,
Actually, yeah.
he didn't know.
He didn't know. He didn't know.
He's operating in
Mhm.
fear.
Mhm.
He's operating outside of himself. He's not operating as God.
Yeah.
I mean, well,
And
here's the thing. He's playing. He's God, believing he's only human,
mhm. Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
He's
And
God saying, "I'm just human."
this is what me and my brother was talking about. Like he was like, "Oh yeah, I wish my mom, our mom would have trained us, like would have taught us different." But I'm saying, okay, but you know now. You see what I'm saying? You know now.
Mm-hmm.
So point the blame game is not going to make this any better. Like
Yep.
I was trying to tell him about the law of assumption, but he was like, "Dang, like, are you trying to victim blame me? So you mean to tell me I'm the problem?" Yes. How else? You're the problem and the solution.
Yeah, and I get
You're
it.
the
I know it gets
addiction.
touchy when it comes to some very traumatic experiences that people have experienced. So yeah, we almost like don't even want to touch that because you got to touch it with kid skin gloves, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why those who are so self-aware, I kind of let them deal in that area because my oldest daughter would tell you, yeah, I dealt in insecurity, I dealt in self-shame and self-guilt. So I know I created this reality because of the self-loathing, because there was I did, I I watched all these different type of TV shows. I listened to all this type of music, right? That helped me find um my
Mhm.
identity of myself through that, right? We don't
Mhm.
we don't realize that the music was shaping our understanding of what love was, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Television, movies,
It just
books,
wasn't your parents.
everything was shaping our perspective of our life,
Mhm.
and it was fear-based. Because here's the only reason why we say take full accountability that it was you, because then that gives you full authority to change it. But as long as you
Mhm.
say, well, I can't accept a responsibility for that, then you're going to pick things that you can change. And we're telling you can change all of it.
Mhm.
But you got to be willing to accept that you created all of it.
Mhm.
If you're not willing to accept that you created all of it, that's why people struggle. Because they're like, wait a minute, I can only accept this area. I can't accept that area. And that's the area they struggle with the most. Relationship.
Mhm. And he was just like, "Oh, life is hard," and I was like, "Life is only hard because you say it's hard." And then he was like, "This is not like the right time because he's just going through a lot." And I was like, "Okay, well, when's the time ever gonna be right?" So I was 30. What are we talking about? But okay.
Not you. Not you laid the hammer on the age. Hold up. What you gonna wait till you 40? Right.
60? No, no, no. It's not
Hey,
the
I
right
feel
time.
like I
70?
didn't come to the revelation till I was in my 40s. Like, dude, go on and get it together now. But thing is that time is an illusion. It really doesn't matter. When you're ready, and it's okay. Because there's no right or wrong. It's just it is what it is.
It is what it is, but don't complain about the past. We're not even trying to change the future. What are we doing here?
That part.
What
Yep.
are we doing?
Yep. Yep. So we have Noreen on the panel. Hello, Noreen.
Hey, how are y'all? Excuse my voice, I'm a little hoarse, so
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
You too, girl.
yeah, I don't know how the thing is, I'm not even sick, but I woke up and my voice was so hoarse, and I was like, what is going on? But hey, I'm still claiming that I'm healthy, okay? So,
Yes, yes, yes.
um, okay, so I just, I like, y'all know I'm very aware of the law. I got it down packed in a lot of areas, especially like with relationships, so I don't want to come on here sounding like a victim or anything. I just simply need some encouragement because of current circumstances that I'm going through financially. As I've said on previous lives that I had, been changing my mindset regarding money, and inwardly, I would just know that I have it. Like, I could really feel inwardly that I was somebody who is now wealthy, who's abundant, But and I would see like small shifts in the 3D, not that I was looking for it, because it would just come to me, and I would just be like, "Yo, yeah, duh." But it's just I'm a little discouraged because today I was presented with some circumstances regarding like me moving. And I live at home with my mom. So my mom had a conversation with me today, just asking me, because, I don't know if you guys remember, but I had told you guys that I got fired from my job in December. So my mom was just asking me, like, what are your plans moving forward this year? And so it just kind of discouraged me because my mom, she doesn't really believe in the law. She believes it to a certain extent, but not really.
Oh,
So my mom is the type of person to think like realistically, so because my mom is in survival mode. So it's like my mom is, like, girl, you need to get you a job. Like she was telling me today, like, if you got to go work at McDonald's, you need to go do something, So I like my heart inwardly, like that's not what I genuinely want to do. I don't want to work another 9 to 5, so I've just been
Mhm.
doing my best to really change my beliefs regarding money because I know that all the jobs that I've had, they came from a place of survival mode. And I'm like, well, I really want to get out of that. So then she had told me, well, you're not working right now, so you can just help out with your siblings. So I was thinking like, okay, well, that'll be a good idea then because that gives me time to continue to go inwardly and shift, you know, and, you know, learn to just be in the state of knowing that I have wealth and all, you know. But it's just like the back of my mind is just like, girl, this is bullshit. Like, you need to just go do what you have to do, go to school or something, you know? And so it's just like today, I'm just like kind of discouraged for that. So I just need a word of encouragement, you know, because it's just like one side of me knows, like, I know the law works. You know, I know that for a fact, but it's just like another side of me, like, I'm not going to sit here and lie and say that I'm not feeling somehow and that I'm not thinking certain thoughts because, like, this year I really want to get out of survival mode financially. I really want to be in the state of wealth. I really want to be able to touch money that I've never really touched before. And I know that's possible, you know, but I feel like because not making my circumstances, you know, important, even though it kind of sounds like I am, but I'm just being transparent. Um, I feel like I'm the first. Well, I am the first in my family to touch this type of knowledge. Nobody really has came across this knowledge because I grew up in a Christian household, and you know they believe the Bible the traditional way, you know, not the metaphysical way. So it's like I'm the first to come across this type of knowledge, and so it's like kind of scary for me, like on the financial route of like, you know, believing that, you know, the key to, you know, wealth is to be wealth, you know? And so it's like my family looking at me sideways, like, girl, what are you talking about? So it's like in the back of my mind, it's like, yeah. And I can see like I know they're reflecting my deep beliefs, but that's where I'm like really trying to just like get rid of and dismantle for this year because like I said, I know that it's possible. It's just like right now I'm just discouraged. So I just
Okay,
need a word of encouragement.
so I wanted to touch on it real quick. My dad just told me that this morning, and I've honestly never had a job, and I'm not going to get one. That's not what I want to do, so I'm not about to do it. Now, was it on my mind? Yes, it was. But you gotta feel them emotions, and I saw things on TikTok tell me when they say your for you page is like your brain's algorithm. That's exactly what they mean because
Right.
um
Yeah.
they said the video basically told me like so I wasn't made to hustle. I wasn't made to get money by overdriving and working myself. So if I gotta wait a little bit longer, I will. You
Right.
got the knowledge. All you gotta do is be bold enough to apply it. And I get it. I understand because it's like, dang, like I can go get a job, but I don't want to. I've never had a job because I've heard too many things bad about jobs, and I said, oh, I'll wait till I'm 20 before I ever go get a job. So you just gotta believe and trust in yourself and know just it's gonna work out for you. It has to if you believe it will. There's no
Right.
there's no
Right.
there's no plan B. It's only plan A, and it's only up from here. So yeah,
Right. Yeah.
and I mean, I get what you're saying because hearing your parents say that to you can be like kind of like dang. And I've honestly never explained that to my parents because it's not their business. You'll see the money when it's time for you to. I don't
Yeah.
need to
Yeah.
when I stop asking you for stuff, I got it. I promise. So I don't need to sit up here and explain, oh yeah, this is the law of assumption, this is how I'm gonna do it. This I don't know where it's gonna come from, but I know it's gonna work out in my favor. You're going to see it when it comes time. Like the Bible
Right.
said itself. God will make
Right.
you a table in front of your enemies. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I'm not saying they're enemies, I'm just saying the whole world will see if they're meant to. That's how I see
Right.
it. So
Right.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, I don't want to talk too much about my circumstances, but I want to bring them up as to it so y'all can see like why I have the current mindset that I have now that I'm trying to like, you know, obliterate and just dismantle. You know, I never grew up poor or anything, like piss poor or anything. It was more so like middle class, you know. So my mom was always able to make sure there was food on the table, a roof over our head, all of that. She always made a way, but it always came from a place of survival mode. It was never from a place of
Mhm.
financial freedom, so and then like it led to my mom in relationships like an abusive marriage where he had a shit ton of money, but there was conditions with that, so it just was a lot. Like I grew up, feeling like, okay, money's always limited, there, or if I want a certain amount of money, there's conditions to it, or I always felt like I had to work hard for money, so like since I've been, unlearning, those limitations, it just hasn't been easy for me because this is what I grew up with all around, like with my, like seeing my friends go through this, my family go through this, I go through this. So it's like my mind is just really like I said, one side of me genuinely just knows that I could be a millionaire, have the money, you know what I mean? And do it and like make money just existing because I know there are so many people doing it. But it's
Mhm.
just like, um, I'm just having a hard time fully grasping, like, could that really be me? Like, nobody in my family has done that. Like, I'll be the first, but like, is that actually normal for me to like just actually just have money
Mhm.
come to me? Because like, how they would say like money don't grow on trees, girl, money not finna fall in your lap, da, 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 so I grew up hearing that for so long
Me
that now it's
too.
just like I feel like I'm psyching
Mhm.
myself out when I start talking abundantly. Like my mind be like, no, you need to go ahead and get on Indeed, you need to just go ahead and just apply. Like a lot of my family, a lot of them are in the medical field. Like a lot of them are nurses and doctors and stuff. I don't want to do that.
Mhm.
Like, but they're like, oh, you make a lot of money doing that, girl. And I'm like, okay, that's good and all, but I don't want to do that. But then it led to me thinking like, dang, maybe I should just go to like a trade school to get in like phlebotomy or like become a surgical tech or something. And I know surgical techs, they make a lot of money and I'm young. I'm only 25, so I'll be making bank. But it's like, that ain't what I really want to do. So it's like,
No.
you know, what I really want to do is just my real desire when it comes to money is to not do a damn thing, just sit pretty and be spoiled.
Mhm.
But I've always been like that's not how the world works. You can't just get it like that. And it's just like, okay, I know that's a lie. But it's just like when you are faced with circumstances every day, like you're constantly around people who talk about how bills are not being met, or I want to, because I live in California, so my mom always talks about, I just want to move to Texas. It's much cheaper down there. I hate being here, and I love Cali because I live in LA. So I'm like, I want to stay here in LA, but my family talking
Mhm.
about, oh, we just want to move to Texas. It's too hard out here, and I'm just like, oh my god, bro. So that's just what I'm currently dealing with. Like it's gotten to the point where I just want to like isolate myself from my family because I feel, I'm not saying that they're the reason, but it's because I know all is you. But it's just like, dang, like they're not helping me to like really. I'm trying my best to speak abundantly and think abundantly, but it's like when you are surrounded by family members that are just not on that same wavelength, and you've been around this type of talk for years,
Mhm.
for me, I'm speaking, like it's just been hard for me to just like fully take that, like fully just be in the state of somebody who has wealth because of these reasons.
And you want T to go or you want me to go? 'Cause,
Oh well, we'll let Kevin. Kevin wants to come up and talk, so no rain. I'll let Kevin go.
okay.
Lorraine, I know exactly where you're at because I've been there. I know exactly what you're going through because I've been there. Um, you're around the age of my youngest son. You're, you guys are. He'll be 25 this year, so you may be slightly older. But I've been there. Though I don't know how versed you are in the Bible, and like I only use it as a point of reference. When Jesus showed up um, to Lazarus' grave because Lazarus died, the first thing that happened, as Mary was upset with Jesus because she said if Jesus had been there before Lazarus had was unalive, it would have never happened. So the first thing she can do, rather than saying, "I'm so glad you're here," she pointed blame. And what did he do? He thanked his heavenly Father for that situation because it was going to prove how mighty, how powerful God really is. This situation that you're in is perfect for you. You were built for this situation specifically. You get to really lean in to how powerful you really are. Let's start with mom. Now, mom has been playing a character that you've assigned her. You didn't know you assigned it to her, but she's given an Oscar-worthy performance. Right? She shows up exactly to the T. Your family also are getting supporting um, character Oscar awards because they've been playing the supporting character that you've assigned them flawlessly. This is a wonderful situation for you to be in because without this situation, you will not have leaned into who you are. So first thing you should do is thank God for this situation because you get a chance to say, "Peace be still." And the waves and the wind must obey your will. When Peter stepped out on the water and started walking, Peter was like, "Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at me." He said, "Man, I didn't even realize I could do this." And then what happened? He said, "Am I really doing this? I shouldn't be able to do this." And he started sinking. And Jesus said, "I got you. You're not going to perish. I got you." What did he say to the people on the boat while he was in the belly of the ship sleep? And they were like, "Are you kidding me? How can you sleep through all this?" And they guys were seasoned fishermen. They knew how to navigate the sea. But even they thought that they were going to perish. And Jesus like, "I can't, look, you guys are getting on my nerves. Like, you've been with me all this time," paraphrasing. "You guys been with me all this time. Don't you know all the thing you got to do is just speak?" Lorraine, the only thing you have to do to your situation is speak to it. What do Lorraine want? It don't matter what your mom, your family, your friends, it don't matter what happened. It's what do you want? It's the only thing that matters. It's you. Because you are going to have every single thing you want. And I dare you to prove me wrong. It'll never happen. I can say that with all the confidence I can muster. It'll never happen. You'll never prove God wrong. Every word out of your mouth will never return void. Never. It can't happen. You know how they say God can do anything but fail? You can do everything except fail unless you desire to fail.
And can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Fail means first attempt in learning. So it's just your first time learning. It's not really a fail. It's not a dead end. No, it's just try again.
Yeah,
You'll get it
just
right the second time.
lean into who you are. You got opportunity. I'm having the only reason I'm sharing this personal thing with me is not to impress you, but to impress upon you how powerful you are. I haven't worked, like they say in the old days, I haven't worked in so much as a pie factory in 3 years.
All right. All right.
I haven't had a job. And in December, I had $50,000 deposited to my checking account.
Yes. You know, we like to say that.
You don't have to give me no claps.
I know. You know that's what I do though.
What I'm saying, Lorraine,
Round of applause.
what I'm saying, Lorraine, is that 50,000 didn't just arbitrarily, accidentally, coincidentally show up in my account. I did that. How did I do it? By my belief. Your faith has to make you whole.
Wait, how do I do this?
Your faith has to make you whole. When you're praying God to ask Him to do something for you, He said, your faith makes you whole. You trying to give Him credit, He trying to give you credit.
And I
Because it
think,
is your faith. If you can believe it, sweetie, you can achieve it.
right.
Matter of fact, it's nothing to stop you from achieving it.
But how
What
do
is
you
that?
believe?
Numbers 23:19. God is not a man that he should lie, neither the son of man that he should repent. For have he spoken it, and shall he not make it good?
She had a question, Kevin.
Sure.
But how do you deal with the people around you that don't believe in what we all believe here on this panel, and
Yes.
just the world,
Don't
like
matter what they
the
believe.
Yes.
society says today regarding the hustle culture and the grind culture.
Yeah, Lorraine, they may not get it.
They
What
may
did
not.
Christ say on the cross? Forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Mhm.
They were asleep just like you were.
Mhm. That's the thing.
You woke up before they did.
Yep.
And you can't condemn them because they still sleep.
Mhm.
Best thing you can do, put a blanket over them. Keep them warm.
Just don't sit in the conversation and wallow in y'all sorrows together.
Well, if you really want to do something about it, Noreen,
Sorrow.
start seeing them as you would like them to show up. Start seeing them as loving, supportive, you know, lifting you up, you know, not putting you down. Look at them. That I don't care what they say. I don't care how they act. You see them the way you would want them to treat you. Love on them as if you're loving on you.
Mhm.
Because guess what? They are an extension of you.
Mhm. And I actually got a success story.
All right.
Me and my mom, we never had a good relationship ever since I was a kid. And, normally she'll talk to me crazy. Anytime her TV would be too loud in the house, she'll be like, "Get out of my room, deal with it." And today I was like, I came in her room. I was like, "You don't hear that? Like, your TV is loud." And she just turned it down because I changed my assumptions of her. It's like, I mean, anybody can change. Where's my remote? Anybody can change if you change your assumptions of them. It's just like nothing is set in stone at all. That's why your parents can be one way with you and the next way with somebody else, because somebody else actually believes they can be a good person to them.
Right.
But
I have a good
everyone,
relationship
you
with
don't see everyone. You don't see everyone as who they are.
I
You
didn't.
see your assumptions of them.
Right. I have a good relationship with my mom. We're very close. It's just um now that I'm getting older, um it's like I just know it's time for a change, because like something Kevin was saying, see them differently, and so I I understand I have to see my mom differently, especially on a financial level, because I know like it's a little bit hard to like, look in the mirror regarding this because it's just like I've like my grandmother struggled. My mom talked about how they struggled, financially, and then it passed down to my mom. And now, I'm dealing with it. And so it's like, um, I hate to see my mom struggle financially because I just know that, like she goes to work every day, every day. Like my mom doesn't miss a beat when it comes to work, you know, but it's just like there's always something with her, like regarding the bills or just, so it's just like, it's it's every day. Like my mom comes to me every day about financial problems. And I know Kevin said that this is me. I'm assigning that role, but it's just so hard for me to feel like it is me assigning this role because, like I said, I grew up even as a child seeing this, and even my mom told me that as a child she had this same issue with my grandmother. So it's just like,
All
man,
right, take the assignment out of it and put forgiveness there. You're gonna have to forget that that's all you know.
right,
Because if that's all you know, then that's all your experience. You have to give yourself something else to know. What do you know now? That revision is like magic. Actually, my mother has never had financial difficulty. She's always flowed. I don't care if it's a lie. Because a statement, though false, though a lie, if persistent, it becomes your truth. That's the law of assumption, right? So you get to say the reality you want, not the reality that is, if you want the reality that is to change.
right,
So you have to mentally decide that your family finances flow with ease. You have to decide, who am I?
You can even
Oh,
say
who am I? Who am I? And then live from that.
that your family always had generational wealth. If that's how far you want to go with it, just say
All
it.
right. All right.
Just say it.
This your story. Stop letting the past dictate the present. The
Mhm.
present dictates the future. Which one do you choose? You're going to choose to keep letting the past experiences dictate current realities, or you're going to allow current realities to dictate future experiences. That's your choice. You got to choose this day who you're going to serve. Good and evil, or life and death. Oh, I suggest you choose life. And what's that? Oh, I came to have life and that more abundantly. So what does my life look like now? Or actually, when my mother comes and talks to me, oh no, right. She has nothing but good news. I only hear good news. Even if she's talking to me and she's saying something, I'm going to change the script in my head. She thinks she's saying one thing, but actually I'm telling her what else to say. You can do that. Even if she's telling you to actually flip the script. Whatever she's saying, say the opposite in your mind. You never have to accept any reality.
even when you're irritated, because oh my god, like I get so irritated with her sometimes. I'm like, girl, I don't want to hear that. Like,
Okay, you're frustrated. Now, what the script say? Be angry, but don't sin. Don't miss the mark. Don't lose out on your desire because you mad. So be mad. Be mad enough to want things to be different. How mad are you gonna be? How frustrated you gonna get? You gonna be frustrated enough to change the way you think?
damn right.
All right then. Be frustrated enough to change the way you think, because
I
that's
mean,
all that's
might as
required.
well.
Hey, I'm tired of this shit. Why is she always telling me good news? Damn, every time I saw her, she telling me some good
Hey,
news. What
look,
the
I'm finna
what?
crash.
She
I'm
talking about
finna
how the money just keeps flowing. She got a check unexpectedly. Like, oh my goodness, what is going on? Why my mother just
I'm finna crash out in my favor.
that part?
Crash out in your
There we go.
favor.
Every time you turn around, your mom or your family giving you money. Don't they know you? Why they always giving you money? What they trying to say?
That just reminded me of like during 2020, when COVID was real bad and they had everything shut down. And I had like, I didn't just come into the law, but like I was still kind of fresh with it. And I didn't have any money. And I'll never forget this day. I remember I was in bed and I was upset. I don't know exactly what I was upset about, but I had made some type of declaration in that moment with conviction. I said, I don't know how, I don't know when, but when I wake up in the morning, there's going to be money in my account. And I was so sure of that in the morning, of that moment, that when I woke up the next morning, I received $500 in my account.
Wow.
That's what's up.
Yep.
That's what's up.
Do it
That's how it
again.
works.
You
So
did
what's the
what?
That's
difference
how it works.
between then and now? Why is it different?
Yeah, right.
Right.
Thank you.
Uh,
Like this is
I mean, because,
You
all
fall
over
asleep and wake up with money in the bank account. What's going on?
again.
Lorraine, that's exactly how it works. I started the way the 50K showed up. I started playing with $500. My son told me how he manifested $500 from some class action lawsuit that he was included in. He never even heard of the company. He sends him a check for $500. So I said to myself, not to him, I said, shoot, let me get in on some of that. I get a phone call. Things transpired that week. The person called me back and said, I want to give you $500, Kevin. I'm giving you the short version.
Mm-hmm.
I said, shoot, the universe don't care anything whether it's $500 or $50,000. I said, let me get the 50,000.
man.
And then he showed up in my bank account. You kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
There's no coincidence.
Wow.
There's no accidents.
Wow.
It works just like that. Just like you testified how you were certain and you put forth your faith into action. It had to show up. There was no way it couldn't. It had to show up because you are the God of your universe.
And you didn't have to do anything.
Oh, that part.
I think what I'm worried about is because when y'all ask me, like, what's different now than then, I think it's my issue is like being afraid of being bold with it, because I'm afraid in the back of my mind, like, okay, but what if it doesn't happen? Like,
No.
Okay, but
what
what's
if he was
Be
bold for
bold.
nothing?
Be bold. Be bold. The Bible says, come before the throne of grace boldly.
Right. Okay.
Before the throne of grace. It's your birthright. You were built for this. You lack no good thing.
Okay.
That's script. And you ain't gonna be the first person to make a liar out of God. It won't happen. Heaven or earth will pass before that happens. So this is wonderful. You didn't do anything but tell us the good news. Just start living in the end. Living in the end. The reason you don't have the job is so you can fulfill your desire.
I know that's right, because I'm like, you know what? Y'all actually freed me. Y'all didn't fire me.
All right now. All
I
right
was so
now.
tired of that job. I mean, because I even had somebody ask me at one point when I was there, it was like, you don't belong here. And I'm like, you damn right I don't. I don't even know why I'm here anyway.
That part.
Like, I just know, like, because I was working at Amazon. So I was just
Mm.
like, I don't deserve to be sitting here like a robot for 12 hours straight packing boxes all day. Like, this is not my life. This is not of God. Like, and that's why I was saying this year, I'm like,
That's
this year, I just really
that was
want
your prodigal son moment. You came to yourself.
yeah.
That was your prodigal son moment. You came to yourself. I said, "What I'm doing down here, packing boxes, and my father has an inheritance for me." He said, "Let me get out of this place and go get my inheritance." And here where you are. You're ready to get your inheritance. An inheritance is something you don't have to work for. You already got it. You just got to know you got it. Understand you got it. Walk in that which you are.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
You're the I am in the I am.
I think something Reverend Ike said, I don't know how he said it verbatim, but I think he said something along the lines of, um, if I don't believe in me, then I'm basically saying I don't believe in God.
It- I'll
So,
take it. That's right. And I love me some Reverend Ike.
yeah.
And that is so true. I just talked to my daughter and told her a bad word is to say, I'm broke. You want to talk
I
about a
don't like
cuss
that
word?
word. I do not like that word. Oh my God. I try not to use that word at
You
all.
should never use that. That's cussing because you're stating something God is not.
Right.
Yeah, stop lying on God. I am broke. I live in lack. What?
Yeah.
The Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want.
Yeah, talk to yourself.
Yep.
I'm gonna be bold when it comes to it, because, like I said, I'm bold when it comes to relationships and beauty and all of that. And that shit popped up. I'm like, oh, okay. But it's just like with the finances, it's like, okay, yeah, I just gotta be bold. I can't
That's
back
it.
down. That's it.
Yep.
So, okay,
You
yeah.
got this, Noreen. You got this, girl. You were built for this.
Yeah, you was. You got
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, we just told. Yeah, we just saw so many things when it comes to money, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, the struggle with it, you're not gonna appreciate it if you get it for free. What do you do? What did you do to get it? If you didn't do anything to get it, somehow you're not worthy of it, right? You
Mhm.
know, so I like listening to those people that win the lottery, especially those that understand the law of mind or manifestation. Come
Mhm.
in and okay, bye, Kyla. It's just like I like listening to this one young lady. She only wanted to win like $10,000, and she
Mhm.
ended up winning 200,000
Period.
because she wanted to move. So the place that she wanted, she was told she wasn't going to get. They told her it was 4,000 applicants, and they told her that she didn't get it. And she said she saw the guy, many of you heard Timothy Schultz YouTube, but she had saw him, and she said listening to him led her to she went down the rabbit hole of manifestation. So she started listening to like Cynthia Stratford, the one that had won the lottery, and some other people. She started doing subliminals and everything, and she would play out in her mind what she would do with the money. So she would tell her boyfriend, "Okay, I won the lottery. What you want? What you want me to buy you with the money? What you want me?" He's like, "Girl, you're not going to the lottery." He said, "Okay, okay." And she said that she would imagine that she would go into a furniture store and she's just picking out what she want. I want this. I want that. I want this. I want that. Just point to whatever she wanted. The same day she won the lottery was the same day they changed the decision about her apartment. So not only did she get the money, because that's what she wanted to win the lottery for, was to furnish her apartment. She wanted a bigger place because she was like the space that they were in, if for whatever reason they had to move. And so she said she started writing out like what her bills were, because the $10,000 was really just to move and to pay off bills. She, of course, she got exceedingly abundantly above all that she could ask or think, according to that power that works within her. And I love listening because she's just so giddy with it. And it was just so effortless the way she tells the story. And it's so inspiring. And it reminds you that, yes, she was living in the end. She was living in the state of already having it. She was like, she decided, today I'm gonna spend $100 on lottery. So she ended up winning on the fast play. And so she was like, I spent $100. And she said that she was scratching it off, or however she played it. And she said that it happened so fast. 'Cause I guess whenever, I don't know how fast play works, but have a fast play works, especially with the I know how it works digitally. I don't know how you use it with the physical thing, but however she played it, it said that that the amount had already dropped down. And she's like, man, somebody won that fast. And she was like, something told her, look at it again. And then she looked, and it ended up being her ticket that had won. And she was like, she's like, what her desire was to go forward. She's like, okay, next I'm going to win $1 million. And she was like, the universe is always showing you opportunities, but sometimes we're not always aware. So she said that her and her daughter had went to the mall, and they had went to play some arcade. And she was asking her mom what she was going to do for her birthday. And whatever numbers that came up that tied into with her birthday, she was like, you know what? I should go play these numbers. She decided not to play the numbers, but guess what? The numbers came in. She was like, oh my goodness, I should have went to go play those numbers. It was like, and then you hear so many stories like that, and not just with the lottery, but just like that, but with other things. But I just like listening to those stories about the lottery, especially those who understand that they manifested it, that it was something that they called into their experience, and you hear their story and how it happened so effortlessly, and you can tell that there's something greater than them, than the logical mind at play. Like the one lady that goes in and she says it looks like the numbers just lifted up off of the pick six. Like I think she won either Mega Millions or Powerball, and how the numbers just seem to lift up off the paper as she's filling it out, and those were the numbers that came, and she ended up winning, millions of dollars. Or how the guy that started the channel, he was in a despondent place. He didn't know what he was going to do. He was in school and he felt like he was in a debt, and he was working for a gas station, and he felt like he didn't have enough money, and he said and he finally let go. And then he had an out-of-body experience where he said that he saw himself winning the lottery. And he didn't know what day it was going to happen, but he just knew. He was telling everybody, oh, I'm winning a lottery. I'm winning a lottery because I had this experience. It was so real to me. It felt so real. And I know I'm going to do it. And he ended up doing it, right? It's just like when you hear stories like that, these are people being bold with their desire. And we only listen to those people or tell those stories for inspiration, right? Like, we share these stories to remind ourselves, like, it is that easy. And this law is no respect of persons. And whatever the law would do for another, the law would do for you. You just have to claim it. You just have to decide it. And then you can't worry about it. That was the key. These people didn't necessarily worry. Well, here's the thing. The guy that started the channel, now he was worrying, right? He was feeling like he didn't have a way, and he didn't know a way, and he couldn't figure it out. And he still manifested his desire. I don't even know if the lottery was something that I don't know if he necessarily wanted to win it. I think he played it regularly. But his thing was just like, I need direction. I don't know like what I'm going to do with life. And then he has this deep dream or out of body experience that shows him, oh, the lottery, that's your ticket. That's your way to your wealth. That's your way to whatever, But he had issues with it because his thing was, he felt bad about it because his family kept asking him for money and told him, well, you didn't really earn it anyway. That's really not your money. So in their mind, and I think because he didn't feel comfortable with it, they told him, well, since you didn't earn it, you really shouldn't get to keep it, and I should have it.
That's crazy. That right there is crazy. Cause they'll be like, when you have a good job or like you're like a nurse or something, well, you didn't earn the money, so that's not a real job. You need to get you a real job. Like that how they tell like content creators and influencers. like that's not a real job. You gotta work at fast food. You gotta work at a grocery store. You gotta be like a nurse. You gotta be this in order to deserve the money. And it's like I don't feel like none of that's true. You
Yep,
deserve.
that's the part. Yep, that's the part you got to get out of your mind thinking you have to work for it. But that's what we've been told all our life, right? That if
Mhm.
it's freely given to you, then you shouldn't
Yeah.
have. If you weren't born into it, if you don't marry into it, right? Like it's okay if you marry into it or if you're born into it. But even then, we don't even like nepotism. We say, oh, those people, they don't really appreciate it. They don't know nothing about the value of money because they were born into it. They don't really, right? Like we have all of these little, as Abdul would say, quibbles about money. And it's just like, just gotta let it go and create your own law, create your own understanding about
Mhm.
money. That's
Mhm.
how we did the book Busting Loose from the Money Game. I know Kevin loved that book. Remember that book, Kevin?
I still love it.
Mhm.
Still love it.
What book? What book is
He
that
said it
again?
ain't no was. It's a still.
Right, right.
It ain't changed not one bit.
That's a great book if you're interested in really understanding the how to get busted loose if you're still struggling with that concept of how easily money is supposed to flow into your experience. And I thought about that too. So you know how guys I would say, "Oh, I wouldn't charge for one-on-ones, or I wouldn't charge for this knowledge, right?" So I'm watching this YouTube channel. I know a lot of people have talked about neural knowledge, right? I think a lot of different. I don't know how many people have heard of this guy. He has a very large subscriber base on YouTube, and somebody went to one of his classes, and he said he filmed him. He said, I went to see him. I gave him $15,000. Was it worth it? That was the video. I went to go see Neural Knowledge. I paid him $15,000. Was it worth it? I was like, ooh. So I click on the video because I want to see, was it worth it? Because I mean, I'm getting to watch it for free. And you're telling me you spent $15,000 on it, right? I'm like, okay. Listen, I didn't watch the whole video, but I found myself judging and condemning. So I had to check myself because I was like, well, wait a minute. How am I going to judge this creator's ability to manifest people wanting to give him $15,000 for this knowledge? Because it isn't that, because the knowledge is free, right? It's up there. Anybody can get it. Anyone can access to it. But he created the reality that somebody will want to hear it come from him, and they would pay him $15,000 to do so. Now, if these people actually gave him $15,000, I don't know, because a lot of the people in the video, they looked like anywhere between the people that were in the video, they looked like they was maybe very young, like 18 to maybe 25, like, and they were laughing and turning around, and so you really couldn't tell. Like, I'm like, did they really pay $15,000? Like these young folks sitting up here? But again, young people do have money, young people, so I can't say if this was, again, not for me to judge if something is real or not. This is what this guy is promoting. My thing is, I had to get out of the judgment seat and be like, it's not me charging anyone, it's me giving to myself. Because if everyone is me pushed out, then how is it that I'm charging you? Is really, I'm creating the reality of you want to give me something for what I know. And so that's what I had to like shift my perspective on, because I'm not charging you anything for free. I'm gifting myself the knowledge that I have. So I had to shift perspective. But here's the thing. It's not something I'm going to like be like, oh, the only way I'm going to give you this knowledge is that you have to book me or you have to have a one-on-one with me. No, I'm still going to share it for free. I'm still going to tell you, I'm not holding anything back. But if you do want that one-on-one, if you do think that you talking to me outside of this setup, then yeah, I'm going to allow you to gift me. I'm going to allow you to be the channel in which my blessings flow. Like, why I'm going to keep blocking my blessing if that's how I'm supposed to receive money? So that's a shift I had to do in my mind to come to that perspective. Like,
I
oh,
love
if
it.
everyone, go ahead, Kevin. What'd you
I
say?
love it. I love it because I get on here and I love being on here. And your audience gets to have me for free.
Mm-hmm.
Free 99.
Yep.
Three
They get
ninety
to, they
nine.
get to ask me all the questions. They get to be the benefactor of my experience and my knowledge. They get to have all of that and it don't cost them anything except they do have to pay attention.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what that cost them.
Oh.
It may
But
have to
some
cost
people
them.
don't mind give because if money is just a construct, right?
Right.
If it's something we created
Mm,
just to have a way of exchange,
right.
like
And
I
I'm
had go ahead.
yeah, I'm not in lack where
No, me either.
if
Right.
you don't give me X amount of dollars, I don't know how I'm gonna, have breakfast in the morning.
Right.
Are you kidding me?
Right. 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 But I
I'm
need to
not in
stop
lack.
saying how the blessing shall come, right? Oh, I can't get it from
Now,
that. I can't get it
yeah,
from that. I can't get it from that. No, I
well,
can get it to all who are willing to give it. I'm
that's
not
right.
making you give me anything.
I have people. I don't have to ask for it. All I gotta do is believe, and
Yep.
that fulfills my side of the contract.
Yep. That's it.
And then you let source, energy, God
Let everything
fulfill.
play out, right?
Yeah, let it
Yeah.
play out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. But
how
And
I
do
had
I?
to
many?
realize I had to stop judging it and stop saying, oh, like this was wrong, right?
Right,
Remove the
right.
wrongness out of it.
There's
That's the
there's no
shift I had
love
to
in
make.
judgment. There
Mm,
is no love in judgment.
nope.
None at all.
Nope.
None at all. So whenever you decide you're gonna act in judgment, understand you're not acting in love.
Hmm. Yep.
Every time you like, well, this person's gonna get what they deserve. They done walked up on the right one today.
Hmm.
I'm time enough for them, right?
Hmm.
I know nobody ever said that but me. I know I'm gonna talk about me. I know nobody in the panel ever have that issue, right? You know, I was thinking about I'm like the if y'all ever saw the movie The Matrix and the little boy is telling Neo there is no spoon.
Hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's how I felt growing up. We ain't had no silver spoon in our mouth. There was no spoon.
Mm. You're funny. There was no. Oh my god.
Not there
Oh
was no
my
spoon.
goodness.
The
Oh my
stove
goodness.
non-existent.
Oh
It
my
was never
goodness.
there.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh.
What did you want to say, Noreen?
I just had a question like regarding the coaches in the community, the ones that constantly like always push their coaching plans and custom plans. Like I know y'all said not to judge, but like sometimes I just wonder like, okay, if y'all know the law, like y'all say y'all do,
I'm about to coach.
then yeah, like just different coaches in the community, in the law of
Mm-hmm.
assumption community, they're like,
Mm-hmm.
you have some that are like constantly like pushing their coaching plans onto people. And they say stuff like, they'll use like manipulative business tactics like, oh,
Mhm.
well, the reason why you're not manifesting XYZ is because you're not buying my coaching plan. Or, well, if you want to manifest your SP or your money or whatever, buy my coaching plan. I'm just like, I just feel like I don't know if they see in the law as a money grab or what. So
Yeah, you're talking to a super salesperson. I've
oh,
always been top in sales. Like
mm,
nobody, I mean the best salesperson in the organization that I was in wanted to be like me.
Mm. Say that, Kevin.
So if you want to talk about sales, you're walking down my street. And those gurus, those people understand that people will pay outside of them for what they want. The
mm,
sleeping love to sleep. When I say sleep, I mean walk in the lack of knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
walk in the lack of self awareness. Those people are asleep. and they love to sleep. Absolutely love to sleep, and they're gullible.
Mhm.
And you can tell them whatever you want to tell them. As long as you get them to believe it, and as long as you understand the power of belief, the way I would close people, I would always make it seem like it was their idea. And well, I'm getting this whatever product from you, Kevin, because it's my desire, it's my belief that I should have this product. And I don't care what it costs. I'm getting it. I go, okay, I'm not gonna fight you on it. Show me, teach me. Right. So the gurus are doing the same thing to you. They're illusionists. They understand the power of illusion.
I mean, they do that in all of these industries today, even like with the skincare
Yes.
industries,
Now,
all
now
of
you
that.
got it, Noreen. They're magicians.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
all magicians. They want to show you the right hand while the left hand is doing something else.
Mm-hmm.
That's the secret of sales.
Y'all hear this?
I know, right? I'm giving all the tea. I'm giving all the tea. Now
I
But
sit
I'm
know.
down,
just,
put how many sugars do you want in that cup? But this is the tea. This is the tea. They make their money by getting you to believe in what they have to give you.
Yep.
It's all the power of belief.
Mm-hmm.
but are they really practicing the law though? That's what I'm
Yes,
asking.
yes, they're using it the way they want to use it. There's a
Mm-hmm.
book, there's many books, but there's a book called The Secrets of Closing by Zig Ziglar, who also was a minister. And he has one of the most, anybody in sales know who Zig Ziglar is, because he's
I've
like
heard
the
of them
father of
before.
sales. And I studied him, and he understands this manifesting thing to a T. And everybody treated him like Neville Garter. Give you an idea how good he was. And I studied under him, not physically because he's passed away, but his books, his teaching. And once I saw how easy it was to manifest, to get people to do what you wanted them to do effortlessly, I became a top sales rep. And I used to always say I'm gonna use my power for good. Well, the good was feed my family. It was that good.
Because what I had to realize the shift was there's no wrongness, and we still try to find wrongness in it, right?
No, there's no
Right,
love
we
injected.
still try to do this morality based mindset. You got to let go of the morality based mindset because remember, you're the only thinker and creator in your reality. Everyone else
Yes.
is playing the part you give them. So if you can play the part, so what they're doing is creating the belief that somebody needs them,
Right.
and so they need them,
Right.
right?
Right.
So
Right.
right, like anyone. And here's the thing: any teacher needs a student, or how are you a teacher? You're
But
sharing something that you're saying someone is not right now currently aware of.
here's the thing about a teacher. The teacher always walk away with more knowledge than what he was giving. He always does. He who teaches walks away with more knowledge than that which he gave. And that's a law. That's the law.
Yep. I mean, thing is no one's making anyone do anything, right? It's just like it's like with religion, right? Everything everything is based on belief. Unfortunately, most people put their belief in other people.
You're right.
That's what's going on, right? So when religion, when the pastor comes and say, God told me, where you're believing God told him, whatever's following that God said, right? You've put in the pastor in place of in a position of authority and saying, well, he's hearing from God. And so since I believe he's hearing from God, I'm going to take his direction. Same thing with the guru, with the spiritual person. The tarot cards are telling me this. The crystals are saying this. They like the tea leaves read this. Your astrology chart says this. And now you have to determine, am I going to accept what they say? And most people accept what they say because most people don't trust themselves. So you'll always have, you always create the, what is it called in sales? Where you have, the product and the, what is it called, Kevin? Supply and demand,
Supply and demand. Okay, got you.
right? You demand X amount of dollars. Well, the universe doesn't like a void, so it has to, or doesn't like a vacuum or a void. It has to fill it up. You have to get the judgment out of the way saying, I shouldn't get it from this way. Because if you know that everything comes to me harmoniously, you're not going to harm anyone. No one is going to be harmed because you decided to teach the law of assumption and somebody said, oh, I'll give you $5,000 a session for you to teach it to me. Yes, it's free, but they want it from Noreen. Because Noreen just know how to break it down. They just love Noreen's delivery. Like, can't nobody else say it like Noreen can say it. So I'm
Okay.
giving
If I could
Noreen
just get the
$5,000
ring.
to hear her tell me about the law of assumption. See, that's the mindset I had to come away with. I had to stop judging it and be like, oh, well, if somebody wants to give me $5,000 for me to tell them this, I'm going to simply oblige.
And then I would come behind Toya and say, Toya, you should have got 10.
There you go.
What up? Yeah, that makes sense.
I would
Because
be,
some
I'd
people
be
have so much money they don't know what to do with it. And I'm here
right.
to say, oh, I know what you can do with it.
Yeah, I help you out with
I
that.
can help you. I can help you.
If I was a pastor, or a bishop, you imagine how much money I'd be raking in?
Man, okay.
Me too. My daughter always telling me, Mom, you need to start a church.
No, I told you that before too, Miss T. I told you that what 2 years, maybe year before. No, it was last year. I said
I mean, all these
if
people
you
keep
made a
telling me
church,
they want to
I
give
would
me
want
money.
to.
You know, I'm just like, I need to start taking this. Why do I keep turning down the money if people keep telling me they want to give me? Like,
Right.
remember Saturday, Kevin?
I remember, yeah.
And it was like, oh, Mister, if you was there, I would pay you $3,000.
They been
I'm
saying
just
that for the
like,
longest time.
what?
They been saying that.
I've been in my own way, right? Because I was judging it as a right or
There's
wrong.
no love in judgment. I told you that.
I was judging it as right or wrong. Well, here's the
Well,
thing: judgment. We all judge. It should be righteous judgment, thinking right
sure,
about
it
it,
should be
which
righteous
means
judgment.
don't see wrongness in it, right?
Correct.
There is no wrongness
There
in,
is no wrongness in judgment. No.
right?
That makes sense.
Look at Chrissy, like they've been saying that for the longest. I know people like you will make so much money. I'm like, but here's the thing: I want to do what I love and make as much money as possible, but I want to do it because I love it, right? Not because I'm making money from it. Money is just like the cherry on top. It's like the whipped cream. It's like the icing, right? You know. But I do
Well,
love what I
you
sharing
should
this.
let
I
me be
do
your
love
you should
it.
let me be your manager.
Hey, go ahead, Kevin.
You would have more money. Look,
Hey,
girl, you have mountains of money.
hey,
Cause
claim it. I claim it.
sales is my cup of tea, girl.
Hey, let's get it. Let's
That's
get it
my cup of
popping.
tea.
Hey, you ain't said nothing. What's your percentage?
We can talk about it.
Money can buy unconditional love, though. That's one thing I am learning. Like, it cannot buy unconditional love. So, of course, it's not the cake. It's the frosting now.
I just want to let y'all know, Mom. I sent the live to my mom, and she was on here giving gifts and stuff. So
Oh, that
I
was
don't
Awesome.
know if y'all
Symphony.
can.
Oh,
That's my
Awesome.
mom.
Oh, hi,
that's what
Awesome.
I'm
Miss
talking
Hello.
about.
Symphony.
Hello.
Cause
Thank
we
you.
talking about bringing in the dough, right?
The
I
do-re
told her
And
me.
we
we
was
got to
talking.
get
I
out
told
of
her we
our
was
own
talking
way of
about
how
you.
that money's supposed to show up.
Yeah,
Cause here's
because
the thing, I'm
oh,
not here. This ain't no
mm,
this ain't no con job, right? Like I got receipts that what I teach produces results,
Amen. Amen, sister.
right? This
Amen.
ain't
So do
no
I.
smoke and mirrors over here,
So do I.
right? Exactly.
I
So
am not new to this. I'm true to it.
True.
Many of you have
Right.
been following me for over a year. You hear people coming. I've been watching you for 6 months. I've been watching you for 2 or 3 months. I've been watching you for a year. You've all heard those stories, and you know, they've never been on the platform. I didn't
Yep.
even know they were in the room.
Yep.
Because many of you come here daily. You've seen me. Some of you have been like throughout the whole time. Like when I went to the religious, I know Rain wasn't here for that part when I shifted over to talking Christianity and debating folks.
Right.
That was fun for like 3 months. And I was
Right.
like,
I was with you. Oh, I'm
yeah,
back with you the whole ride.
Kevin was
I
there.
was there. I was there
Chrissy
too.
was there, yeah.
Oh my
That's when
gosh.
the Toxic and A-Town became my mods. I'm like,
And
okay, I
I
need moderators now because it's getting spicy up in here. And
remember.
divination, the Toxic and A-Town became my mods. So I'm like, ooh, yeah, I need somebody to referee up in this piece because these folks.
Yeah, girl. It was getting spicy. You're right.
I remember that. I'm talking about Toya would be on. I'm talking about as soon as the live opened, the first 30 minutes, I'm talking about arguing a Christian down to the ground. Like, oh my God, it's too
I'm telling
funny
you,
for
we're
this.
about to hire some bodyguards.
I was just pointing to them there the hypocrisy of the religious teachings. That's all. That's
Well,
all.
nothing, ain't nothing you said was wrong. Not a
And I
thing you said
remember.
was wrong.
But I was like, I had enough of that. Let's get back to the real stuff. We about
Yeah.
transformation. I ain't got time for that.
Yes,
Y'all get to
People
you
had
have
to
said.
y'all
people
get
had
to
to
have
check
y'all
themselves.
Jesus. I'm gonna leave him
Yeah,
right there
cause
with you.
Thank you.
yeah,
And
cause you be shutting them down now.
I remember one time I kept
You be
thinking in my
shutting them
head
down.
every time she used to get into it with one of them, I was like, why does she keep arguing with them? I wanted to say something so bad, but I'm like, this is not my life. This is not my life. I wanted to text you personally, but I was like, she'll figure it out. She's going to figure it out. She will, and
And
she
here's the
did.
thing, it just wasn't for them though. That's the thing. It
Mm-hmm.
just wasn't. It was a lot of people deconstructing, and they wanted to hear how Christianity was a hypocrisy. And I was just
Mm-hmm.
sharing the spot like, yes, the literalist is the error. It's psychology, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it's like it wasn't the Christians that was the issue. It
It
was
wasn't.
more when I didn't agree with the so-called spiritual community
Mm-hmm.
that they wanted to, that was
I did
really
it
the
too.
issue that was coming up because I expected the Christian not to agree.
Yeah. Right.
It's the
Right.
spiritual community that also wants to talk about evil spirits and demon possession and energy vampires. I'm like, what we doing? So I had to remove myself from both communities, from religion and spirituality, because they both were giving the power outside of self. They were
Mm-hmm.
both creating idols, both
They were.
saying that there's something outside of me can affect me.
Yep.
When I was going to church back then, this was in 20, it was a few years back, but I had asked the preacher's wife, what did Jesus mean when he said that, didn't I tell you that you are God's? And this lady literally looked in my eyes and told me that Jesus was just joking when he said that.
Not joking.
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Yes. And I was like
Wow.
sitting there like, and mind you, at the time, like these were people that, you know,
Mm.
and see, here's another thing I wouldn't understand. Like, when I was following the Christianity, the traditional way, I don't know if you guys can relate to this, but like I would like, be in my Bible and I would be close to God and I would pray and talk to God. And then when I would go to church Sunday, these people would confirm back to me what I would speak to God about in private. So I
Mm-hmm.
would sit there and be like, wait, nobody knew that but me and God. How do you know that? So that's why, like, sometimes I'm just like, are these people like, like regarding the law, I'm just like, it kind of like trips me up because I'm just like, well, I don't understand. Like, how did these people hear what I was talking to God about in private? Nobody else knew about this but me and God. And then these people come back confirming to me saying, oh, God wanted me to let you know what you were saying to. And I'm like, wait, how you know that? So I never understood that
It was
really.
it was the scripture fulfilling itself. what you pray about or meditate about and seek in your secret closet will be revealed, shouted on the rooftop. The
There's
scripture
only
was
one mind.
right.
You think it's not. You think
And,
because they say it's Jesus and somebody else says Allah that it's two different powers. It's only one.
Right,
and
okay.
and I wanted to say
We all
something.
have the gift. Just because they tapped into it and they put Jesus' name attached to it doesn't mean that they don't have awareness as well.
Mhm.
That part.
Mm.
Right. And I'm not going to let you all say that the whole lives were all arguing, because I had some great conversations with some Christians. There were
Mhm.
some great
Mhm.
enlightening conversations.
Yeah.
Some of them got the question and they're like, wait a minute, I never thought of it like that.
Mhm.
Hold up. Really?
Mhm.
Oh,
Mhm.
I like your perspective. Oh, that was a
Mhm.
great perspective. Every
Yep.
conversation was not
Yep.
argumentative.
Yep.
Mhm. It wasn't.
That's
Well,
It
it.
wasn't.
a lot of
I
them.
can't say that. I can't say that. And I remember I was questioning Christianity, and my sister, I was like, okay, so I was like 11 years old. I'm 19 now, just to put that out there, right? So I remember I was 11 years old, and I had questions, but I just didn't know who to ask. Okay, I went to the pastor. He told me I was going to hell. Cool, right? Boom. Got that out the way. I guess my sister, she kind of enlightened me a little bit. Okay. So ever since then, I've never knew which scripture standed for what, if that makes sense, like how you break it down.
Mhm.
But I knew, like, okay, my sister's not all the way off. She just can't go scripture for scripture and break it down. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So I remember when I was 18, I met you. And when
Mm.
I met you, I did not say anything. I was just minding my business for like 2 months and did not say nothing. I honestly did not want to get cussed out on the live. I was scared. I was like, she is not gonna embarrass me on this live. No. So yeah. And you broke it down. You broke it down. You broke it down. And I'm like, okay, she used to be a church minister. What? This is the perfect person. Okay. You mean, like, okay. You know what the Bible said, you know how they taught it, and you know how you live by it now? Okay. I, I like you. I like you. You actually know what you're talking about. You're not the average person that's like, no, I don't like Christianity. Okay, I left Christianity because this don't mean this. It actually means that, but they taught it like this. And I'm here to tell you, this don't mean this. It actually means that. You know. Yeah.
Mhm.
I've
Yes, you
learned this is what
can.
I've said it this year. I am not, because I used to be a debater, like, especially like when it used to come to politics in high school and all, like, oh, I used to debate down. But it's like now that I came in this law, I was debating too, with people.
Mhm.
But now I'm just
I
like,
had to get
I
that out
am
of me
not.
because I was a debater too. So I had to go through
Yes, I
that,
used to love
I had
to
to get into
debate.
that debate mode, and I was like,
Yes,
oh,
like
it was fun for a moment. I was like,
It was.
yep, like
Same
that.
here.
Like my
Same here.
favorite, my
I was a
favorite
debater in school.
subject. Yeah, my favorite subject in school was history. So.
mm.
I used to love those moments where we would debate, about politics and all different types of things regarding that.
Yeah, but you know why
So
I shifted from it? Because I didn't
mm,
like the live of when my SPA. Can I get my SPA back? Where my SPA? Can I get my SPA? I was like, you know what? I'm gonna switch this live up on, and I'm gonna go and just talk to the Christians about. I'm gonna do deconstructing Christianity, but I'm going to allow the opposing view to come up on my live too, because I just got tired of the. Can I get my man back? My man, my man, my man, my man. That was exhausting too.
Oh my gosh.
it's still
So
like that to this day.
Why do it seem like
I was
everybody
like,
come
I
in this
can't.
community trying to manifest a man? Like, get you some money. Oh my
So
god.
I was like, I like talking about the Bible. I like talking about what it means. So I was like, okay, let me do deconstructing Christianity. Let's go that route. Because now I ain't got to worry about manifestation. I can still talk about it as a manifesting book. I can still show that it's psychological truth.
Right.
But I don't have to talk every day about somebody how to manifest something, specifically how to get a man. So
But that is but that is so
and
easy.
so
Like
and so when I did
Yes.
that route, now we're
mm,
full circle. Now I like where my platform is.
yeah, that's super easy though to manifest a person. Like I it's so easy. It's so easy. Like it's not hard at all. So when I see all these people in the community asking like, can I get my SP back? And I'm like, girl, you can definitely. It's not hard, but it's like a lot of people come into the law for that reasoning because,
And then I
people
have to
don't
catch
believe
myself to
nowadays.
make sure that this doesn't come to become therapeutic either. Like not a
Yes.
therapy
Yes.
Oh
session. So
my
I
God.
have to
Oh my God.
sometimes, I have to be like, okay. So then I start reading the comments. I'm like, they're right. Let me switch this because I'll just get quiet and they'll talk, and
No.
I'll try to talk back and forth, and then you after a while you realize, oh, this is fighting for my limitations. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
This
And
is we
some
want to
people
make. We're going to
don't.
keep talking
That's
about
what
these
happened.
excuses. And so it's like, and sometimes it ends up turning it. And not to say that it's not benefiting people, because it is, right? Some people are being benefited from it, but if we're levering up, we can't keep wallowing in the mud. We
Yeah.
gotta, if we're ready to go higher, we gotta be ready to go higher. Some people are just gonna be left behind. Remember that series,
Yep.
Left Behind? Remember Left Behind?
Mm-hmm.
You remember? Some people are just gonna be left behind, and that's okay,
Mm-hmm.
because some people just not ready to jump on the cape.
Mhm.
I quote Michael Jordan when they was going for they second three-peat. And he told one of the centers, hey, you better jump on this cake because we about to go fly. He like, y'all better get ready because I'm about to take y'all to higher heights. Like it's time to level up. And it's for the people that want to take full accountability.
Yeah, because we're not here to convince anybody, and I think
And
some
that's what it
people,
turns into when it's a therapy session. It turns into I'm trying to
yeah,
convince you, and I don't want
like
to. Right.
you're somebody's free therapy session. Like, no, if anything, you're a mentor, like to help them.
Right.
We're not here to help them for them.
Right. Yep.
And that's
Yep.
why I
So
was saying that this year, like back to what I was saying about debating, I used to debate all the time regarding the law, especially like with Christians and all, But now I'm just like, you know what? I'm not about to sit here and convince you of anything.
yeah,
If you want to take your beliefs to the grave, then so be it.
it
It is what it is.
is what it
Yep.
is.
Yep. I say what I said. If you don't agree with it, you don't agree with it. Move along. This platform isn't for you. That's all.
Mhm.
That's all it means.
And that's what I was trying to tell y'all earlier. I was just like, hold up, she's not listening. It's time, let's get the attention off of this. Let's focus on the things that we want.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
instead of saying the things that she was saying, she could have just been pointing at inwards and like, okay, I love me, so of course you're going to love me because I love me. And I love me enough for everyone around me, so they have no choice but to love me.
That part.
That's it. That's it. That's all it is.
That's all it
So,
is. It's so simple. But I know people are used to difficulty. That plain speech people grapple with.
I mean, just look at celebrities. I say that all. I love to use them as examples. Like, they don't fight for people to love them. They just know it, and they have new. I mean, I love how Michael Jackson had people falling out and going to the hospital. He didn't do a damn thing. He was just standing on stage, and he had people just falling out. Like, and that's because he saw himself as God. You know, he saw himself as God. I mean.
I
And
mean,
it's
he had
just
his
like,
little thing. He had his little things too.
I mean, of course, but I'm just saying, like,
He did
it's
the
so
restructuring of
concept.
the face, and
Oh, yeah,
you
because,
know. But hey, to
I'm
each
just
his
saying,
own.
like,
Everybody
for
got their
example,
own path. That's why we're told we don't put anyone up here. We don't put anyone in here. Everyone's a mirror. We don't place people on pedestals, and we don't put people beneath or below us. Because
because
if the
if you
world is your mirror, how do you look in a mirror? Do you look down at a mirror?
no,
Look up at a mirror.
nope,
You look the mirror straight on.
straight on,
Eye to eye.
eye to eye, eye to eye.
that's how I'm about to be with this money, eye to eye, okay?
That's
Eye to
right.
eye. eye to eye, because I'm
Hey,
learning
Kevin
that as
said,
well.
hey, Kevin finna be my manager. We gotta talk about some
Yes.
things, Kev. So
Yeah,
let's
we can
go.
do it,
Let's
girl.
get it. Let's get to
We
it.
can do it.
That's the
Lorraine, you are
salesperson
money.
right there.
What'd you say,
You
We,
said
Chrissy?
what?
Lorraine, you are money.
I said that's the
Amen.
salesperson right there. That's the person that you need to be talking to. Hello, that's that because he's been here the whole time that I've been here with you. So that's really because he knows
Yeah.
something, so he
Kevin,
can
Kevin
help
day
you.
one too. We used to when he came up on it, I was like, oh, we gonna do manifesting. Remember manifesting Mondays?
I sure did.
Yes, I remember those
Hmm.
days. Oh my God.
Yep, we
No,
called those things
I
that
ain't
are
been around
not
that
as
long
though
now.
they
Hold on, that's an
were.
ancient before my time type before Christ. Hold up.
I love when Kevin speaks. I love when he speaks because he has so much wisdom. So I be loving to hear him speak when he comes on the panel.
You know, it's all me teaching you about you. That's why it resonates with you because it's you.
Right.
All these things that you see in me is you. It's in you. I'm just revealing that which is already in you. That's my desire, and I get every doggone thing I desire
Yes.
for you to know who you are. That's my desire, and my Heavenly Father always gives me everything I desire. Because He and I are one. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Well, I'm gonna smoke it already. I sure am.
I know that's right. Let's see. We
Oh
got we
wow.
got we got Dorier is on the panel. Hello, Dorier. You can
Didn't
unmute,
you?
and then we'll go to Mia.
Good day. I apologize for the fan in the background, but I just wanted to share with you if is it possible you can share your husband's um, stuff. So I wanted to do business, and I noticed you never put the business in the thing, so I can do business. Is that okay?
The bio? Is you talking about the bio?
No, to purchase things that her
The link?
husband makes.
Oh, the wood stuff.
Yeah, you never shared that in the thing, and
Oh,
I
that's
would
because
like
we're
to.
on Facebook Market and he's on Instagram. He has you can actually follow him. He's right there. You can go click his name, Cisco Kenny.
He's right here.
You can follow him
Do
and
you
then
have that in
you
the
could.
link? Do you have it in? Is there anywhere I
No, we
can
don't have
tap
a
on it? You
website
said
or
follow
anything.
him.
No, we don't have a website. He's just on we just on Facebook and TikTok and Instagram.
So I have to. Is there something I have to write? Well, I guess I
I
have
mean,
to
you can
write it
DM
down. Let
me
me see.
if you want, if it's something that you're
Okay.
looking for, or
Okay.
you can follow me on Facebook, or you can follow him on TikTok or Instagram and his Facebook
I don't
page
know how
too.
to follow. Well, I got your email, so I'll just
Okay.
email you, and you can give me his. You mean I can see the things that he makes, and I can purchase them?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let me see. Just DM me, and then I can give you pictures of stuff that he's done. I can show you that way.
Okay then. Okay, that's all I wanted to say,
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm just
Okay. Oh, are you looking for
I'm
some
just
wood
listening.
products? Because that's what he makes.
I would love, yeah, I would love to
Okay.
see some stuff, and yeah, I like stuff like that.
Oh, okay, cool, cool. Yeah, he's also, I believe, on Etsy too. I think he's on Etsy too. So yeah, isn't it? Yeah, I have to. Yeah, I'll have to ask him for his. I'll have to get his links, and then I can put him in my link tree, and then you
Okay
guys can be
then.
able to.
All
You
right.
guys can be able to. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, and Happy New Year's, family.
Happy
And
New
I'll
Year.
just get it back around. All right. Bye for now.
Okay, thank you, Dorier. Hey, Mia's back.
No, I was just happy to see you still online. I had to do a little work, but I was like, she's still on, so I just jumped back into the conversation. So
Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, we kind of just winding down now. You know, it's up 10 o'clock.
It's not
So
10 o'clock just
It's
yet.
8 o'clock over here in
It's
Cali.
not 10 o'clock just yet, Toya.
it's
It's
9:55. Like
it's
it's 10 o'clock.
9:55. We got
They're
5
like,
more
we on
minutes.
Central Time.
She on Central Time too. Tell me it's not
Yeah,
10
I'm on
o'clock
Central
just
Time
yet.
too here in
Me
Houston.
Yeah.
too.
I
And we
have a
on that
question.
Chicago Central.
No rushing now. It's already going by fast.
It do time, but you know I've been on here since 5 o'clock.
Wow. It went by pretty slow for you having it.
No, it's been cool. It's been cool. I'm just
Oh,
saying.
okay.
Yeah, you say it's going by pretty fast. I'm like, it's been a nice little stint now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So don't forget that Saturday is the book club. So we're starting on the power of awareness. Make sure you do your homework because it's all hands on. Everybody share what they gleaned from the book. Go ahead, Noreen. You said you had a question.
Yeah, I just
Wait,
have
so we
one
Uh,
supposed
quick question.
are we gonna be here? What time does it start? So I won't be late.
to
The book
change?
club.
10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday.
Wait, Central Time. Central Time.
Yes, Central Time.
Okay, and it's gonna be on TikTok.
Yes. So what's that's 8 o'clock Noreen's time, and that's 11 o'clock for those on the East Coast or the Eastern time zone.
So what time is it for you now, Dore?
She's in
It's
Chicago, so she's same as us.
Oh.
yeah. I'm in Chirac. So okay, then I'll read the day before. Okay.
Okay, so we supposed to read some of the book first and then share what we learned about it?
Yeah, this is not a book reading, it's a book club, which means we read on our own and then we take what we like
Oh.
about the chapters and we discuss it.
Okay. Yes, you did, Tony. Yes, you did.
I missed
You're
it too,
like
so
2 hours behind. I can't
don't
lie.
feel bad. I missed it too, so don't even feel bad. Yeah, I just got a question right fast. How do y'all feel about affirmation tapes? Because today, I decided to make some custom ones to like fall asleep to, especially like, regarding finances. So I just want to get y'all's opinion on that. I know that it doesn't, I know y'all gonna say that y'all opinion don't matter, but y'all my people, so I just want to know.
Go ahead.
There's a I forget the name of the author. There's a book called What to Say When You Talk to Yourself.
Wow.
And if you can Google it, it'll come right up. And I used that book when I was in sales, and I tripled my income just by reading that book.
Period.
Facts. You have two ears. You have an outer ear and an inner ear. The inner ear is you talking to you. The outer ear is me talking to you.
Hmm?
When
Oh.
I speak to you, when you hear my voice, you hear me with your outer ear.
Mm-hmm.
If I told you to say the word yellow inside your mind, don't say it to me.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me when you say the word yellow and then let me know you said it.
I just did.
I did.
Okay. Whose voice did you hear?
I heard mine.
That's it. That's your voice. Your voice has a greater impact than my voice to you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's
okay.
also your God voice. When your higher self speaks to you, it speaks to you in your voice because your brain is wired that way. So, for example, Noreen, if you made a tape of affirmations and played that tape while you sleep, recognize your body needs rest, but not your spirit. Your spirit is not flesh. You can play that tape of your affirmations and put it on a loop and play it nonstop all night long. And it'll be as your God speaking to you, to your brain. And it'll be locked in, embedded. You know how some people say be stuck on simple? You be stuck on simple. There's no way anybody can change that thought that's been playing in your mind all night long. You won't be able to get it out your mind. You'll be everything you look at, it be like that butterfly. Everywhere you turn your eye during the day, you see that ridiculous butterfly.
Mhm.
You'll see your affirmations. You'll see money everywhere. You'll be walking down the street and see a penny on the floor, and you'll bend down and pick it up. You say, "Look at this, money."
Mhm.
You, it'll be everywhere.
Mhm.
It'll be everywhere.
Oh, Kevin, what's the book that you said something about talking to yourself? What's that book? You know the name of it?
It's called "What to Say When You Talk to Yourself."
Okay, who is it by?
I can't remember the author,
Okay.
but if you type that into Amazon, it'll come up. It's a long read. It's not like a real, you know, book like the Power of Awareness. It's a very thick, small print read, but it's so powerful. I've known people who have read that book and became multimillionaires just by I use it personally to increase my wealth, and all it does is change your belief. That's all it does. It's not a magic um, get rich quick scheme.
Right.
It just changes your thinking.
Mhm.
I was making, I think, one time less than $45,000 a year, and my income doing this exact same job rose to over 200,000. Didn't change product, same company, same product,
Period.
just by thinking change.
Mhm. So, what would you? Sorry, hold on. What would you tell somebody that? Okay, so I'm saying my affirmations, right? And they start to like not. I'm starting to not remember them.
Mm-hmm. Write them down, say them, record them, and play it back.
Okay.
My niece, she um she just graduated summa cum laude from the culinary school that she enrolled in. When she first, back during the summer, she wanted to go to school to become a chef.
Mhm.
And she called her uncle, me, and said she wanted to get into this school. And when she applied, she got a letter that said, "I'm sorry, but your application was not accepted." That the class was full and she would not be able to get into the school. And when she heard that, she was devastated. And guess who she called? Her uncle.
You.
Yep.
Mhm.
And I said, "Girl, I don't give a flying whatever that letter says. That letter is not the operant power. You are." Now she's a minister, associated minister at the Baptist church we grew up in. So I had to get through that. I had to get through that. But I told her, and she was like, "I didn't get in." I said, "So who said?" I said, "Nobody else matters but you." I said, "You want to go to that school?" And she said, "Yes, right. What do you got to wear?" I said, "Well, they want us to get a chef's coat." I said, "Let's go get one." But Uncle, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear that. Let's go get the chef's coat. because we're going to apply again next season. No, you go into this one. But the letter said I would deny and that the class is full. I said, I don't care what the letter said. You're the one in control, and I'm going to prove it to you. Just believe it. I know it says it can't be that simple, but it is. Just believe it. Out the blue, remember I told you there's no such thing as a coincidence. Out the blue, she gets a phone call saying a spot opened up because somebody who accepted it dropped out.
Mm.
Wow, look at God.
And then she could come in.
Now look at God.
You know how they be saying in the church, look at God.
Right. Won't he do it?
He
Said he
will.
would.
I can play the game too. So when she got in, she was having, because she hadn't been in school for so long.
Mhm.
This is my first niece, so she's in her early 40s.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
So she was having challenges with retaining the material. And she so badly wanted to do well. I said, tape it, read your lessons of your notes, tape it, and play them while you sleep.
Hmm.
And by doing that, appeasing to her inner ear, she graduated summa cum laude.
Wow.
And this is not a school for locally, this is throughout the world.
Yes.
Throughout the world.
That's what's up.
Wow.
And she starts as an
That's what I
executive.
was doing.
I know
Everybody
you.
just saying wow. See ya? Noreen like wow, wow. Yeah, wow.
I love it. So she
Because
starts
my voice is
tomorrow.
hoarse, so.
She starts tomorrow as an executive chef at the Great Wolf Lodge.
Look at that. Look at that. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Wow.
See,
All
if
because of
she didn't play the
you.
sound, I was gonna do it myself.
Now, right now, Noreen, you said one thing that's not totally accurate. Like Jesus said,
Mm-hmm.
her faith made her whole.
Oh, exactly.
It wasn't me.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I gave her the message,
I
Mm-hmm.
mean, the
but
help,
it was
though.
her faith that made her whole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See how
Okay.
that worked?
Right, right. Because she still had to believe in herself. You can't believe, no, you can't believe for somebody else, I'm guessing, right?
I
You
can.
Well,
can.
the in the Bible, the disciples went fishing
Hmm.
and they tried all day long and couldn't catch no fish.
Right. I know that story. Yeah.
I figured you would. And then Jesus got on the boat. He said, "Cast your net on the right." Hmm. The right side of your brain, the right way of thinking,
Mm.
which is what I gave you tonight. The right way of thinking. And then break your net pulling in all that money you trying to get into your boat.
Hmm.
Yes. You can,
Since
but
you know that story.
you can manifest for other people. You can because there are no
You
other
That's
can.
right.
people.
Yeah, that's right.
Because there
That's
is
right.
no other people.
Right.
Meg is
Nobody else has free will in your universe. You're it.
Oh.
That's all.
Nobody else has
Yeah.
free will in your universe. You're it.
Good night, Mia.
Good night, Mia.
Good night, Mia.
I got a story, y'all.
Go ahead.
So I remember one time. I'm not gonna say too much, but I remember one time. Me and my mom. They said that they was gonna cut something that we really needed, right? So I told my mom, and I was like, "Don't think about that no more." No, cause no, you're not about to do anything, and I'm not finna sit up here and call every resource and do all this and that and the third. No, I'm not. I'm not finna go outside of myself. I'ma just okay. I got you. I got you. Don't think about that no more.
It all worked out in our favor.
There you go.
Okay, and it did just that. We ain't heard nothing. They said they was gonna give us a call. Nothing. Did it. Didn't do none of that. I said, yeah, I know.
You
I
say,
know.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
But you
That's-
said what? No. Mm-mm.
I just want to thank everybody for the encouragement that I received tonight regarding,
You know?
my life, you know, um, like Kevin said, like he loves to say all the time, all is mine. So I see the wealth flowing upon me and all, I just have to stay there and just discipline myself to stay there no matter what I'm seeing on the outside. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I thank all of y'all for the advice and the encouragement for tonight.
Well, the reason we're here is because you drew us here.
Yep.
Bible said, if I be lifted up, I do what? I draw all men unto me.
Oh, me?
Yeah, Lorraine, you brought us here. That's how powerful you are. I could have been doing something else, but you said, no, Kevin, get over here.
Right.
I need you to tell me something that's going to help me in my walk. And I say, yay, Lord. You did this, Lorraine. You brought all of us here. That's how powerful you are. You're just waking up to the fact that you're this powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Now, anytime somebody come to you with something you don't like, discard it.
Yep. It don't exist.
No,
Mm-mm. That didn't happen. That didn't happen.
nothing.
Basically, you're saying to gaslight yourself into a better life.
Yes. Yes.
That part.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Cause you
That
gaslight
part.
you gaslit yourself to the life that you have now. So why not gaslight yourself
Right.
Exactly.
to
Yeah,
life?
that's
You're not
true.
playing affirmation tape at night when you go to bed of the things you don't want.
Right. Right.
Oh, clock
He
that
don't
T.
love me. We
Clock that
broke.
T.
We
We
I would
think we
not
got to do
listen to
some
that.
special method.
Oh Lord.
You
Yep.
are the method.
You are the method.
Right.
Robotic
Because you just
affirming.
don't think that your word is
I
sufficient.
love robotic affirming. I need to get back on that robotic affirming. I
No,
love
don't
that.
do that.
What you
Don't
mean?
you
All you have
don't
to
That's
do is
what used
believe
to
it.
no
that's what used to help me stay in the state.
Well,
no.
whatever you got to do, whatever works best for you, Lorraine, works best for you.
What's best for you? But
Right.
don't overwork yourself and get exhausted from a method. You get what I'm saying? Because you are the method. I got stuff from things that I just thought about and just you see what I'm saying. Every time I thought about it, I thought about it in my favor. I didn't just sit over here just writing it on a paper just 1,000 times, using up all my notebook paper trying to get something.
Oh no. I don't do it that way. I'm talking about the way that I do robotic affirming is like what
Mhm.
basically Miss T talks about, like self-talk.
Okay.
That's how I do.
There
That's
you
how
go.
I see robotic affirming, not just
And
like
yes, do that.
going
You
off
know
into
what
a
best works
corner.
for you.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, no.
Yes,
And I'm
do
not
that.
talking about like how I don't know if you guys know the story of Robert Millikan, how he locked himself in a room for 60 or 16
Yep.
hours
I know the story.
affirming. Yeah,
Yep.
no, I'm not talking about that, even though that works too, but
Well, that worked for him.
That works.
yeah.
Yeah, I got better things to do with my time.
Hello.
But
Right.
I'm saying we're always, they say we're always thinking. So my way of robotic affirming is just consciously talking differently in my mind while I'm shopping,
There you
peeing, doing
go.
my hair. That's what I'm talking
There you
about.
go.
Yeah.
The Bible says, pray without what? Ceasing.
Leasing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Pray without ceasing. That means all the time. Somebody said, Lorraine, what you doing? You go praying?
Mhm.
Girl, what you up to? Praying?
Mhm.
You just sitting there? What you thinking about? I'm praying.
Mhm.
Praying about what? My affirmations?
Mhm. So I got a question. Okay.
Yes.
So what if somebody asks you how did you get what you have? They're not really in the same community as us. How would you answer that? I'm not in that situation. I just kind of want to know.
Are you asking me personally?
Yeah.
Oh Lord, T, I don't know if I was ready to share this with the live. This is more personal.
You
What you're
don't have
asking?
to. You don't have to.
Well, I mean, you brought it up.
You don't have to though.
there, there are 15 senses of every individual. You know about the five: the touch, the
Mm-hmm.
smell, the
The sense.
sight, the
Mm-hmm.
hearing, right? The taste. Those are the five natural senses. But we really have 15.
15.
15. Hold
15.
up. Wait. Hold up. Wait. So you mean to tell me it's like 10 left?
Yes, 10 left.
Okay, because
And-
I heard we got a sixth one. It was just like an
no,
intuition.
no, I'm just sharing with you. You can do with the information what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Um, from a child, I was able to tap in to some of my 10.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the 10, to answer your question, was I think it's called clairvoyance, where I automatically know things I have not studied or read.
Clairvoyance. Is that what it is?
I forget what clair it is,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
I have, and you guys have it too.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to be aware that you have it. But I can able. Uh, I've been doing the things of Neville Goddard, Dr. Joseph Murphy,
Mm-hmm.
um, Florence Scovel Shane. I've been doing those things before I ever knew those people existed. All those things that they were teaching about, I already knew. And the reason I knew is because I was able to tap into that part of me. Just like you guys can tap into that part of you. All the things that you want to know is already inside of you. And the more you do it, the more you'll learn to trust it. And the more you trust it, the better you'll be at it. I don't know how I know, I just know. Same with you guys. It's an ability that you all have. You just didn't know. You're waking up to remember who you are and what you can do. So a lot of the things I share with you, I'm feeding you small bites at a time. I delineate it at a level where you can digest it. I know who I am. I just want you to understand who you are. Because you've been trained to be limit the whole time you've been on this planet. You've been programmed to think linear. You are an immortal being. You span beyond time. You can pop in and out of time at will. You're just not aware of it. There
Yeah,
is no past, there is no future. There's always now.
because I realized that because I remember like it was one time when my phone was about to go dead, right? And my phone just stayed on this 1% for like 2 hours. And I was just still using it. I was still using it like like it wasn't even on 1%.
Right. Right. That's how powerful you are. I remember I was at an event, a Coliseum event, and I went to get a drink of water, and no water would come out of the fountain. It would just trickle down the side of the fountain. So nobody would use the fountain because it didn't work. I went over to the fountain, pressed the button for the water to come out, and commanded the water to come out of the spout. And I saw it rise right in front of me. And I was in my, mid to early 20s. I was self-aware then. And you guys get me now at 62. Imagine how far I've traveled in my journey since then.
Wow.
Yes. Yes. And we love it. We love it. We love it. But they're gonna have to get you next on Saturday. Because we about to turn down for what? To go to sleep. And then to turn down to go.
Go to sleep.
H-Town, we just going on 6 hours, huh? Just strong. Just
Yeah.
Y'all could probably do another 2. But I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate your ministry. I definitely do.
I just
I
need to
We
appreciate you
definitely
focus on
guys.
appreciate
it.
Kevin and everyone else on the live. I know Latoxic been asleep. She be out here. She be like, T, I went to sleep. I know Latoxic is asleep. I know it.
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast, so it's almost 11:30 here.
listen. I would set my phone up so fast, roll over, and go straight to sleep. I'm telling you.
Yep. So to see you guys on Saturday. Have a great rest of your week
Thank you,
and
everybody.
happy manifesting.
Bye.
Happy
Manifesting just
manifesting.
means to bring what you want to reality. That's all. See you
Yep.
guys. Bye
See you.
bye.
Good night.
Good night.